Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Satoru, please believe me. Lord Tenzin holds no malice toward Gojo Naruto. Yuta pleaded earnestly. I know the whole story. There's more going on than it seems. Despite his good intentions, Yuta couldn't deny the oddity of Lord Tenzin's actions. Who would present a newly born special grade cursed spirit as a gift to a visiting guest. It was unconventional, dangerously so. Meanwhile, the sudden lockdown and disappearance of the Crimson Star Palace sent shockwaves through the Jujutsu world. The sorcerer families, long silent about the ancient palace, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A full lockdown of the Crimson Star Palace only meant one thing: an internal crisis or a powerful enemy. And now, it had happened just after Gojo Naruto entered. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. At the Zenin estate, Zenin's son watched the developments unfold with a gleeful sense of anticipation. If Gojo Naruto falls to Lord Tenzin, then that accursed Zanpakutō will vanish with him, he muttered. Gojo Naruto's rise had placed Son in an uncomfortable position. His own status was already threatened by his prodigious nephew, Zenin Shinichi. He needed Naruto gone, for his pride, for his power, and for the future of his family. Let Lord Tenzin rid the world of this threat, he thought coldly. But not everyone in the Zenin clan shared his view. Zenin Chibi, watching from the shadows, remained silent and cautious. This doesn't feel like an attack, he thought. If Lord Tenzin truly meant to eliminate Naruto, the Gojo family wouldn't stay silent. And Zenin Jiner wouldn't stand by. Chibi knew the Gojo family was no longer weak, and Jiner's strength had reached unfathomable levels. For the palace to lock down so completely, there must be something deeper behind it. At the Kamo clan, Kamo lounged in his private chamber, smirking to himself. His concubine, hidden from the public eye, was pregnant, a child he believed destined to change everything for the Kamo family. And now, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto were trapped in the Crimson Star Palace? This is fate smiling on me, he whispered. Without the Gojo heirs, the balance shifts. No more Six Eyes. No more threat to the Kamo legacy. With the Zenin family lacking a shadow successor, even the red blood manipulation techniques, declining legacy, didn't seem like such a problem anymore. Within the Yagyu clan, Yagyu Samen's face was clouded with worry. It's true. Lord Tenzin has acted. He turned his kin. Hidetsugu, I'm going to the Gojo estate. We owe them more than silence. As the wielder of the Zanpakutō, Samen knew his allegiance lay with the family who had uplifted him. If the Gojo twins were in danger, he would not sit idle. Hidetsugu agreed. Go ahead, but urged Xiongyin to wait and watch. This seems like more than hostility. Lord Tenzin's actions resemble a defense mechanism, not an attack. Their clan head, Yagyu Yusuker, entered then, his voice calm but resolute. Whether Lord Tenzin's intentions are malicious or not doesn't matter now. We chose to stand beside the Gojo family. That bond is worth more than hesitation. He turned to his warriors. Hidetsu, Samen, go to them. Show them where we stand. At the Gojo estate, Gojo Xiongyan's face was dark as thunder. Across from him, the elder of the family lay reclined, eyes closed, unmoved. Wu and Ming have lost contact inside the Crimson Star Palace, Xiongyan stated grimly. The elder didn't flinch. Lord Tenzin wouldn't endanger herself. Xiongyan scoffed. She is immortal. Risk means nothing to her. The elder replied. Gojo Ming brought Chanyuan Shinner with him. Lord Tenzin has no reason to harm them. That girl, without cursed energy, is virtually invincible within the Crimson Palace. But we can't trust the Zenin clan to save them, Xiongyan insisted. The elder finally opened one eye. You're too obsessed, but this is your mission now. Do what you must. Xiong nodded solemnly. The world shudders. As the Crimson Star Palace's lockdown sent tremors through the Jujutsu world, the rumors ignited like wildfire. Lord Tenzin is displeased with Gojo Naruto. Inside the palace ruins, Yuki and Okatsuyuta stood their ground, struggling to defend against Zenin Shinji and even Gojo Satoru himself. The palace had become a battlefield, ravaged by cursed energy, except for one untouched space, the center where Lord Tenzin watched. In the chaos, Geto Suguru unleashed cursed spirits to protect himself. But as he observed Gojo Satoru, young, brilliant, overwhelming, he felt something shift. Gojo's curse technique was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Infinite, unknowable. So this is what true power looks like, Suguru thought, stunned. He had once believed himself unmatched among his peers. But Gojo Satoru shattered that illusion. And for the first time, Suguru wanted more. More curses, more strength, more chaos. Gojo Satoru, he whispered, the name etching itself into his ambition. I will surpass you. He knew now what he lacked, and what he would become to rise above the rest. And with that resolve, the gears of destiny began to turn once more. With a single move, Lord Tenzin asserted complete control over Crimson Star Palace. The moment his barrier was cast, both Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner found their movements restricted, as if the palace itself had bent to Tenzin's will. Satoru's 6 eyes immediately scanned the structure for weaknesses, calculating any potential opening. But before he could act, Tenzin's calm voice echoed across the arena. There's no need to act just yet. Watch closely. Gojo Naruto is about to begin his fight. As he spoke, a massive illusion-like screen emerged midair, crystal clear and vibrant, so immersive it rivaled an IMAX display. Everyone's attention shifted at once. Gasps followed. Is that the same boy standing in front of us? Are they twins? So, this is the one Lord Tenzin has been preparing for all along. Even Yojiya found himself shocked. He already regarded Gojo Satoru as a prodigious force in the Jujutsu world. And yet, Lord Tenzin seemed completely unbothered by him, placing his focus instead on this mysterious other Gojo. Inside the palace, Gojo Naruto stood still, his Zanpakutō gripped tightly. The pressure in the air was suffocating. From a moment the cursed fetus had stirred, Naruto had already recited the Shurkai incantation for Sodi no Shiryuki, and was even preparing to push in a Bankai. But something felt wrong. There was no response. The blade remained dormant. Then, an oppressive rule surfaced in his mind. Ice and snow techniques are sealed within this space. Naruto's expression darkened. His strongest element, his most trusted Zanpakutō, was completely disabled. Sodi no Shiryuki, the embodiment of his strength, was rendered useless. Is this barrier designed to counter me specifically? Was Tenzin planning? Before he could dwell further, the cursed fetus fully emerged. A grotesque figure formed, bald, blue-skinned, with a single massive eye embedded in its forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. One-eyed monk. The creature triggered a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. It was deeply unsettling and powerful. Despite its newborn form, it radiated a presence on par with elite special-grade cursed spirits, not merely on the threshold, but standing tall among them. The cursed spirit locked eyes with Naruto, sensing instantly that this human was not kin. With an ear-splitting screech, the creature lunged, its enormous fist crashing toward him. Naruto shifted instantly, his Shuinpa mastery allowing him to dodge with ease. The punch hit nothing but air, loud, violent, but ultimately ineffective. Even if Sodi Shiryuki is sealed, I still have Hakuto, my swordsmanship, and speed. He braced himself to counterattack, but just as he moved to strike, heat surged beneath his feet. Naruto reacted on instinct, instant movement vanishing from the spot. A crater erupted where he had stood, spewing thick, molten lava. The cursed spirit stood at the edge, its body glowing faintly in the infernal light. Magma? This thing? Suddenly, The creature's appearance clicked in Naruto's mind. Leaky coral? A wave of realization washed over him. This cursed spirit matched the legendary Louhu, the volcanic anomaly from myth. But why was Louhu here, within Crimson Star Palace? Is this a coincidence? No, this entire encounter feels orchestrated. There is only one person capable of engineering such a setup in this place. Tenzin. Has Tenzin somehow learned of my true identity as a time traveler? Is that what this is about? Whether friend or foe, Tenzin's intentions were now deeply suspect. If he's on our side, I'll craft him a Zanpakutō worthy of an immortal. If not, I'll burn down Hongxing Palace alongside Chanyuan Shinner. Back in the observation chamber, the others watched with growing tension. Why hasn't he used Sodi no Shirayuki? Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. That blade would counter this curse directly. Zenin Shinner frowned. Something's not right. He's not hiding his strength. It's likely this place has rules. Okatsu Yuta agreed. If Sodi no Shirayuki hasn't activated, it's not because Naruto doesn't want to. It's because he can't. Only Geto Suguru seemed lost in confusion, unaware of the deeper mechanics. But Kujuyuki had already connected the dots. She turned to Tenzin, recalling the private conversation they once shared. Tenzin, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji itself. You once told me that Naruto has a fire-type Zanpakutō, yes? Yuki, yes, but he rarely uses it. Sodi no Shirayuki is always his preferred weapon. Tenzin, that's precisely the problem. The fire Zanpakutō is his true potential, yet he refuses to awaken it. Yuki, so you're forcing it? You'll seal ice and snow, just to corner him into using the other. Tenzin, exactly. If he defeats this cursed spirit with his fire-type Zanpakutō, his evolution begins. Back in the present, Yuki now understood. This was all part of Tenzin's test. Not a trap, but a challenge. One meant to push Naruto beyond his limits. To force him to shed reliance on Sodi, no Shirayuki, and finally embrace the fire deep within him. But no one, not even Tenzin, anticipated one key revelation. Gojo Naruto was fighting without cursed energy. And yet, he was holding his own. A Zanpakutō without spells. A sorcerer without curses. A storm was brewing, and Gojo Naruto stood at its center. The battle was just beginning. With a single move, Lord Tenzin asserted complete control over Crimson Star Palace. The moment his barrier was cast, both Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner found their movements restricted, as if the palace itself had bent to Tenzin's will. Satoru's 6 eyes immediately scanned the structure for weaknesses, calculating any potential opening. But before he could act, Tenzin's calm voice echoed across the arena. There's no need to act just yet. Watch closely. Gojo Naruto is about to begin his fight. As he spoke, a massive illusion-like screen emerged midair, crystal clear and vibrant. So immersive it rivaled an IMAX display. Everyone's attention shifted at once. Gasps followed. Is that the same boy standing in front of us? Are they twins? So, this is the one Lord Tenzin has been preparing for all along. Even Yojiya found himself shocked. He already regarded Gojo Satoru as a prodigious force in the Jujutsu world. And yet, Lord Tenzin seemed completely unbothered by him, placing his focus instead on this mysterious other Gojo. Inside the palace, Gojo Naruto stood still, his Zanpakutō gripped tightly. The pressure in the air was suffocating. From a moment the cursed fetus had stirred, Naruto had already recited the Shurikai incantation for Sodi no Shirayuki, and was even preparing to push in a Bankai. But something felt wrong. There was no response. The blade remained dormant. Then, an oppressive rule surfaced in his mind. Ice and snow techniques are sealed within this space. Naruto's expression darkened. His strongest element, his most trusted Zanpakutō, was completely disabled. Sodi no Shirayuki, the embodiment of his strength, was rendered useless. Is this barrier designed to counter me specifically? Was Tenzin planning? Before he could dwell further, the cursed fetus fully emerged. A grotesque figure formed, bald, blue-skinned, with a single massive eye embedded in its forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. One-eyed monk. The creature triggered a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. It was deeply unsettling and powerful. Despite its newborn form, it radiated a presence on par with elite special-grade cursed spirits, not merely on the threshold, but standing tall among them. The cursed spirit locked eyes with Naruto, sensing instantly that this human was not kin. With an ear-splitting screech, the creature lunged, its enormous fist crashing toward him. Naruto shifted instantly, his Shuinpa mastery allowing him to dodge with ease. The punch hit nothing but air, loud, violent, but ultimately ineffective. Even if Sodi Shiryuki is sealed, I still have Hakuto, my swordsmanship, and speed. He braced himself to counterattack, but just as he moved to strike, heat surged beneath his feet. Naruto reacted on instinct, instant movement vanishing from the spot. A crater erupted where he had stood, spewing thick, molten lava. The cursed spirit stood at the edge, its body glowing faintly in the infernal light. Magma? This thing? Suddenly, the creature's appearance clicked in Naruto's mind. Leaky coral? A wave of realization washed over him. This cursed spirit matched the legendary Louhu, the volcanic anomaly from myth. But why was Louhu here, within Crimson Star Palace? Is this a coincidence? No, this entire encounter feels orchestrated. There is only one person capable of engineering such a setup in this place. Tenzin. Has Tenzin somehow learned of my true identity as a time traveler? Is that what this is about? Whether friend or foe, Tenzin's intentions were now deeply suspect. If he's on our side, I'll craft him a Zanpakutō worthy of an immortal. If not, I'll burn down Hongxing Palace alongside Chanyuan Shinner. Back in the observation chamber, the others watched with growing tension. Why hasn't he used Sodi no Shiryuki? Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. That blade would counter this curse directly. Zenin Shinner frowned. Something's not right. He's not hiding his strength. It's likely this place has rules. Okatsu Yuta agreed. If Sodi no Shiryuki hasn't activated, it's not because Naruto doesn't want to. It's because he can't. Only Geto Suguru seemed lost in confusion, unaware of the deeper mechanics. But Kujiyuki had already connected the dots. She turned to Tenzin, recalling the private conversation they once shared. Tenzin, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji itself. You once told me that Naruto has a fire-type Zanpakutō, yes? Yuki, yes, but he rarely uses it. Sodi no Shiryuki is always his preferred weapon. Tenzin, that's precisely the problem. The fire Zanpakutō is his true potential, yet he refuses to awaken it. Yuki, so you're forcing it? You'll seal ice and snow, just to corner him into using the other. Tenzin, exactly. If he defeats this cursed spirit with his fire-type Zanpakutō, his evolution begins. Back in the present, Yuki now understood. This was all part of Tenzin's test. Not a trap, but a challenge. One meant to push Naruto beyond his limits. To force him to shed reliance on Sodi, no Shiryuki, and finally embrace the fire deep within him. But no one, not even Tenzin, anticipated one key revelation. Gojo Naruto was fighting without cursed energy. And yet, he was holding his own. A Zanpakutō without spells. A sorcerer without curses. A storm was brewing, and Gojo Naruto stood at its center. The battle was just beginning. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. As Gojo Naru spoke the first words, Ryujan Jaka woke up again. However, the appearance of Ryujan Jaka did not bring a turning point for Gojo Naru. In the leakage coral realm, within the coffin-encircling mountain, there is basically no difference between Ryujan Jaka and Sodi Shiryuki without her Shurkai. The fire stick is still the same fire stick. Gojo Ming had already anticipated this situation, but when he actually encountered it, he was still a little depressed. Ryujan Jaka, such a powerful Zanpakutō, has fallen to this point. As for the opposite side, Luhu felt a fatal crisis when Gojo Naruto first released his Zanpakutō, so he chose to defend at the first moment. But what surprised him was that the weapon that Gojo Ming took out was actually very ordinary. Although he was very confused, he still decided to pursue the victory. Luhu knew that this domain was not his own power, so this power could disappear at any time. I must complete this battle before this power disappears. Now I have the advantage, so I must seize the opportunity. Rays of scorching flames were continuously swung out from Luhu's arms, and with the blessing of the field's sure hit ability, they continuously hit Gojo Ming. However, because of Ryujan Jaka, Gojo Naruto appears to be more calm when defending against attacks. After all, Ryujan Jaka is a fire-type Zanpakutō, and Sodi no Shiryuki is an ice-type Zanpakutō, so they seem to be more adaptable in such a fire field. However, Gojo Ming was really angry as he kept being beaten like this. It sounded a bit too embarrassing that he has a Zanpakutō with the strongest attacking power, but can only passively defend. Heaven and Curse are not complete. Cutting fists and running away are not suitable for the time being. Zanpakutō not included. Gojo Ming's overall strength far exceeds that of the current Luhu, but due to a variety of factors, Gojo Ming seemed to be restrained throughout the entire battle. Ryujan Jaka, you can only passively defend like this. Don't you feel aggrieved? How can this be worthy of your status? Unfortunately, Ryujan Jaka still ignored him. Gojo Ming approached Luhu and slashed him horizontally, sending Luhu flying. Then, he threw Ryujan Jaka directly to the ground. Since Ryujan Jaka is so uncooperative with me, then I might as well give up on it. In the following time, Gojo Ming prepared to use Hakatachi and Shuinpa directly, exchanging injuries for injuries, and defeat Luhu in this area. The crowd of onlookers looked at the projection and felt somewhat disappointed. The plan designed by Lord Tenzin had no effect at all on Gojo Naruto's Ryujan Jaka. Master Tenzin, is this cursed spirit really useful against Ryujan Jaka? Jujutsu bit his lip, looking a little unhappy. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru also nodded. They didn't know why Lord Tenzin had such a strange idea. According to this, Gojo Naruto has already given up on using Ryujan Jaka. In this case, how can he activate the technique of Ryujan Jaka? However, Tinyuan's expression remained calm. He didn't seem to be shaken by Gojo Naruto's behavior, and seemed to be still waiting for the outcome of this battle. Inside the Gaijin Taiwei Mountain, the battle between Luhu and Gojo Ming was extremely brutal. The two of them fought to the point of being evenly matched. Gojo Ming's white punches hit the target, and Luhu's fire attacks also hit the target continuously. The two men exchanged injuries and kept fighting each other. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji wanted to stop it. Tianyuan shook his head and stretched out his hand to stop them, not allowing Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner to interfere. If Gojo Naruto knew about this, do you think he would be willing to let you get involved? Believe me, Gojo Naruto himself would not want to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, with Gojo Naruto's current state, even if there were a cursed spirit in his domain, both sides would suffer losses. So what are you worried about? Tianyuan smiled calmly and continued. Besides, don't you believe that Gojo Naruto will win? Tengen's words made Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner fall into silence, and their original thoughts were also dispelled. Indeed, Tengen's actions so far had not been detrimental to Gojo Naruto. Although they felt a little reluctant in their hearts, they could only hope that Gojo Naruto could use this battle to truly awaken the Ryujan Jaka technique. Because they also know how much Gojo Naruto himself is looking forward to Ryujan Jaka. One punch, one kick, a flame, a cursed force. Luhu and Gojo Ming have been fighting for a long time. After fighting for such a long time without any support from Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming has realized that this matter is unusual. Tianyuan shouldn't be so hostile to him. Besides, it is impossible for Tianyuan to trap Zen Yuan for so long. So, obviously, this game is not to suppress me, but maybe it is a test? If I pass the test, maybe I can gain a lot? Now, this is the only reason that can explain it. While fighting, Gojo Ming began to think about the whole process of the incident. Jujutsu did not come to greet him personally. Louhu's cursed fetus inexplicably appeared in the Hongxing Palace. The entire space was specially designed to seal Sodi no Shirayuki's abilities. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru were held back for a long time. The coffin covering Iron Wall Mountain suddenly appeared. Tianyuan. Judging from the current situation, Tianyuan has no hostility towards him, so everything he does should be harmless to him, or even helpful to him. What are you currently missing? Gojo Naruto thought about the troubles he had mentioned when he was discussing Zanpakutō with Kajuka Yuki. I can't awaken the technique of Ryujan Jaka. If I could control Ryujan Jaka before, I would definitely be able to defeat Itadori Kaori. So, it was Kajuka Yuki and Tenzin who reported the situation. During the battle, Gojo Naruto's eyes caught sight of Ryujan Jaka that he had casually stuck into the ground. Did Tianyuan design this plan to improve his control over Ryujan Jaka? The moment Gojo Naruto's 6 eyes swept over Ryujan Jaka, he was surprised to find that the fire power within Ryujan Jaka's body began to surge inexplicably. Looking around again, he discovered that the volcanic walls surrounding the Geiken Taiwei mountain began to dim inexplicably. Ryujan Jaka is absorbing the power of the Coral Realm. At this moment, Gojo Ming began to feel a slight response from Ryujan Jaka. At this moment, Gojo Naru even had tears in his eyes. It was really difficult. Being able to get a response from Ryujan Jaka was already a huge improvement for Gojo Naru. The last time Ryujan Jaka responded to him was when it was just forged. Seeing Gojo Naruto draw up Ryujan Jaka again, a satisfied smile appeared on Tinyuan's face, and the others also showed a hint of anticipation. Everything is moving towards the set goal. So perhaps, just as Lord Tianyuan envisioned, Gojo Ming can complete the awakening of the technique in this incident. At the same time, they're also looking forward to what kind of technique this Zanpakutō that is so tantalizing has. Ryujan Jaka. Gojo Naruto held the Zanpakutō in his hand, and the warm handle began to gradually become hot. The original feeling of alienation from the whole world completely disappeared this time. At this moment, Ryujan Jaka seemed to have completely integrated into this world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ryujan Jaka has awakened. Gojo Naruto was very satisfied in his heart. Having been infected by the fire power of this world, Ryujan Jaka could finally express his will to this world. Flame? Who is the originator? Louhu is indeed very strong, but Ryujan Jaka will let everyone see who is the king who controls fire. Fire Gravel Worm. In the field, Louhu once again used a trick to release the spell. Because of his previous experience, he did not take the Zanpakutō in Gojo Naruto's hand seriously. His previous fear of Ryujan Jaka had been completely ignored. After all, the Ryujan Jaka in Gojo Naruto's hand had just shown that it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In Louhu's eyes, this weapon was just a fancy piece and had no power at all. With this contempt, Louhu did not make any changes to his attack. However, at the moment when Louhu launched the attack, he heard Gojo Ming actually utter the liberation words he had whispered before again. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. It's useless. When Louhu saw that Wu Qiaoming did not choose to resist, the corners of its mouth raised, revealing its black teeth. The flying swarm of insects continued to rush towards Gojo Ming. In Louhu's opinion, everything was over. The injury-for-injury experience he had just experienced should not be enough to allow the young man in front of him to compete with him again. I finally defeated my opponent before the end of the field. The powerful force of the fire element bombarded Gojo Naruto's body, and a trace of pity flashed across Okatsuyudo and Xia Yujia's faces. In their opinion, Gojo Naruto really had no chance of winning. However, anticipation appeared on the faces of Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji. They both realized that something must have changed with Ryujan Jaka. Otherwise, Gojo Naruto would never have made such a choice. The moment the fire gravel worm touched Gojo Ming, there was a violent explosion, and thick black smoke enveloped Gojo Ming. No one knows what state Gojo Naru is in now. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Only Tinyuan's mouth corners slightly raised. He felt the power of fire in the space, which was different from the power of fire from Louhu. It was a power of fire that did not belong to this world. In the black fog, tiny flashes of fire began to appear. At this moment, the onlookers seemed to feel the temperature around them rising rapidly, and the entire Hongxing Palace seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicable flame. What on earth happened? Xia Yojia wiped the sweat from his forehead. How come the Hongxing Palace, which was originally very cool, suddenly turned into a furnace? Okatsuyudo frowned slightly. His perception was stronger than that of Geto Suguru. He keenly noticed the changes in Gojo Naruto and also felt the mysterious power of fire. He guessed that the current changes inside Hongxing Palace were caused by Gojo Naruto's battle against Louhu. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru looked at each other in surprise. They were very familiar with this power. It was the power that appeared when Gojo Naruto was forging his Zanpakutō Ryujan Jaka. Does this mean that Gojo Naruto's control over Ryujan Jaka has improved? If Ryujan Jaka had exerted even a little bit of its power, it would have been enough for Gojo Naruto to secure victory. A hint of excitement appeared on Kyujuyuki's face at the side. At least, her efforts so far were not in vain, and she also helped Gojo Naru. After seeing this scene, Tianyuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Everyone was very satisfied with the upcoming outcome, except for Lu, who was the only person in the center of the battlefield who was acting as a tool to exert pressure. Louhu had never imagined that he would have to bear such great pressure in his first battle after birth. He had not had the chance to eat humans, had not had the chance to kill people, had not had the chance to show the slightest evil thought towards humans, and yet he had to encounter such cruel treatment. At this moment, it seemed that he still had the upper hand on the battlefield, but in this moment, when time froze, countless thoughts had already emerged in his mind. It seems that my short life has not even begun and is about to end. What does he want to remember? But he had nothing to recall. The real of life is so boring, which is a tragedy for a living being. Memories are short-lived, and the ticker tape is also short-lived. Lu has only one thought in his mind at the moment. If there is a next time, he will definitely run away as soon as he sees the child. I am a special grade cursed spirit. Why can't I even defeat a child? I am a cursed spirit that controls the earth and fire. So how could I be afraid of fire? Yes, Louhu was afraid. He didn't see the real fire, but he felt the deadly threat through the tiny dots in the black fog. Louhu knew that if he suffered one more attack from the opponent, he would be burned to ashes. So, is this the true power of fire? It's over. Louhu murmured and gave up all resistance. Facing the attack that had not yet taken shape, he had lost the will to fight back. In an instant, sparks from the black fog exploded like fireworks. A flaming sword with flames burning on the blade appeared in front of everyone. Although both were beings that manipulated flames, the flames on Louhua's sword looked very rigid and stiff, while the flames on Ryujan Jaka's sword appeared very agile. Flowing blade like fire, flowing blade like fire. At this moment, everyone seemed to know why the name of the Zanpakutō was so poetic. Everyone at the scene knew that the result of this battle had already been decided. Gojo Naruto had mastered the Zanpakutō and Ryujan Jaka. Rokugo could no longer be Gojo Naruto's opponent. It seems that there is only one ending waiting for Louhu, and that is death. Louhu will be the first special grade cursed spirit that Gojo Ming will purify. Gojo Ming's expression at this moment seemed very indifferent, and he didn't seem to feel any joy at all because of the awakening of Ryujan Jaka. The young body holding the flaming Zanpakutō makes the whole picture full of contradictions. He raised his head slightly and looked to the upper right. The moment he awakened Flowing Blade Jaka, he had already locked onto Tenzin sight. Six eyes, Tianyuan, and the astral plasma looked at each other. I found you. Gojo Ming opened his mouth slightly, but did not make any sound. However, Tianyuan clearly understood the existence of this voice. You found me? So what? Can Gojo Ming still break through the space barrier of Hongxing Palace? Tianyuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. She was looking forward to what kind of surprise Gojo Naruto would bring her. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gojo Naruto raised his Zanpakutō high. The blazing flames kept flowing on the Zanpakutō, and the moisture in the air kept evaporating. Everyone was waiting to see how Louhu would die. But at this moment, Gojo Ming suddenly smiled coldly at the person who was peeping at the screen, and the flames on the flowing blade Rohuo sword were suddenly thrown out. Everyone just heard one sentence. The castle is on fire. Then, they saw the ball of fire reaching towards them like a huge hand. The next second, the projection shattered. The huge flaming hand that shouldn't have appeared in this space actually broke through the projection and surrounded the place where they were. The raging flames were like a strong prison, imprisoning all the onlookers at the scene. At the same time, the Iron Wall Mountain, the domain that had been maintained by Tianyuan, was also shattered by Gojo Ming's city flames. Louhu felt a strong burning sensation all over his body. As a special grade cursed spirit, this was the first time he felt what burns were. I'm not dead. Louhu's heart was full of doubts. He was not burned to death by the flame of the Zanpakutō. In fact, Louhu found that the young man in front of him did not even have any hostility towards him. What is going on? What is the situation with human beings? Weren't they fighting to the death just now? Feeling the burning pain on his skin and looking at the burning flaming sword in Gojo Naruto's hand, Louhu felt a sense of submission in his heart. The mysterious Zanpakutō in Gojo Naruto's hand was the true king of fire. He could feel that this was definitely not an ordinary weapon. He could feel that his soul was within this flaming blade. He felt that what Gojo Naruto was holding was also a cursed spirit, but this cursed spirit looked like a weapon. In the end, Louhu watched helplessly as Gojo Ming simply ignored his existence and jumped out from the broken space fragments. It seems that I was really let off by Gojo Ming. Why don't you come out quickly? Gojo Ming's slightly childish voice came from where he disappeared. Louhu was startled suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped in following Gojo Ming. He didn't know what was waiting for him in the future, but the only thing Louhu knew was that the worst that could happen was death, right? Inside the Hongxing Palace, Tianyuan and his group were surrounded by a giant flaming palm from the city's flames, which was completely beyond their expectations. This is Hongxing Palace, the base of Tianyuan, and it can even be said to be the safest place in the entire Neon. However, in such a place, Lord Tianyuan, the most respected person in the entire magic world, was surrounded by a blazing flame and could not even leave. Gojo Ming landed steadily on the ground, and Louhu followed behind him and fell the moment he landed. Although he did not suffer the most direct attack from Ryujan Jaka in the mysterious space just now, Louhu was also splashed by Chung Huiyin's attack. In order to recover from the burns on his body, Louhu has consumed a large amount of magical power to repair his body. Looking at the group of people surrounded by flames, Louhu also realized that his battle with Gojo Ming just now was watched by this group of people. Although he was a cursed spirit that had just been born from a cursed womb, he was not a fool. After seeing this scene, how could he not guess the reason why he appeared here? However, at this moment he couldn't get angry at all. After all, being able to witness such a powerful Zanpakutō as Ryujan Jaka, Louhu felt that he had no regrets in death. However, for Gojo Naruto, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although the final result was good, he successfully awakened his Zanpakutō, Ryujan Jaka, and successfully released the technique. But this is not the reason why I was designed this way. The clay man is also a little angry. Inside the blazing flames, no one tried to break through the flames. Just one glance, and your vision will be distorted. The terrifyingly high temperature made everyone lose the desire to touch it. This is a fire that does not belong to this world, a fire that can burn everything. Only Tianyuan, who possessed the art of immortality, curiously came into close contact with the flames on the city walls, feeling the heat coming towards him and constantly savoring something. Louhu gave rise to the awakening of Ryujan Jaka. The power of Ryujan Jaka was displayed to the world for the first time. Tianyuan has been able to confirm that the power of Ryujan Jaka comes from outside the world. Gojo Ming is indeed the variable in this world. Ming, you came out. Gojo Satoru scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Zenin Shinji chose to remain silent as usual. After all, it was really too unreasonable for him and Gojo Satoru to just watch this kind of thing. Hi, Minkoan, long time no see. Okatsu greeted the tourists, and Gojo Ming realized that another old friend was also here. Next to Okatsuyudo, the young boy Geto Suguru made Gojo Naruki feel the power of fate. He, Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru, and Zenin Shinner unexpectedly appeared in this mysterious Hongxing Palace for the first time, as if it was God's will. As expected, it is worthy of being the most mysterious place in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. Hongxing Palace in Tenzin, a mysterious place paired with a mysterious person, which ultimately makes people feel elusive. Gojo Naruto is not prepared to become an enemy of Tenzin. Although the whole process seemed a bit embarrassing, Tianyuan's ultimate intention was to help himself improve, so Gojo Ming was not prepared to make things too difficult for Tianyuan. Just use the city flames to scare Tianyuan. However, what shocked Gojo Naruto was that among the group of people trapped by the flames on a city wall, there was actually a strange young woman who stupidly reached out her hand and chose to touch the flames on a city wall. Is this a death wish? Castle Flame, the technique after Ryujan Jaka Shurikai, is extremely powerful, especially in the area surrounded by Castle Flame. If you are surrounded by the flames of the city, you must withstand heat of over 6,000 degrees if you want to break through from the inside. Once ordinary people touch it, they will be burned to ashes. When he released the city flame just now, he did not hold back at all. He had never expected that someone would choose to touch it after feeling such temperature. Could it be that this strange woman in front of me couldn't feel the heat of the flame at all? Moreover, who is this woman? Why don't I have any impression of her? She shouldn't be a minor character to appear here, right? This is the Hongxing Palace. Gojo Ming watched helplessly as the strange woman touched the flame, but he had no time to stop her, and he was unable to retract the flames from the city wall in time. It seems like a tragedy is really going to happen. What's going on? The woman's hand touched the castle flames, but it was not burned as Gojo Naruto expected. Faced with the concern expressed by Kyuchi, Gojo Ming already had a rough guess in his mind. So that's how it is. Is this strange woman in front of me actually Tianyuan? At this time, Tianyuan actually had the image of a girl, which was completely different from the Tianyuan with several pairs of eyes in Gojo Ming's mind. Gojo Naruto, are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Tianyuan looked at Gojo Ming with a smile, and his relaxed tone seemed like he had just done something insignificant. Gojo Ming felt helpless about this. Is this a gift for myself? It seems that I have nothing to say. It is true. However, how much manpower and material resources are hidden behind such a casual sentence? This is the cursed fetus of a special grade cursed spirit. From the discovery of the cursed fetus to its birth, Hongxing Palace undoubtedly spent a lot of effort to make Louhu appear in front of it. It has to be said that Tenzin took great pains to awaken his Ryujan Jaka, and his nominal girlfriend, Yuki Kujuku, seemed to have played a big role in the whole incident. His dilemma regarding Ryujan Jaka should have been conveyed by Kujuku Yuki, so Tenzin had such an idea. No matter what, I am indeed the one who has gained the most. Aren't you going to exorcise this cursed spirit? As Gojo Ming took the initiative to release the flames on the castle, Xia Yojia asked subconsciously. He was quite envious of this special grade cursed spirit. If Gojo Ming was not prepared to exorcise it, he wouldn't mind helping Gojo Ming solve the problem. Is it Geto Suguru? Gojo Ming glanced at the young man and nodded secretly. With your current strength, can you control special grade cursed spirits? Gojo Naru's casual remark made Geto Sugiru's face change. He could confirm that this was the first time he met Gojo Naru. He had never seen this person before, but why was this person able to tell his name at first sight and also tell his own technique? Xiaoyojia felt as if he had been stripped naked, as if he had no secrets at all. The pair of azure blue eyes in Gojo Ming's eye sockets were clearly no different from Gojo Satoru's, but the pressure they brought to Xiaoyojia was astonishingly great. Xiaoyojia fell silent for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Okatsuyugi and Kujukiyuki on the side were also secretly shocked and were surprised that Gojo Naru could know the Kagome Takaru technique. However, Kujuyuki instantly thought of the scene when he met Gojo Naruto, but at that time, Gojo Naruto seemed to have guessed his technique Star Wrath for the first time. Thinking of this, Jujuyuki felt that everything made a lot more sense. If possible, you can also try to subdue him. If you can, perhaps he can become your greatest fighting force. Speaking of this, Gojo Ming touched his chin and recalled that when Gojo Shinichi was taking the assessment, there seemed to be a special grade cursed spirit that looked like a snow monster in Hokkaido. If Geto Suguru can subdue Rohu, then it seems to be a good choice to let Shinichi take Geto Suguru to find the snow monster cursed spirit. Gojo Naru's proposal made Xiaoyojia somewhat tempted, although he didn't know why Gojo Naru knew so much about his situation. But now that there was such a special grade cursed spirit in front of him, Xiaoyojia was still very greedy. Although the taste of swallowing the cursed spirit was very disgusting, if it was a rag made of special grade cursed spirit, he would be quite willing to accept it. However, Gojo Ming's conversation, as if no one was around, made Lu Hu feel bad. Although he didn't know what the effect of Geto Sugiru's technique was, he could guess it from the name of the cursed spirit manipulation technique. A loss to Gojo Naruto, this is a real difference in strength. But how could this little boy with strange bangs conquer me? Just relying on the spell manipulation technique? Louhu stared at Geto Xiao. As a special grade cursed spirit, he also had his own pride. He could submit to Ryujan Jaka, but he couldn't expect him to submit to a strange little boy. Under the resistance of Louhu, Xiaoyuji's attempt to subdue her ultimately ended in failure. In this regard, Xiaoyojia could only sigh helplessly. Sure enough, with my current strength, it is still a bit too difficult to subdue the special grade cursed spirit. Xiaoyojia felt a little regretful, but he didn't worry too much about it. After all, Louhu is a being that can expand its domain. If such a powerful special grade cursed spirit is so easy to subdue, then Xiaoyojia would feel that his ability is too abnormal. Is that so? Gojo Ming nodded and could understand Geto Sugiru's situation. Louhu, what should we do with you? Gojo Ming looked at the one-eyed cursed spirit in front of him and said Louhu's name. The onlookers at the scene seemed a little numb to the fact that Gojo Ming could know the names of unknown things. The moment Louhu heard his real name being called out, he felt a sense of relief. The more powerful Gojo Ming's ability was, the easier it was for Louhu to accept that Gojo Ming defeated him. After all, at this moment, the image of Gojo Ming in his mind has become extremely mysterious, and he cannot speculate at will what such a person will do. As for how to deal with yourself, if the result that awaited him was not exorcism, he was willing to follow the human in front of him and follow the Zanpakutō in the human's hand. With a single move, Lord Tenzin asserted complete control over Crimson Star Palace. The moment his barrier was cast, both Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner found their movements restricted, as if the palace itself had bent to Tenzin's will. Satoru's 6 eyes immediately scanned the structure for weaknesses, calculating any potential opening. But before he could act, Tenzin's calm voice echoed across the arena. There's no need to act just yet. Watch closely. Gojo Naruto is about to begin his fight. As he spoke, a massive illusion-like screen emerged midair, crystal clear and vibrant, so immersive it rivaled an IMAX display. Everyone's attention shifted at once. Gasps followed. Is that the same boy standing in front of us? Are they twins? So, this is the one Lord Tenzin has been preparing for all along. Even Xiaoyojia found himself shocked. He already regarded Gojo Satoru as a prodigious force in the Jujutsu world. And yet, Lord Tenzin seemed completely unbothered by him, placing his focus instead on this mysterious other Gojo. Inside the palace, Gojo Naruto stood still, his Zanpakutō gripped tightly. The pressure in the air was suffocating. From the moment the cursed fetus had stirred, Naruto had already recited the Shurkai incantation for Sodi no Shiryuki, and was even preparing to push in a Bankai. But something felt wrong. There was no response. The blade remained dormant. Then, an oppressive rule surfaced in his mind. Ice and snow techniques are sealed within this space. Naruto's expression darkened. His strongest element, his most trusted Zanpakutō, was completely disabled. Sodi no Shiryuki, the embodiment of his strength, was rendered useless. Is this barrier designed to counter me specifically? Was Tenzin planning? Before he could dwell further, the cursed fetus fully emerged. A grotesque figure formed, bald, blue-skinned, with a single massive eye embedded in its forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. One-eyed monk, the creature triggered a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. It was deeply unsettling and powerful. Despite its newborn form, it radiated a presence on par with elite special-grade cursed spirits, not merely on the threshold, but standing tall among them. The cursed spirit locked eyes with Naruto, sensing instantly that this human was not kin. With an ear-splitting screech, the creature lunged, its enormous fist crashing toward him. Naruto shifted instantly, his Shuinpa mastery allowing him to dodge with ease. The punch hit nothing but air, loud, violent, but ultimately ineffective. Even if Sodi Shiryuki is sealed, I still have Hakuto, my swordsmanship, and speed. He braced himself to counterattack, but just as he moved to strike, heat surged beneath his feet. Naruto reacted on instinct, instant movement vanishing from the spot. A crater erupted where he had stood, spewing thick, molten lava. The cursed spirit stood at the edge, its body glowing faintly in the infernal light. Magma? This thing? Suddenly, the creature's appearance clicked in Naruto's mind. Leaky coral? A wave of realization washed over him. This cursed spirit matched the legendary Louhu, the volcanic anomaly from myth. But why was Louhu here, within Crimson Star Palace? Is this a coincidence? No, this entire encounter feels orchestrated. There is only one person capable of engineering such a setup in this place. Tenzin. Has Tenzin somehow learned of my true identity as a time traveler? Is that what this is about? Whether friend or foe, Tenzin's intentions were now deeply suspect. If he's on our side, I'll craft him a Zanpakutō worthy of an immortal. If not, I'll burn down Hongxing Palace alongside Chanyuan Shin'er. Back in the observation chamber, the others watched with growing tension. Why hasn't he used Sodi no Shiryuki? Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. That blade would counter this curse directly. Zenin Shin'er frowned. Something's not right. He's not hiding his strength. It's likely this place has rules. Okatsu Yuta agreed. If Sodi no Shiryuki hasn't activated, it's not because Naruto doesn't want to. It's because he can't. Only Geto Suguru seemed lost in confusion, unaware of the deeper mechanics. But Kujiyuki had already connected the dots. She turned to Tenzin, recalling the private conversation they once shared. Tenzin, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji itself. You once told me that Naruto has a fire-type Zanpakutō, yes? Yuki, yes, but he rarely uses it. Sodi no Shiryuki is always his preferred weapon. Tenzin, that's precisely the problem. The fire Zanpakutō is his true potential, yet he refuses to awaken it. Yuki, so you're forcing it? You'll seal ice and snow, just to corner him into using the other. Tenzin, exactly. If he defeats this cursed spirit with his fire-type Zanpakutō, his evolution begins. Back in the present, Yuki now understood. This was all part of Tenzin's test, not a trap but a challenge, one meant to push Naruto beyond his limits. to force him to shed reliance on Sodi, no Shiryuki, and finally embrace the fire deep within him. But no one, not even Tenzin, anticipated one key revelation. Gojo Naruto was fighting without cursed energy, and yet he was holding his own. A Zanpakutō without spells, a sorcerer without curses. A storm was brewing, and Gojo Naruto stood at its center. The battle was just beginning. "Where's Ming?" As they walked, Gojo Satoru suddenly discovered that Gojo Ming was missing again, and the person leading in front had become Jujutsu at some point. As Gojo Satoru's voice rang out, everyone realized that something was wrong. Chanyuan Shinner frowned. This Hongxing Palace was really too strange. He had been staring at Tinyuan's back silently, but he still had an illusion unconsciously. Is this Tian Yuan's ability, or Hongxing Palace's fault? The Zen Temple was completely puzzled. This Hongxing Palace seemed to be composed of countless mysterious spaces that could be separated at any time and anywhere. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes this time, it would probably take them some time to realize that something was wrong. Gojo Naruto is currently discussing matters with Lord Tianyuan. Please be patient and follow me to the tea room to rest. Jujutsu spoke to comfort her. I believe that through what happened just now, everyone should also know that Lord Tianyuan has no hostility towards Gojo Naruto. Some things may require them to communicate among themselves, and it is not convenient for us to participate casually. Kajuka Yuki's explanation is a bit far-fetched, but when applied to riddle-solving people like Tenzin and Gojo Naru, it seems to be very fitting. After all, even if they followed in, they might not understand what was being said between the two. Moreover, since Gojo Naruto has already awakened Ryujan Jaka, Tenzin should not have any chance to harm Gojo Naruto. Therefore, Gojo Satoru and Zenin didn't pay too much attention to it, and simply followed Kajuka Yuki to the tea room. As for Geto Suguru and Yudo Okatsu, their mission was completed after the birth of Coral, so naturally they only had to wait quietly on the side. After all, the real purpose of Lord Tianyuan this time is just to meet Gojo Ming. Following Tenzin into an independent tea room, Gojo Naru's expression was still very calm. Although there was no one around him, he was holding Sodi Shiryuki and Ryujan Jaka in his hands and did not show any worry at all. Although he demonstrated the Jagaku flame technique during the battle just now, Ryujan Jaka still has other techniques after his Shurkai. Ryujan Jaka and Sodi Shiryuki are definitely enough to support him in overturning the entire Hongxing Palace. Moreover, if Tianyuan wanted to do something bad to him, he would not have waited until this moment. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. He wanted to see what Tianyuan wanted to express by creating this opportunity for him to be alone with him. Sit down. The girl Tianyuan lay casually on her rocking chair and did not arrange a seat for Gojo Ming, but just let him find a seat by himself. Gojo Ming was not at all restrained and sat directly at the tea table. He did not have the same respect for Tianyuan as ordinary sorcerers. After all, he had seen Tianyuan's appearance in a higher dimension and had long lost his worldly desires. Although Tianyuan's body at this time looked no less powerful than Jujutsu, Gojo Ming was not interested at all. Master Tianyuan, it seems that you are very interested in me? Gojo Ming supported his chin with both hands, looking at the girl's round curves with a somewhat puzzled expression. His ultimate goal of coming to Hongxing Palace this time was to collect Tianyuan as his own experience package. However, if he could obtain some special information or intelligence from Tianyuan, that would also be an extra benefit. Tianyuan closed his eyes, gently rocked the recliner, and responded softly. 6 eyes of the Gojo family, who possesses the power of heaven and curse and can forge this mysterious Zanpakutō, who would not be interested in such a thing. Gojo Ming shook his head. Then you can be considered the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord Tianyuan. The length of your life is far beyond the reach of people like us. If it comes to making people interested, I believe that the number of people in the world who are interested in you far exceeds the number of people who are interested in me. This is the truth. Although 6 eyes and the unlimited technique are very famous in the world of sorcery, They are far less famous than Tenzin's immortal technique. After all, for most people, immortality is still the most tempting thing. Tianyuan, who was lying in the rocking chair, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and showed a playful smile. Gojo Naru, am I really omniscient and omnipotent? If I am omniscient and omnipotent, why don't I know your identity? Why am I still curious about you? Gojo Ming curled his lips. He certainly knew the implication of Tianyuan's words, but he did not respond. Omniscience and omnipotence are just outsiders' views of Tianyuan, but he himself does not think so. Moreover, omniscience and omnipotence are not good words in the world of death. The omniscient and omnipotent Spirit King was eventually cut into a wedge and became the stabilizer of the three realms. The omniscient and omnipotent Yawatch also became a wedge and once again became the stabilizer of the three realms. Therefore, being omniscient and omnipotent can basically be equated with being a human stick in a world of the god of death. Although Juhue and Bleach are two different worlds, it is still best not to set a flag. From Tianyuan's words, Gojo Ming had already realized that Tianyuan had some doubts about his identity. However, he didn't care. Even if I doubt that I am not from this world, what can Tianyuan do to me? Moreover, as long as I don't respond, as long as I don't admit it, Tianyuan's guess will just be a guess. What will my future destiny be like? Tianyuan suddenly sat up and looked straight at Gojo Ming. In Tenzin's eyes, Gojo Naruto should be an omniscient and omnipotent person, whether he knows the technique of Kujukiyuki or knows Geto Suguru. All this shows the uniqueness of Gojo Naru. The most important thing is that it has always been rumored in the Gojo family that Gojo Ming is a person who is born with knowledge. Although this statement of being born with knowledge was later suppressed, many adults in the Gojo family knew this title, and such things could not be hidden from her. Therefore, Gojo Ming was born with knowledge, and that is why he is so mature. So, what exactly does Gojo Ming, who is born with knowledge, know? Among the information he knows, are there any events related to himself? What will his immortal self become in that story? Tianyuan was no longer prepared to be patient. She asked directly without giving Gojo Ming time to think. How will my immortal self die? This kind of thing sounds full of contradictions and conflicts, and Tianyuan can no longer suppress his curiosity. What is your destiny? Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianyuan with a strange look in his eyes. He felt that if Tianyuan really knew what her future would be like, then she might not be so looking forward to it. In the future, you will fail to assimilate with the astral plasma and become neither human nor cursed spirit. Gojo Ming's first sentence was like a bomb, which stunned Tenzin. Will I fail to assimilate? Does it mean the assimilation between myself and Kujukiyuki? Is Gojo Naruto so straightforward? Because they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he is unwilling to let Kujukiyuki assimilate with him? Tianyuan's face was full of suspicion. She didn't quite believe what Gojo Naru said, but she was also a little doubtful, because she had indeed guessed what Gojo Naru described. When you are no longer in human form, you will evolve in a special direction. However, I don't know what that form looks like. But judging from Gojo Ming's attitude, he seemed to have really seen his own posture. Thinking of this, Tianyuan actually felt a faint sense of shame in his heart. The human is not a human, and the curse on the spirit is not a spirit. There is no doubt that it will be a very strange and even difficult to describe form, which is totally unacceptable for me, who has always loved beauty. However, just when she was about to ask again, Gojo Ming brought up another topic. Master Tenzin, why do you think Geto Suguru is here? Don't you think Geto Suguru's technique is special? Tianyuan frowned, wondering why Gojo Naruto changed the topic to Geto Suguru again. Wasn't that boy someone that Juju met by chance? Was there something strange about him? What is the special feature of Geto Suguru's technique? Geto Summer Oil, Curse Spirit Manipulation Technique. Tianyuan's expression changed. He looked at Gojo Ming and asked hesitantly, can he control me in that future state? Tianyuan felt that his guess was very bold, but the state of being neither human nor cursed spirit could actually be called a half-human, half-cursed spirit state. So, if Geto Suguru had a good enough grasp of this technique, he might really enter that state. Gojo Ming did not keep anyone in suspense and directly presented this future to Tianyuan. Although at that time, the one who controlled Geto Suguru was no longer Geto Suguru himself, but no Siko, this did not affect Tengen's ending. So, Master Tianyuan, if you want to avoid this outcome, you have to avoid your own assimilation failure. What Gojo Neru said was very strange. Avoid assimilation failure? I failed to assimilate with the astral plasma. Isn't it because of you? Tianyuan felt that Gojo Ming was a little bit strange. Could it be that Gojo Naruto is not going to stop Juju Yuki from assimilating into himself this time? But it doesn't seem to be the case. Tianyuan stood up and came in front of Gojo Ming. I failed to assimilate because you didn't want Jojo Yuki to assimilate with me, didn't you? I know you always attach great importance to feelings, so you don't want your girlfriend to assimilate with me, right? She stretched out her green jade fingers provocatively, lifted Gojo Ming's chin, and had a hint of charm in her eyes. She has lived for so many years, and she can express all kinds of emotions and gestures with ease. She has assimilated countless astral plasmas, each of which is an extremely outstanding existence among all human beings, and her appearance also combines the advantages of all women. Since Yuki Kuju can become Naruto Gojo's girlfriend, then there is no reason for Naruto Gojo not to be attracted to her. Gojo Ming smiled indifferently and pushed Tianyuan's delicate arm away. Can I say that the failure of Kujuku Yuki to assimilate with you was not due to my influence? Whether I am there or not, you will fail to assimilate with Kujuku Yuki. There was a hint of fatalism in Gojo Ming's words, which made Tianyuan feel a little unhappy. So what does all this mean? Tianyuan pursed her lips slightly and looked at Gojo Naruto. She knew that Gojo Naruto must have something else to say. Gojo Ming shook his head. I'm talking about the astral plasma after G. You will still fail to assimilate the next generation of astral plasma. That time, you will enter the sublimation state. That time, you will end up with the ending I remember. The girl Tianyuan's expression froze. 2 consecutive failures in astral plasma assimilation? This was an outcome she had never expected. Whether I appear or not, you will end up like this. So, Master Tianyuan, this matter actually has nothing to do with me. However, since you chose to find me, and Yuki doesn't seem to want to face that fate, I can help you. Gojo Ming's tone was flat, but Tianyuan could feel Gojo Ming's attitude. It's not that she didn't doubt Gojo Neru's words, but Gojo Neru's identity and prophecy were very similar to a dream she once had. When the first Zanpakutō appeared, Tenzin already felt the distortion of the world line. Now, in this twisted world, finding the twisted child to change the predetermined future shouldn't be considered a violation, right? After all, this world can no longer develop along the original world line, right? Tianyuan looked at Gojo Ming and smiled softly. Then Master Gojo Naruto, is there anything you can do to help me? Since the failure of the assimilation of the astral plasma body is not due to you, then how can you change the outcome of this assimilation? Gojo Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tianyuan. At least there shouldn't be any problem with Tenenariko's astral plasma. As long as she is still here, Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru shouldn't become hostile. With the protection of the big 3 sorcerer families and the High Master of Spells, other killers are unable to have any impact on the astral plasma. Therefore, as long as Tianyuan is willing, the astral plasma Tiantanglizi will definitely be able to assimilate with Tianyuan. Therefore, in fact, changing the fate of Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru was equivalent to indirectly changing Tengen's fate. However, Gojo Naruto was not going to say much. Anyway, it was enough for him to know this kind of thing in his heart. If he told Tenzin, Tenzin would not believe him. His goal this time was to let Tenzin forge a Zanpakutō. The function of this Zanpakutō can help Tenzin overcome his crisis this time. Realizing that Gojo Naruto was so confident, Tenzin seemed to have thought of something and thought of the Zanpakutō that should not exist in this world. With his eyes narrowed, He asked in a low voice. Are you going to use the power of your mysterious Zanpakutō? Tianyuan's awareness was very sharp, and Gojo Ming also nodded. I have a Zanpakutō that can solve your problem. In this way, you will not be affected by assimilation in the future, or you can say that it can allow you to enter another state of assimilation. Is there such a strange Zanpakutō in this world? Aren't your Zanpakutō used for fighting? Tianyuan's face was full of curiosity. Whether it's Sodi Shirayuki or Ryujan Jaka, whether it is Senbin Zakura or Hanaten Kayakatsu, after these Zanpakutō appeared in this world, they resounded throughout the entire world of curse arts more because of their power. Now Gojo Naruto actually proposed that his Zanpakutō could help him avoid the crisis of assimilation. What's going on? Does Zanpakutō have this function? Tianyuan's heart was full of curiosity. But before that, she also knew that there is no free lunch in the world. There was no special connection between Gojo Naru and me before. Now that Gojo Naru said he wanted to help me forge a Zanpakutō, he must have some intention. Tianyuan looked at Gojo Naru with amusement, waiting for Gojo Naru to express his needs. She is the person with the longest lifespan in the entire magic world and has the most experience. She believes that she must have what Gojo Naruto wants. Moreover, the materials and props stored in Hongxing Palace are also very complete and are definitely worth trading with Gojo Ming. Tianyuan was silent for a long time. Gojo Ming also looked at her silently, and neither of them spoke. At this moment, Tianyuan realized that he seemed to be in the weaker position in this transaction. After looking into Gojo Naruto's 6 eyes, Tenzin shrugged and said, If you need anything, just ask. I don't want to get into that state here. You could take anything you want from Hongxing Palace. If you need any help from Hongxing Palace, I can ask for your help. I want to see your Zanpakutō. What exactly is it capable of? Tianyuan is very straightforward. After all, at her age, she has experienced so many things, and many things are simply equal exchanges. She also hopes to understand Gojo Naru's current condition and future plans by looking at what Gojo Naru needs. But what surprised her was that after hearing what he said, Gojo Ming actually shook his head. I don't need any trade items for now. I will make a corresponding Zanpakutō for you. Of course, I also hope that if I encounter any difficulties in the future, I hope that Lord Tianyuan can give me some help. Tianyuan was very surprised by Gojo Ming's response. Although Gojo had clearly stated that he hoped she could help if needed, at that time it meant that the real transaction did not require her to pay the corresponding price. Even Tenzin could feel that Gojo Naruto was making a Zanpakutō for her in vain without gaining any benefit. Gojo Ming also became more and more mysterious in Tianyuan's eyes. Is it really like this? Tianyuan frowned slightly. You really don't need anything? The materials in the Hongxing Palace are very precious. I think you will need them to forge your Zanpakutō in the future, right? As if awakened by Tianyuan, Gojo Ming nodded in sudden enlightenment. By the way, Master Tianyuan also needs to help me do something to find a cursed tool that matches the characteristics of the corresponding Zanpakutō. The functionality of your Zanpakutō is very special, and I think there may not be such a Zanpakutō in the Kabosei Palace. So if you want me to forge this Zanpakutō, you need to obtain the curse tool that corresponds to my needs through other means. Gojo Naruto recalled the pain and difficulty of finding the curse tool needed for Ryujan Jaka, so he directly gave this task to Tenzin. Curse tool. Tenzin didn't know much about the forging process of a Zanpakutō, but now he has a general idea after hearing the word curse tool. It turns out that the forging basis of this Zanpakutō comes from the cursed tool in this world. So what kind of cursed tool do you need? Tianyuan was ready to give it a try. He didn't know whether the method Gojo Ming mentioned would be useful to him, but if there was a chance, he could give it a try. It would be good for him and leave himself a way out. It's simple. It's a cursed tool that can be integrated with other things. This cursed tool must have such a feature. Gojo Ming said seriously. The function of a Zanpakutō is to help you assimilate. It just transforms the assimilation that was originally done by your own body into the assimilation that the Zanpakutō helps you do. In this case, the more the data you find matches this function, the more I can help you forge the corresponding Zanpakutō. Tianyuan nodded thoughtfully. That means you already have an image of this Zanpakutō in your mind, and you also know what its function is, right? Gojo Ming didn't say anything, but he also expressed his agreement. This reaction made Tianyuan realize that the prototypes of these Zanpakutō may have already taken shape in Gojo Naruto's mind. So where do these Zanpakutō images come from? Tianyuan didn't know, but he could guess that these images must be related to Gojo Naruto's true identity. If it is fusion, then I know there is a cursed tool, but it is not in the Hongxing Palace. It is a collection of the Zenin family. Gojo Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a cursed tool actually existed in the Zenin family's secret library. It's in the Zen temple. As expected of one of the big three sorcerer families, it has accumulated so much experience in cursed tools. Now that I think about it, among the big three sorcerer families, probably only the Gojo family doesn't pay attention to the collection of cursed tools. Yes, I have tried to understand before whether the cursed tool can help me complete assimilation, so I investigated some of the cursed tool's characteristics, and it turns out that only the Zenin family has such a function. The Zenin family also tried to give me this cursed tool before, but after I tried it, I felt it was useless, so I returned it. Tianyuan had never thought that he could use external objects to help himself assimilate. If it weren't for the fact that Gojo Naruto had forged so many Zanpakutō during this period of time and demonstrated his unique charm, he might not believe it now. Then please bring this cursed tool back, Master Tianyuan. Only then can I help you complete the forging of the cursed tool this time. Gojo Ming didn't care about this kind of thing. In his opinion, this kind of thing should be just child's play for Tianyuan. His current relationship with the Zenin family is not very good. If he came forward, it would affect this matter. Tenzin was naturally well aware of the relationship between the Zenin family and the Gojo family. Okay, I'll let Jujutsu do this. Ask him to go to Zenin's house and bring back this cursed tool. I'm looking forward to this cursed tool you mentioned. Gojo Naruto, what is the name of this cursed tool you're going to forge? What is the real name of this Zanpakutō? This is a test from Tianyuan. If Gojo told him the name of the sword, it would mean that the power of the sword existed somewhere. If Lu Ming only had the image in his mind but didn't know it, then it meant that Gojo Ming only got the forging method of this sword from somewhere else. Gojo Ming smiled, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Tianyuan knew that Gojo Ming had guessed his thoughts. He thought that his plan might fail, but to his surprise, Gojo Naruto actually spoke directly and said the name of the Zanpakutō that was about to be made for him. Rain and Dew Pomegranate. The Zanpakutō I forge for you is called Rain Dew Pomegranate. If you can fully control it, then you can leave the task of assimilating it with a Nova Plasma to it. Gojo Ming stretched his body and turned to leave. Master Tianyuan, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to take a good rest. I'm still a little tired today. Is there a place to live in Hongxing Palace? Another large tea room. When Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Naru appear and heard Gojo Naru say that he would live in Hongxing Palace for a while, he was a little surprised. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ear of Jujutsu who was beside him. Go to Zenin's house and get that cursed tool? Okay, Master Tenzin. When Jujutsu heard the news, he looked at Gojo Naruto meaningfully. He knew that Gojo Naruto and Lord Tenzin must have reached a consensus in another tea room just now. Moreover, it seems that Gojo Naruto did not suffer any loss, and Lord Tenzin seemed to have a request for Gojo Naruto. Facing everyone's gaze, Gojo Ming nodded helplessly. This cursed tool is exactly what I want. I will be forging a Zanpakutō from Master Tenzin next, and this cursed tool is absolutely necessary. I feel like it might not be that smooth for Yuji to go to Zenin's house. Sure, can you help me go out and bring back the cursed tool? Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Shinner. He didn't want to create any more trouble, so it was undoubtedly the most important thing to help Tenzin complete the forging of his Zanpakutō Urarikes as soon as possible. Zenin Shinner nodded. Since Gojo Ming said so, it meant that Hongxing Palace was currently safe. Gojo Satoru also applied to go together. He knew that the cursed tool that could help Master Tenzin forge must be extremely important. Gojo Satoru felt that if he could appear on the stage, he would definitely be able to help Gojo Naru. After all, the rift between Gojo Naru and the Zenin family is well known in the entire sorcery world. I don't think it's necessary, but there's nothing for you to do here, so you can go with Yuki and Zenin Shinji. Gojo Ming nodded. During the next period of time, he would carefully think about how to forge the rain and dew pomegranate, and also think about how to choose a suitable Zanpakutō for Kajuka Yuki. As long as he helps Kutayuki and Tenzin to forge their Zanpakutō, he can go back. Zen, temple home. Upon learning that Hongxing Palace had sent an envoy, the Zenin family realized that this might be related to Gojo Naru. However, they didn't know how to respond. When Kajuka Yuki, Zenin Shinji, and Gojo Satoru appeared at the Zenin family, the Zenin family was shocked by the lineup. The Six Eyes godson of the Gojo family, the astral plasma of Lord Tianyuan, and the current strongest person in the Zenin family, Zenin Shinji, the holder of the heaven and curse. If these three people join together, the entire Chanyuan family should not be their opponent. What kind of mission is this time that requires these three people to appear at the same time? Shinair, when will you come back? Zenin Aohito went out with Zenin's son, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi, to welcome the envoy from the Kaziga Palace. However, when he saw Chanyuan Shinner, the first thing he noticed was his nephew. Although the status of the Hongxing Palace envoy is very high, it is far less important than Chanyuan Shinner in the Chanyuan family. Hearing what Zen Yuan Jibi said, Zen Yuan Shinner frowned slightly. I'm not planning to come back. There's nothing worth staying here for. A garbage dump is just a garbage dump. I don't feel like living with garbage. Zen Yuan Shinner's response made Zen Yuan Zibrin's expression darken. A trace of anger appeared on Chan Yuan Shan's face, but he did not lose his temper. After all, Chan Yuan Shinner's identity at this time was different from before. This time, Chan Yuan Shinner appeared as a Tianyuan messenger. Of course, the most crucial thing is that Chan Yuan Fan could not defeat Chan Yuan Shinner at all. Zenin Shinsuke's expression was very cold. Ever since he realized that he would never be able to surpass Gojo Naru, his progress in cultivation had stopped. If he cannot break the limitations of his state of mind, Zenin Shinsuke will probably remain in this state for the rest of his life. As for Zenin Shinichi, as the elder brother of Zenin Shiner, although he was not very satisfied with the garbage dump mentioned by Zenin Shiner, he was not willing to refute his younger brother. After all, his ability to obtain such a status in the Zenin family was closely related to his younger brother. Shunner, this is your home after all, where you have lived for so many years. The family did not do well in some things before, but I hope you can remember the cultivation of the Chan Yuan family in you. The Zen Temple Jibi sighed and stopped talking. There is still a long way to go to get Chan Yuan Shinner back to the Chan Yuan family, but he will not give up. As long as Chan Yuan Shinner can return to the Chan Yuan family and take charge of the power, he can at least help the Chan Yuan family avoid decline for another 50 years. Gojo Satoru watched the conflict between Zenin Jiner and the Zenin family members thoughtfully. He had never been to Chan Yuan's house before, and he had never known that the relationship between Chan Yuan Shinner and his family was so cold. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he really allowed the people in Gojo Kuma's camp to use cold violence against Gojo Naruto, would Gojo Naruto also become like Zenin Jiner? If this is the case, the Gojo family may also fall into the same situation as the Zenin family. Fortunately, although the Gojo family also attaches great importance to curse power, at least it is not as rigid as the Zenin family. Under such circumstances, the Gojo family did not lose Gojo Naru, but also gained the friendship of Zenin Shinji. The future is destined to be the era of the Gojo family. This time, I came to the Zenyuan family on the orders of Lord Tianyuan to pick up a cursed tool. Jujutsu Yuki stated his purpose. As soon as the words cursed tool came out, many high-level officials of the Zenyuan family understood the meaning. This cursed tool must be what Gojo Naru needs. No one thought that it was Lord Tenzin who needed the cursed tool. They just thought that Gojo Naru had pleased Lord Tenzin and was using Lord Tenzin's status to force the Zenin family to obey. Cursed tool. The Zen temple director frowned slightly. Which one? Is this cursed tool so important to Gojo Naru that the Hongxing Palace send out the star plasma as a messenger with such fanfare? There is no doubt that this cursed tool should be used to forge Zanpakutō. Is Gojo Naruto short of materials again? Before Kujuku Yuki could say anything, Zenin Shan beside him had already expressed his refusal. He was not rejecting Lord Tenzin. He was just rejecting Gojo Naru. In his opinion, since it was impossible for Gojo Naru to cooperate with the Zenin family, it would be better to completely cut off Gojo Naru's demands. Whatever Gojo Naru needed, the Zenin family could not give it to him. Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi, who were standing by, looked at Zenin Shan with some surprise in their eyes. They were also very curious about why Zenin Shan was so stubborn. How could he be so determined to go against Gojo Naruto? In Zenin Sen's heart, he still has hope that the Zenin family can compete with the Gojo family. He is a person who cannot see the general trend. In other words, Chanyuan Shan is a person who is unwilling to see the general trend clearly. However, Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Shinichi were much more sober. Zenin Shinsuke was defeated by Gojo Naruto. Among the big three sorcerer families of this generation, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, the two six-eye sons of God, are the undisputed first tier. Although he has always claimed to be the rare talent of the Zen family, his talent as a sorcerer is indeed good, and his skills are not ordinary, but compared with six eyes of the Gojo family, he is still a little ordinary. Zenin Shinichi was more sober. He, the most powerful brother in the Zenin family, had chosen to support Gojo Naruto, so why would he object? If he opposed, wouldn't he be destroying his own foundation? My position in the Chanyuan family still depends on Chanyuan Shire. Therefore, among the entire Chanyuan family's top leaders, only Chanyuan Fan directly expressed his opposition, while the others remained silent. Mr. Envoy, the Zenyuan family's treasure house was damaged by an accident before, and there is no. Zenyuan Shan continued to try to make up excuses, but Zenyuan Zibrin simply reached out and stopped Zenyuan Shan, preventing him from continuing to speak. Mr. Envoy, what kind of cursed tool do you want to obtain? The Zenin family did suffer some damage to their treasure house before, but the Zenin family will definitely try their best to fulfill the request of the Hongxing Palace. Outside, Zenin Abito did not expose the reasons made up by Zenin Shan, but he also wanted to know what the current relationship between Hongxinggong and Gojo Naru is like. Although it was already too much for Hongxing Palace to send Gojo Naru's girlfriend as an envoy, Zen and Naobi still hoped to obtain more information. For example, if Hongxinggong and Gojo Ming have reached a cooperative relationship, then what stage have they reached between them? Januki looked at Zen and Shan deeply, and at the same time guessed what Zen and Nabito was thinking. That curse tool is called mimicry. Mimicry? Upon hearing this name, Chanyuan Shan and others were a little confused. The things inside the Jiku were very clear, but it was indeed the first time they heard of this name. Is this the Zenin family's curse tool? Could it be that Hongxinggong remembered it wrong? Or is there something wrong with Gojo Naru's source of information? A hint of pride flashed across Chanyuan Shan's face. In this way, he wouldn't have to refuse, and Gojo Ming's goal would not be achieved. However, when Zen Temple Jibi heard this name, his expression changed slightly. Others did not know the significance of this cursed tool, but as the agent of the Zenin family, he knew it. This cursed tool, named Mimetics, was once used by Lord Tenyuan. In order to show respect for Lord Tenyuan, the Zenin family did not put it in the Jiku, but placed it in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, apart from the successive heads and deputies of the Zenin family, no one else knew about this matter. Now hearing that Lord Tenzin actually wanted to recycle this cursed tool, Zen and Naobi realized that something might be wrong. It seems that this cursed tool is really what Lord Tianyuan himself wants to obtain, and Gojo Ming is at most an auxiliary factor. The fact that Zen and Shinji and Gojo Satoru appeared here at the same time meant that Gojo Naruto had already gained the attention of Lord Tenzin. What made Zen and Naobi even more nervous was that Lord Tenzin asked for the cursed tool this time, probably because of the existence of the Zanpakutō. Although the specific forging process of Zanpakutō is unknown, the fact that Zanpakutō is related to Cursed Tool is no longer a secret. Whether it is Senbonzakura or Hanaten Kayakatsu, they are all derived from the Cursed Tool of the Zenin family's Kiku. It can be said that a large part of the Zanpakutō that have been released so far are derived from the Zenin family. The Zenin family contributed so many Cursed Tools, but our family didn't even get a single Zanpakutō. The Zen Temple's GB people also felt a little aggrieved. But there's nothing he can do because he has a bunch of stupid teammates holding him back. This time, Lord Tenzin began to let Gojo Naruto forge his Zanpakutō, which means that the power hidden in this Zanpakutō might have tempted Lord Tenzin. Thinking of this, the Zen Temple Zibrin felt that he had suffered a huge loss before. Mr. Envoy, please wait a moment for this Cursed Tool. The Zen Temple Zibrin's expression was very serious. He naturally could not disobey Lord Tianyuan's will at will. After all, in front of Lord Tianyuan's life, the Chanyuan family is just a tiny speck of dust in front of Lord Tianyuan. Jibby, you. Chanyuan Shan wanted to say something, but was glared back by Chanyuan Zibrin. Although Zenyuan Shan usually disagrees with Zenyuan Zibrin on some issues, when Zenyuan Zibrin really expresses his opinion, he also knows what is important and what is not. In the end, the whole process of getting Cursed Tool went very smoothly. Apart from some dissatisfaction expressed by Zenin fan, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji didn't even have the chance to say a few words. As expected of Lord Tianyuan, even though he has not appeared in front of the public for such a long time, he can still use his majesty to force the big 3 sorcerer families in the Cursed Tool world to obey his orders. However, if you think about it carefully, what kind of mysterious existence is Gojo Naru who can make Lord Tianyuan take such a posture? With a single move, Lord Tenzin asserted complete control over Crimson Star Palace. The moment his barrier was cast, both Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner found their movements restricted, as if the palace itself had bent to Tengin's will. Satoru's 6 eyes immediately scanned the structure for weaknesses, calculating any potential opening. But before he could act, Tengin's calm voice echoed across the arena. There's no need to act just yet. Watch closely. Gojo Naruto is about to begin his fight. As he spoke, a massive illusion-like screen emerged midair, crystal clear and vibrant, so immersive it rivaled an IMAX display. Everyone's attention shifted at once. Gasps followed. Is that the same boy standing in front of us? Are they twins? So, this is the one Lord Tenzin has been preparing for all along. Even Sai Yojia found himself shocked. He already regarded Gojo Satoru as a prodigious force in the Jujutsu world. And yet, Lord Tenzin seemed completely unbothered by him, placing his focus instead on this mysterious other Gojo. Inside the palace, Gojo Naruto stood still, his Zanpakutō gripped tightly. The pressure in the air was suffocating. From the moment the cursed fetus had stirred, Naruto had already recited the Shurkai incantation for Sodi no Shiryuki, and was even preparing to push in a Bankai, but something felt wrong. There was no response. The blade remained dormant. Then, an oppressive rule surfaced in his mind. Ice and snow techniques are sealed within this space. Naruto's expression darkened. His strongest element, his most trusted Zanpakutō, was completely disabled. Sodi no Shiryuki, the embodiment of his strength, was rendered useless. Is this barrier designed to counter me specifically? Was Tenzin planning? Before he could dwell further, the cursed fetus fully emerged. A grotesque figure formed, bald, blue-skinned, with a single massive eye embedded in its forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. One-eyed monk. The creature triggered a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. It was deeply unsettling and powerful. Despite its newborn form, it radiated a presence on par with elite special grade cursed spirits, not merely on the threshold, but standing tall among them. The cursed spirit locked eyes with Naruto, sensing instantly that this human was not kin. With an ear-splitting screech, the creature lunged, its enormous fist crashing toward him. Naruto shifted instantly, his Shuinpa mastery allowing him to dodge with ease. The punch hit nothing but air, loud, violent, but ultimately ineffective. Even if Sodi Shiryuki is sealed, I still have Hakuto, my swordsmanship, and speed. He braced himself to counterattack, but just as he moved to strike, heat surged beneath his feet. Naruto reacted on instinct, instant movement vanishing from the spot. A crater erupted where he had stood, spewing thick, molten lava. The cursed spirit stood at the edge, its body glowing faintly in the infernal light. Magma? This thing? Suddenly, the creature's appearance clicked in Naruto's mind. Leaky coral? A wave of realization washed over him. This cursed spirit matched the legendary Louhu, the volcanic anomaly from myth. But why was Louhu here, within Crimson Star Palace? Is this a coincidence? No, this entire encounter feels orchestrated. There is only one person capable of engineering such a setup in this place. Tenzin. Has Tenzin somehow learned of my true identity as a time traveler? Is that what this is about? Whether friend or foe, Tenzin's intentions were now deeply suspect. If he's on our side, I'll craft him a Zanpakutō worthy of an immortal. If not, I'll burn down Hongxing Palace alongside Chanyuan Shin'er. Back in the observation chamber, the others watched with growing tension. Why hasn't he used Sodi no Shiryuki? Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. That blade would counter this curse directly. Zenin Shin'er frowned. Something's not right. He's not hiding his strength. It's likely this place has rules. Yuda agreed. If Sodi no Shiryuki hasn't activated, it's not because Naruto doesn't want to. It's because he can't. Only Geto Suguru seemed lost in confusion, unaware of the deeper mechanics. But Kujiyuki had already connected the dots. She turned to Tenzin, recalling the private conversation they once shared. Tenzin, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji itself. You once told me that Naruto has a fire-type Zanpakutō, yes? Yuki, yes, but he rarely uses it. Sodi no Shiryuki is always his preferred weapon. Tenzin, that's precisely the problem. The fire Zanpakutō is his true potential, yet he refuses to awaken it. Yuki, so you're forcing it? You'll seal ice and snow, just to corner him into using the other. Tenzin, exactly. If he defeats this cursed spirit with his fire-type Zanpakutō, his evolution begins. Back in the present, Yuki now understood. This was all part of Tenzin's test. Not a trap, but a challenge. One meant to push Naruto beyond his limits. To force him to shed reliance on Sodi, no Shiryuki, and finally embrace the fire deep within him. But no one, not even Tenzin, anticipated one key revelation. Gojo Naruto was fighting without cursed energy. And yet, he was holding his own. A Zanpakutō without spells. A sorcerer without curses. A storm was brewing, and Gojo Naruto stood at its center. The battle was just beginning. The forging of the Yuluzha was very smooth, and Gojo Ming seemed very relaxed during the whole process. Seeing Asachi appear, Yuda and Geto Suguru looked a little surprised. Such a Zanpakutō was really plain and simple. They were also curious about what Gojo Ming would do next. What kind of magic could be cast on this Zanpakutō that would allow this plain Zanpakutō to have such a powerful force? However, Gojo Ming's next action completely stunned the two of them. Is this the end? This is the process of forging a Zanpakutō? Is it a bit too casual? As Gojo Naruto completely extinguished the flames of the furnace, Yuga and Geto Suguru belatedly realized that everything was over. Gojo Ming felt the prompt information in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Yuluzha. There is a new Zanpakutō in the Zanpakutō display room. Zanpakutō, Sodi no Shiryuki, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower. Zanpakutō, Kayamushi, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakutō, Senbenzakura, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Gojo Suru. Zanpakutō, Kaiten Kayakatsu, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Zenin Shinji. Zanpakutō, Tsurugi, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Yagyu Seimin. Zanpakutō, Ryujan Jaka, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Zanpakutō, Rain Du Juli, owner, Gojo Naru, borrower, Tenzin. Tianyuan touched the Zanpakutō in his hand with a serious expression. Is this the Zanpakutō that Gojo Naruto mentioned that can help him complete assimilation? So, what kind of power does this Zanpakutō have? Is it as powerful as Ryujan Jaka? Thinking of this, Tianyuan shook his head. It shouldn't be that powerful. If it were me, I wouldn't be so generous as to hand over a Zanpakutō of Ryujan Jaka's level. What do these two states look like, Shirkai and Bankai? Tenzin held his Zanpakutō, trying to feel its resonance. During the time that Gojo Naru was forging her Zanpakutō, she had also exchanged some information and techniques about Zanpakutō with Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji. Up to now, only Gojo Naruto has comprehended Sodi no Shirayuki's Bankai, so Tenzin herself does not have any extravagant demands. She only hopes to understand the related abilities of Yulu Jalu Shirkai first. In Tianyuan's opinion, he is also gifted. Since Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinji were able to complete the Shirkai the moment they came into contact with their Zanpakutō, she felt that she would not lose to these two people. But the ending shocked Tianyuan greatly. He could not feel the consciousness transmitted by this Zanpakutō at all, and had no way of knowing the Shirkai language of this Zanpakutō. If he wasn't sure about Gojo Naru, he would never have lied to her about such a thing. Tianyuan would really suspect that Gojo Ming was just trying to please him. Facing Lord Tianyuan's questioning gaze, Gojo Ming curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Yulu Jalu was not an ordinary Zanpakutō. Not to mention that Tenzin didn't know the Shirkai of his Zanpakutō. Even Gojo Naruto himself didn't know what the ability of this Zanpakutō-esque Shirkai was. In the original work, the god of death, Suya Zanpakutō, who wielded this Zanpakutō, directly comprehended Bankai. So even if Lord Tianyuan looked at me with such resentment, I couldn't give any answer. As long as you can achieve Bankai, the problem that has troubled you for so long will definitely be solved. Master Tianyuan, for your own sake, please try to communicate with Yulu Jalu. Tianyuan was a little upset by Gojo Naru's reply, but she could feel that Gojo Naru was not trying to make things difficult or deceive him. During the experience, just now, she realized that everything Gojo Naru said was true. Are you so mysterious? Rain and dew pomegranate. Tianyuan shook his head silently and retracted his Zanpakutō. No matter what, I always have another way. As for when I can achieve Bankai and how to complete Bankai, I can't force it. In this way, after Tianyuan became the person who borrowed the sword from Gojo Naruto, Gojo Naruto's trip to Hongxing Palace ended perfectly. On the last night at Hongxing Palace, Gojo Ming lay quietly on the terrace. Admiring the starry sky in the Hongxing Palace sounds great. I have gained a lot from this trip to the Hongxing Palace. His Zanpakutō Ryujan Jaka successfully awakened the technique, and he was able to control the power of Ryujan Jaka's Shirkai, and his strength increased rapidly. At the same time, he also subdued Louhu, which was equivalent to a breakthrough in the area of cursed spirits. The most important thing is that Tenzin Zanpakutō has also been completed. The rain and dew pomegranate is undoubtedly an extremely important existence to Tenzin. Gojo Naruto believes that Tenzin will definitely consider completing his Zanpakutō-esque Bankai quickly. The main reason is that the characteristics of the Zanpakutō are very compatible with Tenzin. He also believes that with Tenzin's talent, it should not be difficult to complete Bankai. He even felt that Yulu Jalu might be the second Zanpakutō to complete Bankai. Gojo Ming suddenly felt a little excited. Since the system's sword-borrowing function was activated, he has never received a reward. Now, if Tenzin can complete Bankai, can I extract an ability from Tenzin? Gojo Ming felt that although he had some extravagant hopes, he still had some fantasies. If he could extract the immortality technique from Tenzin, would he become invincible? But I shouldn't have such luck, right? Gojo Ming just hoped that in this first chance of drawing rewards, he would not draw any useless skills. After all, the probability of Bankai is too small, and it is a rare opportunity. If the skill extracted is too useless, then he really has no mood to continue urging others to Bankai. As for the future candidate for borrowing the sword, he has already made up his mind. Kyuji Yeri Shoko, Okatsuyudo, and Gojo Satoru. These three people are currently the ones who are prepared to borrow sword from him in the future. As for the others, everything can only be left to fate. How should I choose the Zanpakutō among these four people? Yeri Shoko, Gojo Naruto prepares to equip Uno Hanaretsu's Zanpakutō Nishizuku. As for Okatsuyuda, Gojo Neru initially planned to equip Kenpachi Zaraki with his Zanpakutō no Sai. In this way, when Okatsuyuda is born, it should be a good match for Yuta to use no Sai. As for Gojo Satoru, what kind of Zanpakutō should be equipped for this summoner? With a single move, Lord Tenzin asserted complete control over Crimson Star Palace. The moment his barrier was cast, both Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shinner found their movements restricted, as if the palace itself had bent to Tenzin's will. Satoru's 6 eyes immediately scanned the structure for weaknesses, calculating any potential opening. But before he could act, Tenzin's calm voice echoed across the arena. There's no need to act just yet. Watch closely. Gojo Naruto is about to begin his fight. As he spoke, a massive illusion-like screen emerged midair, crystal clear and vibrant, so immersive it rivaled an IMAX display. Everyone's attention shifted at once. Gasps followed. Is that the same boy standing in front of us? Are they twins? So, this is the one Lord Tenzin has been preparing for all along. Even Yojiya found himself shocked. He already regarded Gojo Satoru as a prodigious force in the Jujutsu world. And yet, Lord Tenzin seemed completely unbothered by him, placing his focus instead on this mysterious other Gojo. Inside the palace, Gojo Naruto stood still, his Zanpakutō gripped tightly. The pressure in the air was suffocating. From a moment the cursed fetus had stirred, Naruto had already recited the Shurikai incantation for Sodi no Shiryuki, and was even preparing to push in a Bankai. But something felt wrong. There was no response. The blade remained dormant. Then, an oppressive rule surfaced in his mind. Ice and snow techniques are sealed within this space. Naruto's expression darkened. His strongest element, his most trusted Zanpakutō, was completely disabled. Sodi no Shiryuki, the embodiment of his strength, was rendered useless. Is this barrier designed to counter me specifically? Was Tenzin planning? Before he could dwell further, the cursed fetus fully emerged. A grotesque figure formed, bald, blue-skinned, with a single massive eye embedded in its forehead. Naruto's eyes widened. One-eyed monk. The creature triggered a strange sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. It was deeply unsettling and powerful. Despite its newborn form, it radiated a presence on par with elite special-grade cursed spirits, not merely on the threshold, but standing tall among them. The cursed spirit locked eyes with Naruto, sensing instantly that this human was not kin. With an ear-splitting screech, the creature lunged, its enormous fist crashing toward him. Naruto shifted instantly, his Shuinpa mastery allowing him to dodge with ease. The punch hit nothing but air, loud, violent, but ultimately ineffective. Even if Sodi Shiryuki is sealed, I still have Hakuto, my swordsmanship, and speed. He braced himself to counterattack, but just as he moved to strike, heat surged beneath his feet. Naruto reacted on instinct, instant movement vanishing from the spot. A crater erupted where he had stood, spewing thick, molten lava. The cursed spirit stood at the edge, its body glowing faintly in the infernal light. Magma? This thing? Suddenly, the creature's appearance clicked in Naruto's mind. Leaky coral? A wave of realization washed over him. This cursed spirit matched the legendary Louhu, the volcanic anomaly from myth. But why was Louhu here, within Crimson Star Palace? Is this a coincidence? No, this entire encounter feels orchestrated. There is only one person capable of engineering such a setup in this place. Tenzin. Has Tenzin somehow learned of my true identity as a time traveler? Is that what this is about? Whether friend or foe, Tenzin's intentions were now deeply suspect. If he's on our side, I'll craft him a Zanpakutō worthy of an immortal. If not, I'll burn down Hongxing Palace alongside Chanyuan Shinner. Back in the observation chamber, the others watched with growing tension. Why hasn't he used Sodi no Shirayuki? Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes. That blade would counter this curse directly. Zenin Shinner frowned. Something's not right. He's not hiding his strength. It's likely this place has rules. Okatsu Yuta agreed. If Sodi no Shirayuki hasn't activated, it's not because Naruto doesn't want to. It's because he can't. Only Geto Suguru seemed lost in confusion, unaware of the deeper mechanics. But Kujuyuki had already connected the dots. She turned to Tenzin, recalling the private conversation they once shared. Tenzin, Yuki, this cursed spirit was born from Mount Fuji itself. You once told me that Naruto has a fire-type Zanpakutō, yes? Yuki, yes, but he rarely uses it. Sodi no Shirayuki is always his preferred weapon. Tenzin, that's precisely the problem. The fire Zanpakutō is his true potential, yet he refuses to awaken it. Yuki, so you're forcing it? You'll seal ice and snow, just to corner him into using the other. Tenzin, exactly. If he defeats this cursed spirit with his fire-type Zanpakutō, his evolution begins. Back in the present, Yuki now understood. This was all part of Tenzin's test. Not a trap, but a challenge. One meant to push Naruto beyond his limits. To force him to shed reliance on Sodi, no Shirayuki, and finally embrace the fire deep within him. But no one, not even Tenzin, anticipated one key revelation. Gojo Naruto was fighting without cursed energy. And yet, he was holding his own. A Zanpakutō without spells. A sorcerer without curses. A storm was brewing, and Gojo Naruto stood at its center. The battle was just beginning. The Gojo family forge. Gojo Naruto looked at the series of Zanpakutō that he had forged smoothly, feeling very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Nishizuku. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Jabamaru. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Yeshai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Kidamaru. After forging 4 Zanpakutō in a row, Gojo Naruto did not feel tired at all. The skill of forging a Zanpakutō was already ingrained in Gojo Naruto's bones, and he had already reached the point where he could do it with ease. Seeing Okatsu Yuta staring at him eagerly, Gojo Naruto smiled and gave a no-sai to Okatsu Yuta first. Afterwards, give Nishizuku to Shoko and Jabamaru to Kujuyuki. At the same time, the Zanpakutō display room in the system panel was updated again. Zanpakutō, Sodi no Shirayuki, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, none. Zanpakutō, Kayamushi, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Zanpakutō, Shimbunzakura, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakutō, Kaiten Kayakatsu, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Zenin Shinji. Zanpakutō, Tsurugi, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Yagyu Seimin. Zanpakutō, Ryujan Jaka, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, none. Zanpakutō, Rain Dujuli, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Tenzin. Zanpakutō, Nishizuku, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Yuri Shoko. Zanpakutō, Jabamaru, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Kujuyuki. Zanpakutō, No Sai, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Okatsu Yuta. Zanpakutō, Kazumaru, owner, Gojo Naruto, borrower, Up to now, Gojo Naruto has successfully forged 11 Zanpakutō. Apart from Sodi no Shirayuki and Ryujan Jaka, which are used by Gojo Naru himself. Only Kizumaru has not been loaned out. As long as Geto Suguru returns to the Yoruzia, Gojo Naru will be ready to send out the last Zanpakutō that is currently vacant. According to this plan, Gojo Naruto has basically collected all the experience packages with the greatest potential at the moment. If he continues to develop step by step, his growth rate may be unmatched by geniuses like Gojo Satoru. On the other side, after getting their own Zanpakutō, Kyujuki, Okatsuyudo, and Yuri Shoko were also very excited. Okatsuyurin only felt that his choice to come to Tokyo this time was very foresight. If he was still in his hometown, Gojo Naruto might not even remember him. By chance, they met Geto Suguru, and because Geto Suguru joined Hongsingon's plan, they finally succeeded in helping Gojo Naru. Everything was a coincidence, and the reward for this coincidence was a Zanpakutō, which really surprised Okatsuyudo too much. Wild sunbathing. Hearing this name, Okatsu felt that this Zanpakutō was full of wildness. When he held the Zanpakutō, he felt that there was a wild soul sleeping in it. After just 2 casual swings, Okatsuyudo realized the power of this Zanpakutō. He had never expected that Gojo Naruto would forge such a powerful Zanpakutō for him. Unfortunately, what Okatsuyudo doesn't know is that it is precisely because of the Okatsu family's undetectable massive curse power that Gojo Naruto chose this no Sai as the Okatsu family's Zanpakutō. After all, the initial release of Yeshai also requires a huge amount of energy. If you want to unleash the power of the Wild Sun, a huge amount of magical power is necessary. Although no Sai is powerful, among the people Gojo Naruto knows, only Okatsuyudo is suitable to use it. Of course, as a price, the difficulty of no Sai Shurikai is far greater than other Zanpakutō. There are gains and losses. As Kyujuki felt the soul inside his Zanpakutō, he felt a little strange. Unlike Okatsuyugi, who felt his Zanpakutō was dormant, Kyujuki was the first to feel the 2 souls inside Jabamaru, the baboon woman and the snake man, and the moment he got his Zanpakutō, he directly activated a Shurikai. Roar, snake-tail pill. Following a low moan from Kyujuki, powerful force emanated from the blade of the Zanpakutō. In the blink of an eye, the Zanpakutō in Kyujuki-yuki's hand had changed from a shallow-shaped sword to a black, viper-shaped alien sword. Under the wielding of Jujutsu, the snake-tail ball stretched and contracted freely like a viper, and its appearance was very similar to the Phoenix Wheel. In terms of flexibility, Snake-tail pill is not inferior to Phoenix Wheel at all. This form of Zanpakutō is very much in line with Kyujuki-yuki's wishes, and she can feel that this Zanpakutō is very compatible with her own innate technique, Star Wrath. If I use Star Fury on Snake-tail Maru the moment he attacks my opponent will definitely be caught off guard, right? In the hands of Jujutsu, the Snake-tail Maru adapted very quickly. In a very short period of time, Jujutsu was able to wield both the Snake-tail Maru and the Phoenix Wheel and attack together. It has to be said that in terms of combat talent, Jujutsu deserves the position of a future top-grade sorcerer. After seeing Kyujuki complete his Shurikai so quickly, Okatsuyudo couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He hadn't even gotten in touch with no Sai yet, but Kyujuki had already completed his Shurikai directly. How can the gap between people be so big? Okatsuyudo sighed, turned around, and saw Yuri Shoko standing there blankly holding her Zanpakutō, and he suddenly felt much more balanced. After all, Kyujuki is the astral body of Lord Tenzin, so it is normal for him to be gifted. After all, Shoko has not completed her Zanpakutō-esque Shurikai, right? This means that I am not too useless. Just as Okatsu was trying to find his psychological balance, a glimmer of joy suddenly appeared in Yuri Shoko's eyes, and then he suddenly jumped for joy. The next second, a faint green light burst out from the Zanpakutō in Yuri Shoko's hand. Gojo Ming's expression changed, and he immediately opened the window. "Shoko, let it outside." Shoko turned around obediently and held her Zanpakutō out of the window. Just like that, in full view of everyone, The Zanpakutō Nishizuku in Yuri Shoko's hand actually turned into an extremely huge, flat, light green, big-eyed ray. What is going on? The eyes of Yuki Kujuku and Yudo Okatsu widened instantly. Zanpakutō can actually change into this form? Lu Hu, who was standing aside, was completely shocked. The large one-eyed manta ray formed after the initial release of Nishizuku gave Louhu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although this manta ray was transformed from a Zanpakutō, Louhu knew that the power of this manta ray was the same as the power of their cursed spirits. So, is the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Naruto, also a cursed spirit? Louhu's single eye widened instantly. Cursed tool, cursed object. Louhu felt that he seemed to have caught something. His eyes instantly looked at Gojo Ming, and his mood became extremely complicated. As a cursed spirit, he originally rejected humans. This time, it was entirely because of Gojo Naruto and the Ryujan Jaka in his hand that Louhu chose to surrender. Now, he finally realized what he had surrendered to. It turns out that the one he submitted to was a cursed spirit, and he was also a human who could create a cursed spirit. Being stared at by Louhu like this, Gojo Ming felt a chill on his back. He didn't know what Louhu was thinking, and even if he knew, he would think that Louhu was overthinking. How could a Zanpakutō be a cursed spirit? Louhu just had a slight illusion, because Nishizuku was a biological-type Zanpakutō. Perhaps it was because Nishizuku was a one-eyed giant manta ray, and he himself also had one eye, so the two creatures might have had some kind of resonance. Ming, this guy, can't people outside see him? Okatsu Yujito asked with wide eyes. Well, ordinary humans can't see it. This is a power that belongs only to Nishizuku. Just like our spells can't be seen by ordinary humans, don't worry. Louhu, as expected. This giant manta ray is indeed a cursed spirit. Humans cannot see her at all. Jujutsu, a Zanpakutō that can transform into a living being, is really unexpected. Moreover, it seems that it can even float in the air. Nishizuku is a very convenient partner. Not only can she heal us, but she can also serve as a flying mount. From now on, I feel like we will have a useful means of transportation no matter where we go. Gojo Naruto's expression was also very satisfied. This kind of biological Zanpakutō is extremely rare in the entire Soul Society. Apart from the Zanpakutō owned by the first Kenpachi Uno Hinaretsu, there is only the Zanpakutō Karakakuru owned by another character, Kenpachi Kurashiki, who has a very small role. Biological Zanpakutō are all very powerful and highly functional. Needless to say, Nishizuku is the one whose Bankai is restricted from being used within the Soul Society by the 46 Central Chambers. Thinking of this, Gojo Naruto felt that this Zanpakutō seemed to be a good one, and he could consider forging it. What's going on? What's that thing in the sky? Is this a cursed spirit? How dare it directly invade the Gojo family? This is too much of a disrespect for the Gojo family. In the Gojo family mansion, many members of the Gojo family were shocked after seeing the huge manta ray in the sky. They didn't know that this was a change in their Zanpakutō and could only subconsciously associate the manta ray with the cursed spirit. As a representative of the Gojo family, Gojo Shionyan's expression was very solemn when he received the news. However, after he spotted the giant manta ray floating above the forge, he suddenly calmed down. He knew that Gojo Naruto was forging his Zanpakutō today, and this giant flying ray was most likely the result of his Zanpakutō. Moreover, if the monster in the sky is really a cursed spirit, then the forge is now equivalent to the strongest place in the Gojo family. In a small room, there are Gojo Naru who can compete with the domain curse masters, Gojo Satoru who has mastered the unlimited technique of Six Eyes God, Zenin Shinji who has the title of Heaven and Tyrant, the messenger of Hongxing Palace and the star plasma body Jujutsu, and there is also a special grade curse spirit beside him. If this group of people cannot subdue the cursed spirit in the sky, then the entire Gojo family will have nothing to hope for. So, when the tribesmen were panicking, he calmly instructed the other tribesmen not to approach the forge. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. This huge ray is really flying in the sky. Gojo Satoru showed shock on his face. This was somewhat beyond his expectations, but at the same time, it also shocked him. Moreover, according to Gojo Naruto, this giant one-eyed ray, transformed from a Zanpakutō, can actually be ridden by a human. Yes, the Zanpakutō has been forged. So let's go back to the Urazuya first. With Nishizuku, we should be able to relax a lot. Shoko, please try to make the meat drop. After saying that, Gojo Naru looked at Yuri Shoko with interest. He also wanted to see how well Yuri Shoko could control Nishizuku. Falling down, Yuri Shoko looked puzzled. To be honest, she was not very familiar with the form of Nishizuku. However, Shoko could indeed feel the consciousness of Nishizuku. Meet Shizuku. Can you come down? Shoko tried to speak to the giant ray in the sky. Then, Nishizuku's whole body suddenly stopped, as if looking for a place to land, and finally chose to land on the open space outside the forge. Very good. Gojo Ming nodded with satisfaction, walked out of the forge first, and jumped onto Nishizuku's back. Shoko, come too. At Gojo Naru's call, Yuri Shoko was also pulled onto Nishizuku's back by Gojo Naru. Then, Rushizuku actually flew directly into the air. This scene surprised Gojo Naruto a little, but when he saw Shoko's sly smile, he knew that this was Shoko's order. Hey Ming, we haven't gone up yet. Gojo Satoru was shouting on the ground, but Nishizuku had no intention of falling down. Whoa, wait a minute. Shoko and I are going to go for a drive, and we'll come back to pick you up later. After saying that, Nishizuku flapped its pectoral fins like wings and flew away according to Yuri Shoko's instructions. Gojo Naruto lay on Nishizuku's back, enjoying the breeze leisurely. Shoko sat quietly beside Gojo Naru, her expression a little more complicated than her previous innocence. It's not like she knows nothing. Originally, she thought that Kujuku Yuki was just a temporary insertion into their lives and would disappear after a period of time. After all, the gap between Kujuku Yuki and Gojo Naru is quite large. However, after seeing Gojo Naru go to the Hongxing Palace, seeing how much Lord Tenzin valued Gojo Naru, and seeing Juju Yuki's attitude towards Gojo Naru, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. That's why she just gave the order to let Nishizuku take off. She suddenly wanted to spend some time alone with Gojo Naruto. Shoko, where are we going? Gojo Naru glanced at Yuri Shoko. He actually had a good impression of this girl. However, it's not quite the romance between a man and a woman. After all, these two 6-year-old children have only known each other for half a year, so it seems a bit excessive to talk about emotional issues. Oh, come to my house and have a look. Yuri Shoko blushed and didn't know where to let Nishizuku go, so she simply set the destination as the Yuri family mansion. Yeah, sure. I've never been to Yuri's house before. Gojo Naruto nodded and accepted Yuri Shoko's proposal. After all, the Yuri family was now firmly on the side of the Gojo family, and visiting them in person would also be a way of showing the Gojo family's attitude. Besides, since Shoko wanted to be alone for some time, it was only right for him to satisfy her. Just like that, Nishizuku followed the master's wishes and galloped all the way, carrying Gojo Naru and Yuri Shoko, hovering over Yuri's house. It is indeed the work of Master Gojo Naru. I just saw Master Gojo Naru and Miss Yuri Shoko on the back of that monster. What monster or not? It must be Master Gojo Naruto who forged a whole new Zanpakutō technique. Stupid. Yes, I just didn't expect that the new Zanpakutō forged by Master Gojo Naruto would be so powerful that it could even directly transform into a cursed spirit. What I'm concerned about is that the creature transformed by the Zanpakutō can actually be ridden. It directly took Miss Shoko and Master Naru to fly. This thing is much more flexible than an airplane, right? Many members of the Gojo clan were shocked at how the Zanpakutō was used. At the same time, the image of Nishizuku began to spread in the Tokyo sorcery world. After all, such a large flying manta ray flew from the Gojo family to the Yuri family, and all the sorcerers had already seen this behemoth. When Gojo Naruto and Shoko got off Nishizuka's body, the other sorcerer families had already guessed the origin of this large manta ray. Zen, temple home. Does this technique all originate from the Zanpakutō? Gojo Naru's power is really becoming more and more terrifying. Zen Temple Zibrin looked at Zen Temple Shinichi standing nearby and sighed. This time, the Zanpakutō was forged in the Gojo family's forge, which means that Lord Tenzin in the Hongxing Palace has obtained the Zanpakutō he wanted. This time, the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Naruto, which can control magical creatures, is definitely another major breakthrough in the Cursed Tool world. No wonder Yuri had to spend a lot of money to buy a Zanpakutō when the price of Cursed Tool was rising. It turns out that he got a promise from Gojo Naru. It's a pity I don't know who will be able to obtain the Zanpakutō after this. Chanyuan Shini curled his lips and muttered something. I don't think it's necessary. I heard that Gojo Naruto forged 4 Zanpakutō at once. Zenin Shinichi's words made Zenin Ziprin's expression freeze. He twisted his neck and slowly turned to look at Zenin Shinichi, his face full of disbelief. How many? According to statistics so far, Gojo Naruto has only forged 6, 7, or 8 Zanpakutō. Now, Gojo Naruto has forged 4 Zanpakutō this time, and it's a one-time thing? Zenyuan Shini shrank his neck. Although he was quite envious of the position of acting in the Zenin family, Zenin Jibi still had a lot of prestige in the Zenin family, and Zenin Shinichi felt that he was not yet at the point where he could face him head-on. 4. I went to see Shinner before and heard what he said. Chanyuan Shini stopped and puffed out his chest. He was doing this for the sake of his family. The Chanyuan family could not easily lose a strongest person like Chanyuan Shiner. Zenyuan Zibrin did not say much about the private contact between Zenyuan Shinichi and Zenyuan Shiner. Although he knew that Chanyuan Shini wanted to rely on Chanyuan Shiner's power to replace himself, it would be worth it if Chanyuan Shiner could return. What he was most worried about was that once Chanyuan Shini came to power and Chanyuan Shiner was unwilling to return to the family, the entire Chanyuan family would most likely go astray under the leadership of Chanyuan Shini. For Zanpakutō. If so many Zanpakutō continue to be distributed, the Zenin family's advantage will probably become less and less. When will the Zenin family be able to obtain a unique Zanpakutō? The powerful strength of the sky and tyrant Zenin Shinji and his Zanpakutō Hanaten Kayakatsu that can use shadow magic will be the eternal pain of the entire Zenin family. The Kamo family. Looking at the giant one-eyed manta ray flying across the sky, Kamo looked helpless. The shock that Gojo Naru brought to the Kamo family had almost made him numb. If Gojo Naru was like Gojo Satoru, who gained such a high reputation by relying on his family's ancestral technique with no lower limit technique, then Kanami's heart would be able to be balanced a little. But it's helpless. Gojo Naruto has no cursed energy at all and is unable to control the Gojo family's unlimited techniques. This also means that the big 3 sorcerer family's biggest trump card, Gojo Naru, was not used at all, no matter how famous Gojo Naru is now. In fact, he and Zenin Shinji, 2 people without cursed power, really broke the established rules of the Cursed Tool world. Zenin Shinner used his invincible body to crush the pride of the Zenin family. And Gojo Naru may not only have the invincible body of Zenin Shinji in the future, but also possess the mysterious Zanpakutō. There is no doubt that Gojo Naru's future achievements will be even greater than Zenin Jiro's. Kaname felt very powerless. He discovered that even if the Kamo family really gave birth to a user of the red blood manipulation technique, he would at most be at the level of Gojo Satoru and would not be able to catch up with Gojo Naruto. This incident was a heavy blow to him, who was determined to revitalize the Kamo family. If the Kamo family could also give birth to twins, would one of them also undergo such unpredictable changes like Gojo Naruto? Are the twins really a curse for the sorcerer family? Kaname had always believed in the twin curse, but the 6 Eyes twins Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru completely broke his existing view. Even Kaname has begun to wonder if it is because Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru are twins that Gojo Naruto can show such amazing talent? Twins, mutation, curse power, spell, curse. Kamo's expression became darker and darker. The Kamo family not only needed a child who could master the red blood manipulation technique, but also a twin who could show greater potential. The Kamo family wants to have Gojo Naru that belongs exclusively to the Kamo family. The Yagyu family. Because Yagyu Seimin was out on a mission assigned by the association's senior management, only Yagyu Hidetsugu and Yagyu Yusuke were left in the family talking about the scene they had just seen. As expected of Master Gojo Ming, he is truly extraordinary to have received the favor of Lord Tianyuan. Yagyu Yusuke was deeply moved by this poem, and his heart was in turmoil. Yagyu Hidetsugu nodded. When he persuaded Yagyu Yusuke to give away Tsuki no Tsurugi, he actually didn't have that much confidence in his heart. In fact, he was taking a gamble, but the person who naturally bore greater pressure was Yusuke Yagyu, who made this decision. It was hard for Yagyu Hidetsugu to imagine that if the Yagyu family had not made the promise to give away the Tsuki no Tsurugi, would they be able to have such a strong momentum now? Come to think of it, probably not. This cursed spirit-like creature must be Master Ming's masterpiece. Yagyu Hidetsugu sighed. This time, Master Gojo Ming also brought out a cursed spirit from the Hongxing Palace. I heard that it is very powerful and should have special level strength. When he first heard the news, Yagyu Hidetsugu was deeply shocked. He was not shocked by the fact that Gojo Naruto had subdued the cursed spirit, but was shocked by the luxurious staff currently surrounding Gojo Naruto. Judging from the current situation of a small team like Gojo Naruto, this team is already the most powerful group in the entire magic world. This power is enough to sweep away the entire big three sorcerer families. Once upon a time, Yagyu Hidetsugu hoped to gain the friendship of Gojo Naru as a medium and then establish a relationship between the Yagyu family and the Gojo family. Now, Yagyu Hidetsugu truly realized that it was not Gojo Naru who needed the Gojo family, but the Gojo family that needed Gojo Naru. Even after leaving the Gojo family, Gojo Naru will still have his own circle. Without Gojo Naru, the Gojo family feels like it has nothing left and may end up falling into endless decline, just like the Kamo family. Yagyu Hidetsugu even doubted whether Gojo Naruto would create a legion of Zanpakutō in the future, although Zanpakutō is actually just a weapon. In fact, through communication with Yagyu Seimin, he has understood that each Zanpakutō has its own consciousness. If the Zanpakutō can transform into a giant ray like this, maybe it can also transform into other forms in the future. Even more, can a Zanpakutō possess its own body like a cursed spirit? Yagyu Hidetsugu's guess was very bold, but later he also felt that this guess was indeed a bit exaggerated. However, what Yagyu Hidetsugu didn't know was that Gojo Naruto really had a way to transform his Zanpakutō, but he had not yet found the corresponding materials. In the Hongxing Palace, Tianyuan frowned slightly as she held the rain-dew pomegranate in her hand. During this period of time, she truly felt the soul of the rain-dew pomegranate. However, Yuluzha Lu never told himself the words of the First Enlightenment, making it impossible for him to complete the First Enlightenment. Through the external barrier, Tianyuan observed the large light green manta ray floating in the sky, with a somewhat jealous expression. One's own Zanpakutō is so silent, but other people's Zanpakutō is so powerful. The Zanpakutō being able to transform into a living being was somewhat beyond Tenzin's expectations. She already felt that the Zanpakutō had broken through the limitations of the cursed tool. In fact, perhaps it can be said that Zanpakutō is another form of living thing. I don't know if my decision is right, but Gojo Naruto and his Zanpakutō have not yet posed a threat to the world, and there is nothing I can do. If the Zanpakutō can make the world more stable, this might be a better way. Although the gears of fate were twisted, they eventually began to turn slowly. Tianyuan looked at the giant manta ray transformed by Nishizuka landing over Yeri's house, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Yuki, it seems that you have met your match. Someone as outstanding as Gojo Naru is coveted by many people. Yuji, it's better to strike first. If you don't hurry up, I will also. Tian Yuan pursed his lips and smiled, sat on the ground, continued to immerse his consciousness in his Zanpakutō, and began a new round of Shurikai attempts. Yuri Inami looked at the giant manta ray in the sky and felt shocked and a little panicked. However, after seeing Gojo Naruto and Shoko jump off the manta ray, he suddenly felt much calmer. No matter how strange something is, as long as it is related to Gojo Naru, it seems very normal. Shoko, what is this? Yuri Inami didn't know how to communicate with Gojo Naru, so she just asked about her daughter directly. Shoko and Gojo Naru actually traveled alone this time, which surprised Yuri Inami, but at the same time she felt a little happy. My own Shoko is finally starting to get the hang of things. If this continues, Gojo Naru will definitely be snatched away by someone else. Father, this is Nishizuku. Yuri Shoko said the name of Nishizuku, then paused and continued to explain. This is my Zanpakutō. After saying that, Nishizuku turned into a green light and entered the scabbard at Yuri Shoko's waist. This change in form shocked the entire Yuri family. They had imagined that this giant manta ray was a cursed spirit controlled by the Gojo family, but they never imagined that this manta ray could actually transform into a weapon. Zanpakutō. Is this the power of Zanpakutō? It's so amazing. Compared to the surprise of other members of the Yuri family, the clan leader Yuri Inami was extremely excited at this moment. He was also a person who had observed many Zanpakutō, so naturally he could see the extraordinariness of Nishizuku. Being able to transform into this magical creature and fly in the air, Yuri Inami immediately saw the strategic value of Nishizuku. Even if this Zanpakutō had no other abilities, the fact that it could transform into a giant manta ray was already very commendable. However, Yuri Inami still has some expectations in his heart. He hopes that Shoko's Zanpakutō can have more abilities. Besides being able to transform, do you have any other techniques for your Zanpakutō? Sodi knows Shiryuki's techniques are so numerous, and Yuri Inami doesn't think that Nishizuku's techniques are that simple. Shoko nodded. This giant manta ray was Nishizuku's Shurikai. Other techniques of Zanpakutō were also released through the giant manta ray. Of course, Nishizuku's second technique is also very simple, which is to swallow the person directly. As long as the person is not completely dead, then when Nishizuku spits him out, the person will be in a state of recovery. Of course, this also has a prerequisite. That is, the prerequisite is that Yuri Shoko's curse power is enough to support Nishizuku's treatment of the injured. Gojo Naru enjoyed extremely high hospitality standards in the Yuri family. Under the suggestion of Yuri Inami, the members of the Yuri family treated Gojo Naru as a son-in-law. At Yuri's house, Gojo Naru felt for the first time what it meant to be at home. Gojo Naruto naturally knew what Yuri Inami was thinking, but he showed neither support nor resistance. As for his relationship with Yuri Shoko, he chose to let things take their own course. After all, he was old enough and there was no need to be too anxious. After staying at Yuri's house for a while, Gojo Naruto and Yuri Shoko chose to leave. Of course, their mounts were still Nishizuku, who had transformed into a giant manta ray. I have to say, the feeling of flying in the sky is much better than walking on the ground. There is still some distance between Yuri's house and Gojo's house, especially in an international metropolis like Tokyo. If you really want to travel normally, it is impossible not to spend more than an hour. Now, with Nishizuku, Gojo Naru can basically realize his plan of going wherever he wants. While hovering over the Gojo family's residence, Gojo Naruto suddenly had an idea. He wanted to see what Nishizuku's perspective was like at that moment. Was it the same as his current perspective? Just like that, Gojo Naruto switched to the perspective of the Zanpakutō. From this perspective, images of numerous Zanpakutō emerged in Gojo Naruto's mind. Chingchong was currently in the dojo, observing the practice of the 5 Kyoryu disciples. Senbin Zakura, Hanaten Kayagaku, No Sai, and Shunru were in a daze in the forge, waiting for his return. The raindrops and pomegranates quietly stayed on Tinyuan's white thighs, which felt a bit like a benefit to Gojo Ming. Nishizuku's vision was very similar to Gojo Naruto's. Both were floating in the air, looking down at the Gojo family mansion. However, Yagyu Seimon's Zanpakutō Tsuruhana was shaking violently, and this change of perspective made Gojo Naruto feel a little uncomfortable. Is Zenin fighting? The battle seemed to be still quite intense. Gojo Ming suddenly became curious. In this era, a mission that could make a first-level sorcerer like Yagyu Seimin fight so fiercely was rare. He subconsciously switched the main perspective to Twisting Flower, and only then did Gojo Ming see clearly the situation that Yagyu Seimin was encountering. Why is Geto Summer Oil also at the scene? Seeing Geto Suguru through Tsuruha's perspective, Gojo Naru's expression became even more surprised. Because he wanted to subdue the cursed spirit, Geto Shayo temporarily left the Urizuya. Now, how come he's involved with Yagyu Seimin again? This means that the target of Yagyu Seimin's mission this time is the cursed spirit that Geto Suguru is targeting. Moreover, it seems that even if the two of them join forces, they are no match for this cursed spirit. Shouldn't it? Could it be a special grade cursed spirit? If it was an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, Yagyu Seimin, who possessed the Zanpakutō Tsurugi, should also be able to fight against it. When Tsuruha turned her perspective to the front, Gojo Naru finally saw clearly who was facing Yagyu Seimin and Geto Suguru this time. In the center of the battlefield, a white oriental dragon floated in the air. Its huge body and ferocious face exuded a strong pressure. Gojo Ming's face changed. Is this Rainbow Dragon? He remembered that this was the cursed spirit that Geto Suguru would subdue when he was a second-year student at the Jujutsu High School. Why did it appear now? He felt something was very wrong. When Louhu appeared before, he felt it was a little strange. If Louhu was really born so early in the original novel, how could he wait more than 20 years before actually carrying out the plan to subvert humanity together with a real person? It is obvious that some special grade cursed spirits in the original work began to appear ahead of time. The rainbow dragon in front of him could be regarded as Geto Suguru's signature cursed spirit in the future, and was known to be the cursed spirit with the strongest hardness. It's no wonder that Geto Suguru and Yagyu Seimin were in a tough battle with the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon. We have to go save them both. Otherwise, with Geto Shayo's current strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to conquer Honglong at all. Hey Ming, come down quickly, I want to sit down too. Seeing Gojo Naru and Shoko return, Gojo Satoru shouted from below. Zenin Shinji and Kujuka Yuki also came to Gojo Satoru's side, waiting for Gojo Ming to fall. However, Gojo Naru has no intention of landing. Now Geto Suguru and Yagyu Seimin are facing a crisis, and he must seize every minute and every second. Satoru, you guys keep waiting. Geto Suguru and Seimin are in danger. I have to go save them. Shoko, tell Nishizuku to fly east as fast as possible. Yuri Shoko nodded, followed Gojo Naru's instructions, and began to control Nishizuku. She didn't know why Gojo Naru said that, but since it involved Geto Suguru's safety, she had to hurry. Under Shoko's command, Nishizuku immediately turned east and prepared to speed up her flight. And at this moment, a powerful curse was generated. Gojo Satoru will not be left behind. Since Geto Suguru is in crisis, he cannot just stand by and watch. Gojo Satoru directly used the technique of forward rotation Kasong, and a powerful suction force appeared on the back of Nishizuku. Then, Gojo Satoru's figure appeared directly next to Gojo Naruto. Gojo Ming gave a bitter smile. Although the Rainbow Dragon was a special grade cursed spirit, he did not take it seriously in Gojo Ming's eyes. After all, Honglong's strength should not be stronger than Louhu's, and he can handle it alone. However, since Gojo Satoru had come up, there was no need for him to drive him down. Let's take Gojo Satoru with us. As soon as Gojo Ming finished his thought, he felt another person appear beside him. Zen Yuan Shinner, who was on the ground just now, jumped onto Ro Shizuku in the sky directly by relying on the power of his body. Fortunately, Nishizuku's body is a Zanpakutō and is strong enough. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand Zenin Shinner's jump. Okay, it doesn't matter if you bring one or two. Given the size of Nishizuku, it wouldn't be a problem even if we brought another one. Gojo Ming shook his head helplessly, thinking, should I be able to set off this time? But then, he heard a low groan coming from the ground. Roar, snake tail pill. The moment the sound rang out, a long black blade suddenly extended from the ground, wrapped around Gojo Ming's body, and then began to shrink, directly pulling Yuki on the ground into the air. Sure enough, in the end, everyone climbed onto Nishiku's back. Only Hubao was left, watching helplessly from below. Lohu, look after the house. In the end, it was Hubao who silently took on the task of guarding the house. The 5-member Gojo Naruto group rode on Nishizuku's back and sped towards Yagyu Seimon's mission location. At the same time, the support from the Spellcaster Association was also moving quickly towards Yagyu Seimon's location. I don't know what's going on. Why is it that whenever there's anything to do with the Yagyu family, there are always problems with the mission? The assistant supervisor in charge of conveying the task, this time, was Nishiyonshu again. Yes, he was the assistant supervisor who provided information to Gojo Shinichi in Yagyu Hidetsugu during the previous task of Gojo Shinichi's promotion to a first-level sorcerer. Shiyonshu felt bitter. According to the intelligence, it was only a first-grade cursed spirit. Why did it become a special-grade cursed spirit when someone from the Yagyu family showed up? The same thing happened with Hidetsugu Yagyu's previous mission. This is also Yagyu Seimon's current mission. If he was not sure that this was a coincidence, he would really suspect that the cursed spirit was deliberately targeting the Yagyu family. Because of the appearance of the special-grade cursed spirit, the principal of Tokyo High School, Sekiguchi Sakiji, brought along the third-year student Yagamazamichi and Nishiongaki to support Yagyu Seimon. Sekiguchi Seiji is a first-class sorcerer, and together with the second-class sorcerer Yagamazamichi and Yagyu Zenin, who possesses the Zanpakutō Tsurugi, should be able to exorcise this special-grade cursed spirit. Now, what Sekiguchi Kyoji is most worried about is that Yagyu Seimon will not be able to hold on until their support arrives. Can the information provided by the association be more accurate next time? You guys are always targeting the Yagyu family. Isn't that too unreasonable? Just because the Yagyu family obtained the Zanpakutō Tsurugi from the Gojo family, so the high-ranking officials of the association are a little jealous. While running quickly, Sekiguchi Sakiji complained about Nishinagaki and the association's top executives. Just as Shiyonshu had just thought, this kind of thing happened consecutively to the two first-level masters of the Yagyu family, and no one would believe that it was a coincidence. Shiyonshu smiled bitterly. Principal Sekiguchi, this is truly a coincidence. If we really knew in advance that this cursed spirit was of special grade, then we would not have arranged for Lord Yagyu Seimon to exorcise it. The last time Lord Yagyu Hidetsugu and Lord Gojo Shinichi had an accident during their mission, I was left idle for a long time. I finally got my job back, but I didn't expect to encounter this incident again when I was once again an assistant supervisor. Shiyonshu wondered if he had some conflict with the position of assistant supervisor, or if he had some conflict with the Yagyu family. Anyway, things would always go wrong. The young man Yagamazamichi, who was wearing sunglasses, looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "The cursed spirit that appeared this time has not been registered. There is nothing we can do if there are any problems. We can only do our best to support them. The main reason is that a young man broke into the mission site this time. If an ordinary person had an accident, it would be too unworthy of our identity as a sorcerer." The future president of the technical college still looked very young at this time, and had none of the demeanor of a future gangster boss. However, his personality has not changed much, and his sense of responsibility is still very strong. At such a young age, he has already become a second-level sorcerer, and he has a deep understanding of the art of cursing corpses. At present, it is believed within the association that Yagamazamichi already possesses the strength of a recognized first-level sorcerer, and he is only one assessment away from obtaining the title of first-level sorcerer. Therefore, This time the support lineup is already very luxurious. Mission location. Facing the rainbow dragon in the sky, Yagyu Zenin had a solemn expression. At this moment, he was already exhausted from the attack of the rainbow dragon. Now, he can only rely on the support of Gojo Satoru's cursed spirit to barely deal with Honglong. Uncle Zenin, I'm sorry. Gojo Satoru's expression was very depressed. The reason why Rainbow Dragon evolved into a special grade cursed spirit this time was also because of his attempt. Because he tried to subdue Honglong, he accidentally stimulated Honglong to break through from the original first-level cursed spirit to a special-level cursed spirit. Yeah, take good care of yourself. Don't think too much. This cursed spirit will evolve whether you show up or not. It is a cursed spirit created by humans' fear of dragons and snakes. Its strength is already top grade, but you just happen to encounter its transformation this time. Yagyu Zenin hastily blocked Honglong's attack and reluctantly comforted Yujia. Luckily I have you this time. Without your cursed spirit support, I might have collapsed long ago. Yagyu Zenin did not mention at all that he had suffered many unnecessary injuries in order to protect Gojo Satoru. For Yagyu Zenin, protecting people who are younger and weaker than himself is what he should do. Although he is a modern man, he actually has the blood of ancient swordsmen flowing in his body. Since he and Gojo Satoru met here, he felt that it was impossible for him to allow a boy younger than himself to die in front of him. Hold on a little longer. I've already asked the association for help. It shouldn't be long before the association's support arrives. Yagyu Zenin was breathing heavily, and he used the waves created by the twisting flower to continuously block the rainbow dragon. He himself didn't quite believe what he said. When will the association be able to provide support? He felt that he would not be able to hold on until that time, but he could never shake Yujia's mentality. As an elder, he must give Gojo Satoru confidence. Yes, Uncle Zenin. A trace of determination flashed across Yujia's face. He couldn't give up the fight easily. Although he was very powerless facing this special grade cursed spirit, the strength of this special grade cursed spirit in front of him was not as strong as the cursed spirit named Lohu in Hongxing Palace. That cursed spirit possessed a living domain. Gojo Ming was able to defeat Lohu in the living domain, but he himself was helpless against an ordinary special grade cursed spirit, and there was a high possibility that he would even die in this battle. Yujia felt a huge gap in his heart. He had always known that he was gifted, but in front of Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, the talent that he had always been proud of seemed to be completely insignificant. Gojo Satoru commanded the cursed spirits to protect Yagyu Zenin. 1, 2, 3. The cursed spirits he had subdued before kept dying under the attacks of Rainbow Dragon. His overall strength is getting weaker, but Yujia doesn't care. No matter how many ordinary cursed spirits there are, with his current strength, he cannot make them undergo a qualitative change. If he wants to have a stronger power, he must be able to master more cursed spirits, more special cursed spirits. But this is another paradox. How can I subdue a special grade cursed spirit if I don't have enough strength? Was the path I had been taking wrong all along? If I had known, I should have asked Uncle Okatsu Yudo earlier. If all else fails, I could have brought Gojo Naru along as well. With Gojo Ming here, this special grade cursed spirit shouldn't be a problem, right? After all the cursed spirits around him were destroyed by Rainbow Dragon, Gojo Satoru complained about himself helplessly. Gojo Naru? Hearing this name, Yagyu Zenin frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that Gojo Satoru was just an ordinary sorcerer with special techniques, but he never thought that the young man in front of him was actually acquainted with Gojo Naruto. If this is the case, then he has to pay more attention to Gojo Satoru's safety. With the help of the twisting flower after the Shurkai, Yagyu Zenin once again blocked the Rainbow Dragon and jumped to the side of Gojo Satoru. Yeah, do you know Master Gojo Ming? Gojo Satoru looked at Yagyu Zenin in surprise and nodded. I just came from the Urazuya. I just came out of the Hongxing Palace with Gojo Ming and the others not long ago. After hearing about Hashinomiya and Urazuya, Yagyu Zenin realized that Gojo Satoru's identity must be somewhat special. He remembered that the only people who went to Hongxing Palace this time should be the twins of the Gojo family and Zenin Jiner, but not a young man named Geto Suguru. However, Geto Suguru left Hongxing Palace with Gojo Naru and the others, which means that Geto Suguru was in Hongxing Palace before. Could it be that Xia Yojia is a subordinate of Lord Tianyuan and a visitor from Hongxing Palace? This seems to explain why Xia Yojia's technique is so special. On the back of Nishizuku, Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Naru with a very curious expression. He had a pretty good impression of Geto Suguru and felt like they were natural friends. However, he was still a little shocked that Gojo Naru was able to immediately realize that Geto Suguru was in danger. Ming, how did you do it? Facing Gojo Satoru's question, Gojo Ming shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's a secret, Satoru." "Hey, are you hiding this from me? We are brothers." Gojo Satoru suddenly became unhappy. Jujo Yuki and Zenin Shinji, who were standing on both sides, shook their heads. They had their own guesses in their minds. Each Zanpakutō has its own soul, and the source of these souls comes from Gojo Naruto. As a Zanpakutō forger, Gojo Naru must have some ability to communicate with Zanpakutō. Just like when Gojo Naruto encountered a crisis before, every Zanpakutō holder received the signal of crisis. Therefore, the current crisis faced by Geto Suguru must have been informed by Zanpakutō Tsurugi to Gojo Naru. The basis of Gojo Naru comes from Zanpakutō. Gojo Satoru simply didn't realize it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to ask such a question. "Shoko, make Nishizuku go faster," Gojo Ming said in a deep voice. Through Tsuruha's perspective, he saw that the situation of Yagyu Seimin and Geto Suguru was becoming increasingly serious. Rainbow Dragon strength is indeed not something that Yagyu Seimin and Geto Suguru can deal with. There is a powerful force approaching us. Sekiguchi Tsukiji's expression was very solemn. His technique was to perceive strength. Through perception, he could analyze the weak points of strength and break them down. However, this power that appeared out of nowhere had never appeared in his memory. It does not belong to the spellcaster's spell power, nor to the spell spirit's power. It is completely independent of both. Could it be that this time the special grade curse spirit has other support? Sekiguchi Tsukiji frowned. If this power was in cahoots with that special grade cursed spirit, then even if he and Yagamazamichi came to support Yagyu Seimin, they would probably not be able to defeat such an enemy. Something is wrong. After hearing what Sekiguchi Tsukiji said, Nishiangshu and Yagamazamichi also stopped. In terms of perception, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi is the professional, and among the three, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi has the highest status. The two of them all follow Sekiguchi Kiyoshi's lead. The three of them looked up into the distance. A huge shadow appeared in the sky, and a giant light green manta ray flew towards them, shaking its slender tail. "Be prepared for defense. Be alert," Sekiguchi Seiji reminded immediately. Considering the existence of the Rainbow Dragon, it was hard for Sekiguchi Kiyoshi not to think that this flying ray was not with the Rainbow Dragon. Did Honglong predict that they would show up to support him? So he arranged this giant flying manta ray to intercept them? Assistant Supervisor Nishiangshu has already hidden aside, and Yagamazamichi has also taken out the Curse Corpse, ready to release the power of the Curse Corpse the moment the battle begins. The two first-level sorcerers were concentrating on watching the giant manta ray in the sky getting closer and closer. The closer the distance was, the greater the pressure from the giant manta ray became, and the expressions of Sekiguchi Tsukiji and Yagamazamichi became more and more solemn. The most important thing is that there seemed to be several human figures above this giant flying manta ray. Are there other people involved in this incident? Thinking of the mysterious curse master who attacked the Gojo family before, Sekiguchi Tsukiji was a little worried whether the curse master would be involved in this curse incident. Just when they were ready to fight back, the huge manta ray actually flew directly over their heads without any sign of stopping. This was completely beyond the expectations of Sekiguchi Tsukiji, Yagamazamichi, and Nishianki. Could it be that this isn't Honglong's supporter? Such a thought emerged in the minds of the three people. If they're not from Honglong's camp, then could it be that they are here to support Yagyu Seimin? Speed up, we have to go and see. Sekiguchi Seiji immediately caught up with Nishizuku. Although his speed was not as fast as Nishizuku, he could still barely keep up with Nishizuku's shadow so that it would not disappear from their sight. Yaga Mazamichi and Nishinaga Shu also hurriedly followed. At this moment, they all felt that there seemed to be too many unexpected events in this support mission. Center of the battlefield. Yagyu Seimin was already covered in wounds, and all the cursed spirits controlled by Gojo Satoru had died in the mouth of Rainbow Dragon. The strength of the special grade cursed spirits can really be said to be far beyond that of ordinary cursed spirits, and the method of winning by quantity that Xia Yudi used to use was simply impossible to achieve. Careful! Once again, Yagyu Seimin used his body and twisted flower to block Rainbow Ryu's cursed attack. So far, Gojo Satoru is safe and sound, but Yagyu Seimin is already at the end of his strength. Facing the rainbow dragon that dominated the sky, Yagyu Seimin felt extremely desperate. He felt that he could no longer wait for the support from the Jujutsu Association. The power of the special grade cursed spirit is simply too strong. Although the Zanpakutō Tsurugi is powerful, it is not a long-range attack weapon after all. If you can't hit the rainbow dragon, everything will be in vain. Let the water and sky reverse. Thinking of Tsu's first words, Yagyu Seimin's expression became very bitter. Can my strength reverse the tide of water and sky? Not worthy at all. In his own hands, the flower twist couldn't even hit the rainbow dragon in the sky, let alone make the water and sky reverse scroll. In such a desperate situation, how should I deal with it? It's not that Yagyu Seimin didn't think about running away, but now he has the even weaker Gojo Satoru beside him. As an elder, if I run away, then what should Xia do? Isn't it the adult's responsibility to protect children? Yagyu Seimin's consciousness suddenly became a little dazed, his movements became a little slow, and his eyes were a little blurred. He knew that he was at the end of his rope and seemed unable to protect the young man beside him anymore. So, I'm going to die here. This seems to be the correct way for a sorcerer to die. Wasn't it destined to end this way the moment I obtained my Zanpakutō and became a sorcerer? In Yagyu Seimin's eyes, the rainbow dragon opened its huge mouth, and a powerful ball of cursed energy was forming, and its target was Gojo Satoru. Give up, Zuomon, you've done well. Such a thought emerged in his mind. He was already very tired, but his body subconsciously blocked in front of Gojo Satoru, completely blocking Honglong's attack with his body. Uncle Seimin. There was panic and shock in Gojo Satoru's eyes. He and Yagyu Seimin had never met before, but during the entire battle, Yagyu Seimin protected him a lot. The attack just now was absolutely deadly. If it really hits me, I will definitely not be able to survive. However, this will also be extremely fatal to the wounded Yagyu Seimin. Why, Uncle Seimin, why did you save me like this? Xia Yujia's lips trembled and his eyes were filled with pain. Yagyu Seimin only felt a burning pain on his back, and it seemed that all the bones in his body had been shattered by this cursed power. Hearing Gojo Satoru's trembling question, a difficult smile appeared on Yagyu Seimin's chivalrous face. The powerful should protect the weak. Isn't that what should be done? These words of Yagyu Seimin left a very deep impression on Gojo Satoru's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagyu Seimin was no longer able to support his body. He lost consciousness and threw Kagyu Gojo to the ground. The body of an adult was very heavy, and it exuded the smell of blood and burnt flesh, but Xia Yujia did not object at all. The middle-aged man in front of him has done his best to protect himself. If he still has a chance, he must carry out Uncle Yagyu Seimin's will. Protect the weak. This is the correct theory in this world. Being pinned down, he watched helplessly as the rainbow dragon rushed towards him from the sky. Xia Yuji's expression became very calm. He knew that everything was about to end. Under the pressure of this special grade cursed spirit, he couldn't do anything. The anger that was suppressed to the extreme broke a string in his heart. Xiaoyojie could feel that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to subdue Honglong successfully. But, unfortunately, there is only one chance most of the time, and he has no chance to defeat the Rainbow Dragon and subdue it using the cursed spirit manipulation technique. I really don't know why I'm still thinking about these things. I'm obviously going to die at the hands of Honglong, right? Xiaoyojie opened his eyes and looked at Honglong. He wanted to see how he would die in the end. But just as the Rainbow Dragon was about to swoop down and crush Gojo Satoru and Yagyu Seimin, a white light flashed. The second dance, White Ripple. As a sound was heard from the sky, a snow waterfall like a blizzard suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky, which was originally filled with gusts of cold wind. The ferocious snow waterfall hit the Rainbow Dragon in the sky very accurately. The originally intimidating snow-white Rainbow Dragon was actually directly wrapped by the snow waterfall and was washed away dozens of meters away. Xiaoyojie's eyes widened instantly. He had never seen this move before, but he was very familiar with this voice. This is Gojo Naru. Gojo Naru actually came here. Xiaoyojie's heart was filled with surprise and shock. But at the same time, a hint of joy at surviving the disaster emerged in his heart. The appearance of Gojo Ming means that Honglong is no longer a threat. Being able to defeat Lohu, who has a territory, this Rainbow Dragon without a territory can never be a match for Gojo Ming. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Xiaoyojie was shocked by the giant manta ray floating in the sky. What is this? Like everyone else, Gojo Satoru had this thought in his mind when he first saw Nishizuku. He stared blankly at the figure of the stingray in the sky, stunned for a moment. Then, he recognized the person who came from the figure falling from the sky. Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, Kajuka Yuki, and Yeri Shoko. Xiaoyojie originally thought that only Gojo Naru passed by here, but he never expected that among the people from the Yoruzia, except for Okatsuyudo, all the others appeared here. Jia, you look miserable. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Gojo Satoru, who was being pinned down by Yagyu Seimin, and looked embarrassed, and spoke venomously. You were able to lead a first-level sorcerer to be beaten so badly. If I didn't know, I would have thought you had encountered some special-level cursed spirit that had mastered the domain. Gojo Naru spoke so recklessly that Gojo Satoru's expression froze. Yagyu Seimin possesses a Zanpakutō. Even if he can't defeat this Rainbow Dragon, he should be able to leave. It seems that Master Jie is holding us back, right? Gojo Ming came up and said 3 consecutive sentences, which directly hit the wound in Geto's heart. The reason why the battle situation was so bleak this time was indeed because of my sudden intrusion. If it weren't for me, Uncle Yagyu Seimin would definitely not have ended up like this. Now he knew that the weapon in Yagyu Seimin's hand was also a Zanpakutō, which meant that Yagyu Seimin's strength must be even stronger. Perhaps, if I hadn't been dragging my feet and hadn't thought about trying to tame this Rainbow Dragon, maybe Uncle Yagyu Seimin would have completed the exorcism mission. Gojo Satoru's face was gloomy, and he didn't know how to respond to Gojo Naru. Gojo Satoru on the side silently tugged at Gojo Ming's sleeve and gave him a look. In Gojo Satoru's opinion, Gojo Satoru was already very hurt, and Gojo Naruto shouldn't rub salt into Gojo Satoru's wounds. But, unfortunately, Gojo Naru watched almost the entire process of what Yagyu Seimin did to protect Gojo Satoru. This time it was completely because of Gojo Satoru's own overconfidence. He knew that Xiaoyojie wanted to improve his strength by subduing the cursed spirits. But what did this have to do with telling them? He left without saying goodbye and came secretly to look for the special grade cursed spirit. If he didn't give him a severe blow this time, he really felt that Xiaoyojie would not know how he would die in the future. If we don't correct his extreme thoughts now, this guy might stage another night parade of 100 demons in the future. Gojo Ming glared at Gojo Satoru and ignored his little movements. Under Gojo Naru's glare, Gojo Satoru smiled awkwardly. The situation had not yet reached the worst. Scolding Gojo Satoru like this would really hurt Geto's self-esteem. Kajuka Yuki, Zenin Shinji and Yuri Shoko on the side did not move at all. Just watch Gojo Nara scolding Geto Suguru. Kujuku Yuki and Zenin Shinji moved Yagyu Zenin away from Geto Suguru, and Yuri Shoko began to treat Yagyu Zenin with a reverse curse technique. The few of them cooperated very well and simply ignored Geto Suguru. Without the weight of Yagyu Zenin, Geto Suguru was finally able to sit up, but his body, exhausted from the battle, was trembling and he was unable to get up at all. So, at this moment, he could only look up at Gojo Naru, who was standing in front of him. You wanted to subdue this cursed spirit. Why didn't you tell us in advance? Before you came here, you already knew that Honglong had the potential to be a special grade cursed spirit, right? You're hoping for the best, right? You're thinking of using the same trick you failed to use on Lohu on Honglong, right? You think that now that you have a special grade cursed spirit, you have the confidence to stand with us, right? You're really proud, aren't you? Are you disappointed by Wu and me? Gojo Ming didn't care about Geto Suguru's response at all. He just kept asking rhetorical questions one after another. He must make Geto Suguru face reality. Geto Suguru's spell manipulation skills are very strong, and he is destined to become a top-grade spellcaster in the future. However, he is not at that level yet, and he still needs to improve his strength. The future top-class sorcerer Geto Suguru will not only rely on the series of cursed spirits he controls, but his own strength and physical skills will also be his capital to gain a foothold in the world of sorcery. If Geto Suguru develops the habit of relying on cursed spirits to fight at a young age, he will never be able to become a top-grade sorcerer in the future. As Gojo Naruto asked one rhetorical question after another, Geto Suguru's head lowered lower and lower. When Gojo Naruto finished speaking, Geto Suguru's head had almost dropped to his chest. Just as Gojo Naruto was about to continue stabbing Natsuki Geto in the heart, a strong pressure appeared out of nowhere. The rainbow dragon that had just been knocked away by Sodi no Shirayuki's technique appeared again. The rainbow dragon in front of him clearly had no foresight. Facing this group of people who were capable of standing at the top of the world of sorcery, he dared to take the initiative to attack. This was definitely not a wise choice. Seeing this scene, Gojo Satoru prepared to release Senbon Sakura directly, and Zenin Shinji was also ready to use Kaiten Kyagaku to get rid of Honglong directly. However, their attempts to release their powers were all blocked by Jujo Yuki. Facing the look given by Jujo Yuki, the two straight men didn't know what it meant. However, Honglong was indeed not taken seriously by them. Even if the rainbow dragon really attacks them, they are confident that they can tear it to pieces. The two men retracted their Zanpakutō as if they understood what was going on, and just watched as the rainbow dragon opened its mouth and condensed a ball of cursed energy. This ball of cursed power was extremely powerful, even stronger than the attack that just hit Yagyu Zenin. Honglong knew that the human in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he did not hide his strength in this attack and directly released a full-strength attack. Careful! The people from Tokyo High School who arrived late shouted loudly when they saw this scene. Under the strong light of the cursed power, they couldn't see who the rainbow dragon was attacking. They could only loudly remind people to be careful, but at this moment, it was too late for them to stop the attack of the rainbow dragon in the sky. Sekiguchi Tsukiji only hoped that the huge manta ray floating in the sky could block the rainbow dragon's attack in time. Otherwise, he really felt that the person who was attacked would probably die without a burial place. However, to his disappointment, the huge manta ray in the sky just flapped its fins and flew in the sky, without any attempt to resist for its master. The rainbow dragon's cursed energy ball spurted out, and a strong beam of light shot straight towards Gojo Naruto and the others. Zenin Shinji and Gojo Satoru are ready to fight back. However, when they heard the words Senro Wanxiang, both of them loosened their grip on the handles of their Zanpakutō. They all realized that Gojo Ming was prepared to deal with Honglong's attack personally. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes. The flowing blade is like fire, burning hell. As Gojo Naruto released his Zanpakutō, Ryujan Jaka, the ground suddenly began to shake. The next second, the ground began to crack, and several pillars of fire shot straight up into the sky. Dozens of fire pillars directly cut off the rainbow dragon's cursed light pillar, and then gathered together. As violent explosions sounded, dozens of fire pillars exploded directly, and huge fireballs bloomed in the sky. The sparks scattered in all directions in the sky like meteors. Lohou, who was far away in the Gojo family residence, turned his head sharply and looked towards the scene of the incident. Although it was daytime now, Lohou could still see the fireball detonated by the blazing inferno. Lohou's single eye was filled with regret. This move was not one of the techniques that Chang Guiyin had used before. He felt extremely regretful that he was not able to witness this scene with his own eyes. Inside the forge, Okatsuyudo also walked out of the room. He was also an abandoned person. He had just communicated with Yoshiruo in the room for a while, and when he went out, everyone had run away, leaving only Lohou, a cursed spirit, guarding the house. Is that Ming's attack? The Okatsu visitors were keenly aware of the temperature of the flames in the distance. This level of power could only be demonstrated by Ryujan Jaka, unless there was a natural disaster like the eruption of Mount Fuji. Flowing blade like fire. It is indeed the pinnacle of fire. Lohou muttered to himself. He didn't care about Okatsuyudo beside him. He was completely immersed in the power of Ryujan Jaka. When Okatsuyudo heard this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had previously guessed the reason why Rohu would follow Gojo Naru, and now he has also confirmed that Rohu's ultimate goal is Zanpakutō Ryujan Jaka. However, Lohou had no intention of stealing Ryujan Jaka. A Zanpakutō of this level is simply not something that Lohou can control. Okatsuyudo realized that for a cursed spirit like Rokuko, who possessed wisdom, just being able to see the power of Ryujan Jaka would be extremely tempting to him, right? Like a moth drawn to a flame. Even if he was shattered to pieces or turned into charcoal, Lohou hoped to witness the ultimate power of fire through Ryujan Jaka, right? Thinking of this, Okatsuyudo chuckled. This is just the beginning. Hubao, the power of Ryujan Jaka doesn't just stop here. Lohou frowned and subconsciously turned to look at Okatsuyurin. He didn't understand what Okatsuyurin meant. Because of his curiosity about Ryujan Jaka, he completely ignored the name he hated the most. Hubao Hubao. Ever since Gojo Ming came up with this name, many people have been using this name to make fun of themselves. With the exception of Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinji, Lohou was very offended when anyone else called him that. In fact, even if Zenin Jiner and Gojo Ming called him that, he would not like it, but these two people were too strong, and his protests were no use at all. Now, if Okatsuyudo calls himself by this name at this time, he would definitely get mad at ordinary times. But now he just wanted to know why Okatsuyudo would say such a thing. What does it mean that the power of Ryujan Jaka doesn't just stop here? The current Ryujan Jaka's power is already so strong. Isn't this the limit of Ryujan Jaka? You know, one of his purposes here is to learn the techniques demonstrated by Ryujan Jaka. What's the meaning? Lohou stared at Okatsu visitors, waiting for Okatsu visitors' answer. Okatsu smiled and didn't keep the secret. You've been following Gojo Naruto these days, and it seems that your mind is all on Ryujan Jaka, and you haven't learned anything about Zanpakutō at all. Do you think that the Shurkai of Zanpakutō is the limit of its power? Okatsu touched the hairpin on his waist, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just as Okatsuyudo said, Lohou did not pay much attention to other things, but he also knew that the true form of Zanpakutō came after Shurkai. Just like the Zanpakutō Jabamaru of Kujiyuki before, and also like the uncompleted Shurkai of Ryujan Jaka when Gojo Naru fought against himself in Honshin Palace. Before the Shurkai, the form of a Zanpakutō is not the final form. He knew about this kind of problem, but how is it necessarily related to what Okatsuyudo said? Facing the impatience in Lohou's single eye, Okatsuyudo pursed his lips and continued. The Zanpakutō has another form above the Shurkai, do you know? Okatsu visitors asked questions instead of giving answers. Louhu was completely shocked. There was actually another posture above the initial release. Is this true or false? How is it possible? The power of Ryujan Jaka, after its initial release, is already so strong. How could there be an even stronger firepower? Louhu felt a little bit unconvinced. Okatsu Yudo shook his head. I only learned about this in the past 2 days. Have you forgotten that Gojo Naruto had an ice-type Zanpakutō before, and he used it during the battle with you? Don't you remember? Louhu shook his head. During the battle in Hongxing Palace, he did not feel any power of ice. If Okatsu-yuren's emotions had not changed at all, Louhu would have really thought that this be asterisk D. Okatsu-yuren might be lying to him. It's normal that you can't feel it. Now I'm telling you, the other Zanpakutō on Gojo Naruto's waist is called Sodi no Shirayuki. It's an ice-type Zanpakutō, and it's also the Zanpakutō that Gojo Naruto has mastered completely. Okatsu Yudo said this without any reason. Louhu's small brain capacity is limited, and he has no idea what the Okatsu tourists mean by these words. However, the Okatsu visitors did not give Louhu too much to think about. You opened the domain with the help of Lord Tianyuan and fought Gojo Ming in the domain on equal terms, right? But aren't you curious about why Gojo Naruto didn't use the frost-type Sodi no Shirayuki? In that battle, you who own the domain were confident that you would win, right? In that battle, if Gojo Naruto had not been able to awaken the Ryujan Jaka technique, he might have really been defeated by you. So, why doesn't Gojo Naru use Sodi no Shirayuki? Okatsu Yudo repeated twice why. Why? Louhu began to think under the guidance of the Okatsu visitors. Because Gojo Naruto can't use Sodi no Shirayuki? Louhu felt that this seemed to be the only reason. Okatsu narrowed his eyes and clapped his hands. Hu Bao is really great, very smart, you guessed it right. In that space, Lord Tenzin restricted Gojo Naruto from using the power of ice. Therefore, Gojo Naruto could not freeze Sodi no Shirayuki. And Sodi no Shirayuki is the only Zanpakutō in the world that can achieve Bankai. It's not that Gojo Naruto doesn't want to use Sodi no Shirayuki. It's that Lord Tenzin doesn't want the battle to end so quickly. Lord Tenzin doesn't want you to be killed instantly by Sodi no Shirayuki after Bankai. Lord Tenzin doesn't want you to be purified by Gojo Naruto before it even has any effect. Okatsu-yuren said several things that Tinyuan-sama didn't want to say, which made Louhu's face become very ugly. I will be killed instantly? How is that possible? Although he is now following Gojo Naruto, he still feels that his actual strength is not much different from Gojo Naruto's. The only difference is that Ryujan Jaka recognized Gojo Naru. If I could use Ryujan Jaka, I'm afraid the power I would display would be even stronger. Louhu also has its own pride. Okatsu-yuren saw what Louhu was thinking, shook his head, and continued. Think about it carefully. Do you really have the strength to compete with Gojo Naruto? These Zanpakutō were all born in the hands of Gojo Naruto. Hu Bao. If you want to see the true power of Ryujan Jaka, then stay close to Gojo Naruto. Zanpakutō are already extremely rare in this world, and only Gojo Naruto can complete Bankai. How powerful would Ryujan Wakaka be after Bankai? Don't you want to take a good look? The current level of fire is probably not even 1/10 of Bankai. Seeing Louhu fall silent, Okatsu Yudo once again showed a hint of amusement on his face. Ming, I think creatures like cursed spirits are untrustworthy. However, Hu Bao, I've already laid the groundwork for you here, so just make good use of his ideas. Louhu's heart was stirred by Okatsu's words. If Bankai really exists, then how powerful would Ryujan Jaka be after Bankai? I was already trembling under my Zanpakutō in Shurkai. If I really faced Ryujan Jaka after Bankai, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to stand up at that time, right? Louhu felt an inexplicable panic in his heart, but then a hint of excitement emerged in his heart. He longed to see the scene of Ryujan Jaka Bankai. Sekiguchi Sakiji looked at the pillar of fire rising into the sky, his whole body filled with shock. What kind of power is this? Under the bright light, Sekiguchi Kiyoshi couldn't see clearly who launched such a terrifying attack. The Rainbow Dragon is a special grade curse spirit, and its full-strength attack was actually eliminated just like that. Moreover, he had a hunch that if the Pillar of Fire just now was aimed at the Rainbow Dragon itself, the Rainbow Dragon would probably be killed instantly. Is this kind of power really something humans can possess? Standing next to Sekiguchi Sakiji, Yaga Mazamichi's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses were filled with shock. The power of Ryujan Jaka was beyond Yaga Mazamichi's imagination. Even standing there at this moment, he could feel the earth roaring. The flames that erupted from the ground directly tore the earth apart. Yaga Mazamichi could feel the damage these pillars of fire caused to the earth. In the next few years, this piece of land would probably remain a scorched earth. He wanted to know the source of this power. If the senior officer could obtain such power, then his future vision would not be so difficult to realize. Shi Yongshu's expression at this moment was completely dull, and this question was emerging in his mind. It seemed that he was not in conflict with the Yagyu family. I should be in conflict with the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Naruto. Zanpakutō was involved in both of these missions. In the previous mission, Gojo Shinichi used his Zanpakutō Kayamushi to repel the special grade curse spirit, became famous in one battle, and successfully advanced to the first grade sorcerer. And this time the mission is the twisted flower in Yagyu Samen's hand and the source of the power that has just released the flame. Sekiguchi Sakiji and Yaga Mazamichi didn't know, but he, who was well-informed, knew the source of the fire. There is no doubt that Gojo Ming appeared here. These pillars of fire rising into the sky are precisely the power of Gojo Naruto, the power that can be unleashed by Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō that was forged with great difficulty. Therefore, the three of them seemed a little redundant. Yagyu Samen was in danger, and Gojo Naru came to rescue him personally. Could it be that the relationship between the Yagyu family and the Gojo family has become so close? Shi Yongshu frowned. Some old stubborn people in the association are not so convinced of the Gojo family. Gojo Satoru, who possesses unlimited skills, and Gojo Naruto, who possesses the Zanpakutō forging technology. These are obstacles to their management of the entire magic world. Therefore, the association have been secretly cutting off the Gojo family's ties with the world of curses, and these small families are the first to be cut off. Now that Gojo Naruto has personally come to the rescue of the Yagyu family, this probably indicates that the relationship between the Yagyu family and the Gojo family has reached another level. Zen Temple Home. Although they didn't know what happened, the Zenin family still felt it very clearly when the power of Ryujan Jaka exploded outside of Tokyo. This power is the fire-attributed Zanpakutō. Zenyuan Shan's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he thought that the fire-type Zanpakutō could not be controlled by Gojo Naruto. After all, Gojo Naruto did not use this Zanpakutō when he was attacked by the Curse Master. Unexpectedly, after leaving Hongxing Palace, Gojo Naruto was able to control this Zanpakutō. Even though he didn't know the details of Ryujan Jaka, Zenin-san could still guess how powerful Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō was. After all, this Zanpakutō took the longest time to forge, and it also caused the greatest change to the celestial phenomena. So what exactly caused Gojo Naruto to use this Zanpakutō? Zen Temple Zibrin glanced at his younger brother with a very puzzling tone. He really wanted to know whether his younger brother regretted his decision. Chanyuan Shan understood the implication of Zibrin's words and frowned slightly. Everything he has done so far is for the Zenin family, and he has no selfish motives. Who could have known that Gojo Naruto was so amazing that he really used his Zanpakutō to change the entire landscape of the sorcery world? Nabito the Elder, Ugi the Elder. The voice of the Zenin family intelligence officer came from outside the door. Come in. The Zen Temple Jibi took a sip of water and waited for the specific information of this incident. A moment later, Zenyuan Zibrin and Zenyuan Fan both fell into silence. Facing the special grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon, Gojo Ming drew out Ryujan Jaka and rescued Yagyu Saman, who was on this mission. Can a special grade cursed spirit really withstand a few blows from a Zanpakutō? Also, is Yagyu Saman so important? The expressions of Zenin Naohito and Zenin-san were a little strange. Logically speaking, Gojo Naruto should not care too much about the Yagyu family. Even if it was the Yagyu family who gave the Suki no Tsurugi to Gojo Naruto and Yagyu Jubiai, didn't Gojo Naruto also give his Zanpakutō Tsurugi to the Yagyu family? This should clear the air. So, is Yagyu Saman's life or death really that important? Zenin-shan and Zenin Naobi were a little confused, and ultimately could only attribute it all to Gojo Naruto's own thoughts. After all, neither of them knew the function of the system. For Gojo Naru, although the chance of Yagyu Saman opening his Bankai is not high, it is still a chance to win a lottery after all. Moreover, Geto Suguru was also involved in this mission, so it was reasonable for Gojo Naruto to take action. However, through this incident, the entire sorcery world has misunderstood the relationship between the Yagyu family and the Gojo family. This is in line with the strategic goals of the Five family. Now, the Gojo family is going to unite many small spell families and truly turn the big three sorcerer families into the only super spell family. The Yagyu family is an important piece of the Gojo family's plan. Yagyu Saman, the pillar of the Yagyu family, is an existence that the Gojo family cannot give up. With the appearance of Gojo Naru, the Yagyu family was completely tied to the Gojo family. In Kamo's house, Kamo is still working hard, making his final effort to be the successor of the Kamo family's red blood manipulation technique. As long as the Kamo family can give birth to a child with the power of red blood manipulation, they will not decline. When he thought of the Gojo family's Zanpakutō and the Zenin family's Tenjo and Jubind, he felt extremely tormented. He could accept the decline of the Kamo family, but he was very unwilling to accept that the Kamo family was left so far behind by the Gojo family and the Zenin family in his hands. Kamo also knew that Zanpakutō was actually another way. However, the Zen family had already set an example for him. The Gojo family, who have exclusive control over Zanpakutō technology, will not easily let their Zanpakutō leak out. Although Zenin Jiner is still a member of the Zenin family, unfortunately, his relationship with the Gojo family is closer. Even if he had a Zanpakutō, it would be of no help to the Zenin family. And it seemed that there was some conflict between his own family and the Gojo family that he was unaware of. Uncle Kamo really died, and the power of the Forging Association fell into the hands of others. All this foreshadowed the contradictions and conflicts between the Kamo family and the Gojo family. In this case, the probability of the Kamo family obtaining the Zanpakutō is even smaller. Kamo didn't know at this time that Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō had once again shown its power. If he knew the power of Ryujan Jaka, he would probably be more anxious right now. Hidetsugu, how is Saman doing? Yagyu Hidetsugu just learned through the association that Yagyu Saman was in crisis. After anxiously reporting to Yusuke Yagyu, he prepared to head directly to the mission location. However, after seeing the towering column of fire erupting in the suburbs, Yagyu Hidetsugu suddenly became less anxious. Yagyu realized that it was the technique of Ryujan Jaka. Although he didn't know why Gojo Naruto appeared at the mission location, since Gojo Naruto was there, then everything should have been resolved. At this moment, even if I rushed over there in a hurry, it would be of no use. The problem should have been solved. Yagyu Hidetsugu's expression relaxed a lot, and he responded softly to the head of the family. What's going on? Yusuke Yagyu's expression was a little surprised. The news just received from the association was obviously very serious. So how come Hidetsugu Yagyu suddenly became so calm? Yagyu Hidetsugu pointed to the sky. Master, you may not have sensed it. Just now, at the location where Saman was carrying out his mission, Master Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō released a technique. It's the power of that fire-type Zanpakutō. After hearing Hidetsugu Yagyu's explanation, Yusuke Yagyu breathed a sigh of relief. I see. It was Master Gojo Naru who saved Seimon, right? Yagyu Hidetsuga nodded. From the current point of view, it should be like this. Yusukura Yagyu's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Master Gojo Naru's action this time can be regarded as helping the Yagyu family. If Seimon encounters a crisis, it will be a fatal blow to the entire Yagyu family. After this, the cooperation with the Gojo family must be more in-depth. You need to speak up more and contribute more in the association. You can't just lie down and do nothing like you did before. After all, including the incident with Gojo Shinichi, you and Seimon were both saved by the Gojo family once before. Hidetsuga Yagyu thought of the previous conversation between Gojo Kumamoto and the head of the family. Thinking of the Gojo family's ambitions, Yagyu Hidetsuga's expression rarely became serious. This time is also an opportunity for the Yagyu family. If the Gojo family achieves their goal, the Yagyu family may not be able to obtain the status of the big three sorcerer families, but they will be able to squeeze into the upper echelons among the sorcerer families. After all, without the big three sorcerer families, everyone is a sorcerer family, so who can be more powerful than who? Understand, I will strive for more say in the association. Yagyu Hidetsuga's eyes became sharp. Having decided to follow the Gojo family, the Yagyu family must definitely be the most active one. After all, the Yagyu family also has a secret rival. The Yeri family possesses the reverse curse technique, which is a rare resource, and Yeri Inami even tried to match his daughter with Gojo Naru. Compared with Yagyu Zenin and Yeri Shoko, he has no advantage. After all, one is delicate and the other is a strong man. After Gojo Naru made a Zanpakutō for Yeri Shoko, the Yagyu family had even less advantage. Therefore, we must have a sense of crisis. However, what Yagyu Hideji didn't know was that the Yeri family, whom they had always secretly regarded as their rivals, already had their own Zanpakutō. Yeri's house. Yeri Inami looked at the sky leisurely. Feeling the fluctuations of the flames, his mood was calm. After all, he had been excited for a long time today. Shoko obtained her Zanpakutō, and the technique of this Zanpakutō was perfectly in line with the Yeri family's birth technique. Moreover, it seems that the relationship between Gojo Naru and Yeri Shoko has also made some progress. Yeri Inami feels that the Yeri family has a promising future. When the Gojo family completely takes power, the Yeri family should be able to follow Shoko's path and gain some support. The most important thing is that Yeri's reverse curse technique is also hard currency. The title of the strongest nanny is not just a joke. Reverse curse technique, reverse curse technique. This thing is very rare in the world of spells. Originally, Yeri Inami was still worried that Gojo Naru would forge a Zanpakutō that would compete with the reverse curse technique. Now, the only Zanpakutō with the reverse curse technique ability is in Shoko's hands, so the Yeri family basically has no competition. It's a pity that Yeri Inami only saw the specialness of Zanpakutō, but didn't know that Gojo Naruto had more than just the abilities of Zanpakutō. When Gojo Naruto completes his training of Instant Step and truly begins to master the way of the ghost, perhaps the entire world of curse arts will see what the god of death is. The reverse curse technique that the Yeri family is so proud of is not actually that necessary in Gojo Naru's opinion. After all, in the ghost way, there is the Hui way. The breaking path is responsible for lethality, the binding path is responsible for control, and the returning path is responsible for healing. When Gojo Naru completes his mastery of the Kido, he will be the most comprehensive god of death in the world. When the strongest Kido is paired with the strongest Zanpakutō, no matter whether it is Nose Stroke or Ryuman Sukuna, neither could be a match for Gojo Naru. As for beheading Gojo Satoru, it was impossible to happen the moment Gojo Naruto was born into this world. After all, Gojo Naruto is the strongest god of death in this world. A person who possesses a body that is bound by heaven and curse, possesses the eyes of heaven that can see through everything, possesses the god of death ability to kill ghosts with a fist, and possesses the strongest Zanpakutō, like Ryujan Jaka. As such an existence, he is destined to ascend the throne of heaven that belongs to the Curse Return world. What? That's the power of your Zanpakutō. After hearing what Nishi Yongshu said, Sekiguchi Tsukiji was stunned. He had always known that the power of Zanpakutō was extremely strong, and that it had completely shaken up the entire world of curse arts during this period of time. But this was also the first time he had witnessed the power of Zanpakutō with his own eyes. Those dozens of fire pillars that shot up into the sky just now were like a natural disaster. This terrifying power actually came from the Zanpakutō. This completely overturned Sekiguchi's imagination of cursed tool. The difference between an ordinary curse tool and a Zanpakutō is like the difference between a pistol and an atomic bomb. The gap is too huge. No wonder people always say that the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Naruto, has the power of a jutsu. This is the legendary Zanpakutō. Sekiguchi Tsukiji could not hide the shock in his eyes. If possible, he would like to see if he could get a Zanpakutō from Gojo Naruto. If he had a Zanpakutō, could he advance from a first-class sorcerer to a special-class sorcerer? Standing next to Sekiguchi Tsukiji, Yaga Mazamichi frowned. He has always been somewhat concerned about Zanpakutō, but he only knows the abilities of the Zanpakutō of Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Seimin. After all, these two Zanpakutō appear frequently, and Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Seimin carry out missions more frequently, and Yaga Mazamichi has also worked with them many times. The power of Qingchong and Yahua is indeed strong, but is not to the point that makes people despair. Yaga Mazamichi had not paid attention to the wonderful spectacle that unfolded at the Gojo family when Senbonzakura and Ryujan Jaka appeared before, so he did not know much about the true power of Zanpakutō. Now, witnessing the true power of Ryujan Jaka for the first time, Yaga Mazamichi was truly shocked. And immediately after the shock, Yaga Mazamichi felt that Gojo Naru, who possessed a Zanpakutō, must receive correct teachings. It is not a good thing for the world that a 6-year-old child has such a powerful weapon. After all, children don't know how to grasp the limits. He knew that Gojo Naru was precocious. After all, he was the 6-eyed son of God of the Gojo family. However, in Yaga Mazamichi's opinion, he could not be allowed to have free reign just because the 6-eyed son of God was precocious. Moreover, in Yaga Mazamichi's view, Gojo Naru and Gojo Satoru both have the power to change the world, and they need someone to guide them correctly. In the world of spells, the Spell High School is a very good place for guidance. If possible, he really hopes that these young people can become students of technical colleges and shape their perception of the world. Shi Yongshu was silently recording something at this time. Before, the entire association only knew that Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō Ryujan Jaka was very powerful, but no one had ever experienced it personally. This time, they felt the power of Ryujan Jaka at such a close distance, which was completely different from what they had heard from others before. Looking at the fire pillars rising into the sky like Ryujan Jaka, Shi Yongshu felt that the power of the Zanpakutō was simply a natural disaster. Even if Mount Fuji really erupted, it would probably be this powerful, right? The most important thing is this the true strength of Zanpakutō Ryujan Jaka? Shi Yongshu doesn't think so. Regarding Sodi Shiryuki before, they had believed many times that Sodi Shiryuki only had those few moves. However, Gojo Naru was able to use techniques that they had never seen before every time. The first dance, Moon White, and the second dance, White Ripple, were performed by Gojo Naruto. The information about San no Wu, White Sword, was learned by the association through the Zenin family, plus the mysterious Bankai technique that is enough to defeat a domain-level cursor. There are already 4 types of techniques that have been displayed, and Shi Yongshu knows that there must be other techniques that the association does not know about. Therefore, Sodi Shiryuki already has such a powerful and numerous techniques, not to mention the even more powerful Zanpakutō, Ryujan Jaka. It was hard for Shi Yongshu to imagine that Ryujan Jaka had such power before Bankai. What would happen after Bankai? After the conclusion, wouldn't Ryujan Wakaka have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth? He suddenly began to mourn for Honglong in his heart. In Shi Yongshu's opinion, The powerful special grade Cursed Spirit Rainbow Dragon is not worth the effort of Ryujan Jaka. If the dozens of fire pillars that had just erupted were aimed directly at the Rainbow Dragon, perhaps this special grade Cursed Spirit would have been exorcised directly. Center of the battlefield. Looking at the power of Ryujan Jaka, Gojo Satoru's expression was extremely shocked. If the flames on the castle walls before only made Yagyu feel the scorching heat, the flames of the scorching hell before him made him feel the threat of death. A being like the Rainbow Dragon has no ability to resist the blazing hell. So, even if I tame the Rainbow Dragon, can I really get closer to Gojo Naruto's level? It just feels impossible. Do you want to become stronger? Gojo Naruto looked at Gojo Satoru with a serious expression. Yagyu nodded, his eyes very determined. He wanted to become stronger. He didn't want to be left behind like this. He felt that he should not lose to anyone. Not even Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru. I forged a Zanpakutō for you before, but you are now disappointing me. You are not qualified to master the Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming smiled, raised up Gojo Satoru's hope, and then suppressed it hard again. Yagyu's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. He knew that he had disappointed Gojo Ming. There was a hint of pity in Gojo Satoru's eyes. He felt that if Gojo Naruto really didn't intend to give Gojo Satoru his Zanpakutō, there was no need to mention this, right? How can you hang someone like this? This destined bond really made Gojo Satoru pay close attention to Gojo Satoru. He just wanted to speak when Jojo Yuki stood in front of Gojo Satoru and shook his head. They all saw that Gojo Ming's words, the knife, and the action just now were all forcing something. It is definitely not simply to suppress Gojo Satoru's hopes. When Gojo Satoru felt lost and the atmosphere became quiet, Rainbow Dragon once again flew up without knowing whether to live or die. Because Gojo Ming did not use up all his strength when he released the Scorching Hell, Honglong only suffered minor skin injuries. Now, Honglong still has the idea of fighting. Gojo Ming felt helpless about such a reckless action. It turned out that Honglong was not as intelligent as Louhu and the others. He was completely unaware of the threat. If it was Louhu, Hanami, and the others, they would have probably already fled after Gojo Naruto released the blazing hell just now. However, this is not a bad thing for Gojo Naruto. Anyway, this Rainbow Dragon was originally in Gojo Satoru's pocket, and today he wanted to see which was stronger, the special grade Cursed Spirit or the biological type Zanpakutō. In the world of death, Nishizuku's main role is to act as a mount and healer, and she doesn't have many opportunities to show her abilities in combat. Now it's time for Rishizuku to show up. It just so happened that the Rainbow Dragon was a special grade Cursed Spirit with an air-to-ground advantage, and Nishizuku could also fly, so there was no question of one bullying the other. Shoko, let Nishizuku attack. This will also help you improve your control over Nishizuku. As Gojo Naruto's voice sounded, Yeri Shoko nodded slightly. She didn't know what the fighting ability of Nishizuku was, but since Gojo Naruto said so, she naturally wanted to see the specific abilities of Nishizuku. After receiving Shoko's order, Nishizuku, who had been standing aside, began to fly into the air. Her mouth suddenly opened wide and spit out shock waves like balls. The movement of Nishizuku's attack in the sky is very similar to that of a manta ray wandering in the sea. This action is very funny, but those shock waves are not in vain. Although it looked like just a bunch of white spherical attacks, the special grade Cursed Spirit Rainbow Dragon was beaten back step by this ordinary attack. The most important thing is that Rainbow Dragon's cursed wave is not enough to defeat Nishizuku. This scene surprised Gojo Satoru and the three supporting team even more. If they could accept the fact that Gojo Naruto used Ryujan Jaka to defeat the special grade Cursed Spirit, they would still be able to accept it. They couldn't believe that the Manta Ray, which was like a Cursed Spirit, beat the special grade Cursed Spirit so badly. In other words, this ray that flies in the sky like a mount actually has the power of a special grade Cursed Spirit? Sekiguchi Kiyoshi thought that this Manta Ray was just a flying mount with a little bit of meat shield attribute. But I never thought that this cursed spirit's attack ability was so strong. Seeing that everyone around was watching the battle between snakes and fish with great interest, and thinking about what Gojo Naruto said to Shoko, a guess suddenly emerged in Shiojia's mind. This ray definitely appeared during the time he was away. During this period of time, it was impossible for Gojo Ming to subdue a special grade cursed spirit. After all, Gojo Ming did not have a birth technique like his own. Then, there is only one possibility that this huge flying ray named Nishizuku is the product of Zanpakutō. Gojo Naruto just said that he made a Zanpakutō for himself. Then there is no doubt that other people should also have Zanpakutō. Kuju Kyuki wears a samurai sword on his waist. Obviously, this is a Zanpakutō. Yuri Shoko does not have a sword on his waist, but he does have a scabbard. Then, the giant flying ray in the sky should be the ability of Shoko's Zanpakutō. Otherwise, Gojo Naruto wouldn't have said this unnecessary sentence to allow Shoko to improve her control over Nishizuku. He had already guessed most of it in his mind, but he still had to confirm his guess. Currently, the only person who can help me solve my doubts is Gojo Satoru, with whom I have a good relationship. Whoa, let me ask you something about that one in the sky. As soon as Geto Suguru opened his mouth, Gojo Satoru gave a direct answer. Oh, that's Shoko's Zanpakutō, the Nishizuku. Shoko's Zanpakutō's ability is to transform into the Nishizuku, and most of its functions are in this creature in the sky. Geto Shio understood. To be honest, when he met Yuri Shoko at the Yorizuya before, he didn't pay much attention to this girl. Although the girl was beautiful, Shiyuji was not paying attention to that at the moment. Yuri Shoko's reverse curse technique ability is very rare, but Geto Suguru doesn't take it seriously. After all, no matter how powerful the reverse curse technique is, it can only serve as a nurse to provide backup. What I need is to become stronger. However, now that Yuri Shoko has a Zanpakutō, she has undergone such a big change. After getting the Zanpakutō, Yuri Shoko went straight from a nurse to a summoner, directly took away your position. Originally, Geto Suguru thought that he, who possessed the ability to manipulate cursed spirits, was most suitable for the position of summoner. After all, the technique is innate. However, who could have thought that the powerful special-grade cursed spirit Louhu would directly surrender to Gojo Ming, which meant that Gojo Ming had his first summoned creature. Now, Gojo Naru has created the Zanpakutō Nishizuku for Yuri Shoko. As long as he is with Yuri Shoko, Gojo Naru has a second summon, under the blessing of such a powerful cursed spirit. Even if I have more cursed spirits, it seems to be useless. Although, tens of thousands of cursed spirits can give him the ability to form an army by himself. However, under the technique of Gojo Naru's Ryujan Jaka, no matter how many cursed spirits there are, they will probably be destroyed by Gojo Naru in one blow. Shiyuji was a little dazed. I should have had the opportunity to obtain a Zanpakutō, but I squandered it. The conceited Geto Suguru has always been proud. As Yagyu said before, the strong should protect the weak. In Geto's opinion, humans who don't know the rituals are weak, and strong people like them should protect the weak. However, in fact, deep in his heart, he has always hidden disdain for the weak. In his opinion, sorcerers who possess spells were special beings. The so-called protection of the weak is nothing more than the pity of the strong for the weak. However, his pride was nothing compared to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. Is the way I look at ordinary humans the same as how Gojo Naruto looks at them? In the world of spells, heaven and spell binding have always been a curse. However, this curse showed another kind of power on Zenin Shinji and Gojo Naru. Perhaps this so-called heaven and curse binding can also be regarded as a kind of selection for sorcerers. Geto Suguru was reflecting in his heart. However, he is not a person who can convince himself. Suppressing his inner feelings in this way will only make it explode more strongly at some point in the future. Zanpakutō, it would be great if I could get a Zanpakutō like Yuri Shoko. If I own a Zanpakutō, will it give me the right to reposition myself? Can it make me stronger and not rely solely on cursed spirits. Geto Shayo looked at the schizophrenia in the sky, his eyes filled with desire. He needed a Zanpakutō, and since Gojo Naruto was willing to forge a Zanpakutō for him, then his talent was definitely recognized by Gojo Naruto. Feeling Geto Sugiru's strong emotional fluctuations, Gojo Ming nodded secretly. What he feared the most was that if Geto Shayo kept his emotions inside every day and couldn't vent them, this paranoid guy would sooner or later go down the same path as before. However, Gojo Naru is not a god after all, and his understanding of Geto Sugiru's mentality can only be based on some details in the original work, and he cannot fully control the changes in Geto Sugiru's mentality. He is now watching Yuji from the side, and perhaps he can pull the reins of Yuji's distorted mentality in time. If he is not watching Yuji next to him, Yuji's mentality may still be affected by external things. But this is no longer what Gojo Naruto needs to think about. At this moment, the three-member support team from the association finally arrived at the battlefield and came to the side of Yagyu Seimin and Geto Sugiru. It is indeed the 6 eyes of the Gojo family. The other one is Zenin Shinji, and there is also the astral body Juju Yuki, the genius of reverse curse technique Yeri Shoko. Sekiguchi Sakiji looked at the group of people standing next to Geto Sugiru and felt deeply the luxury of this lineup. According to the strength of this group of people, they can kill the 3 of them silently. In fact, there is no need for this group of people. All we need is Zenin Jiner and his Zanpakutō Hanaten Kayakatsu. However, no matter how luxurious the lineup is, the core of this group of people is the young boy with white hair and blue eyes who has a calm face and stands next to Geto Sugiru. The boy's eyes were like mist, his eyelashes and hair were pure white, and there was another identical twin next to him. This indicates that the twins are the 6 eyes godchildren of this generation of the Gojo family. The 2 Zanpakutō sheathed at the boy's waist further confirmed his identity. This person is none other than Gojo Naru, the forger of Zanpakutō, the 6 eyes godson of the Gojo family, the bearer of the heaven and curse binding, and the one who, at a young age, was able to repel the domain-level cursor. The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky just now came from one of the 2 Zanpakutō on his waist. If Sekiguchi Sakiji and the other 2 were still somewhat curious before the meeting, after the actual meeting, they were left with only shock in their hearts. After all, the child in front of him was too young, only 6 years old. What can a 6-year-old do? Under normal circumstances, they may not even have started primary school. The 2 6 eyes sons of God from the Gojo family can now begin to exorcise cursed spirits and establish their own power and connect their own relationships in this society. Yagamazamichi looked at the 2 young children in front of him, and he had the idea of helping them to establish a complete worldview. At this moment, he felt that one of his responsibilities was to make this group of young people in front of him the pillars of the future world of sorcery. Yaga, what are you thinking about? As Nishiyongshu's voice sounded, Yagamazamichi was stunned for a moment, pushed his glasses, and came to his senses. Only then did he realize that Gojo Ming was looking at him with a playful look on his face, as if he knew him. As the core of the team, Gojo Naru looked at him, and naturally everyone else looked at him with curiosity. Even Yeri Shoko, who is currently treating Yagyu Seimin, was not surprised. Is there something on my face? Being watched by so many people, Yagamazamichi, who is still a technical high school student, looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he was wearing sunglasses, so even if it was too embarrassing, no one would notice anything. Gojo Naru was a little surprised when he saw the young Yagamazamichi, even though he looked like a future gangster with the sunglasses on. However, he did not expect that Yagamazamichi was so young and handsome at this time. His figure was sturdy and strong, and his physique was not inferior to that of Chanyuan Shire. If he didn't know that Yagamazamichi mainly fights with cursed corpses, Gojo Naru would really have preconceived that he was a master of physical skills. Zenin Shinji and others began to look at Yagamazamichi carefully, and even Sekiguchi Sakiji, the strongest among the 3, was overshadowed by Yagamazamichi. What does this man in sunglasses do? Why is Ming paying so much attention to him? Is there something worth paying attention to? He doesn't look that strong. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly, and six eyes kept scanning Yagyu like a laser, trying to find out what was special about Yagyu. The body looks quite strong. How does it compare to the Heaven and Curse? Zenin Jr. silently looked at Yagyu, thinking about how many punches he would need to throw if he wanted to defeat him. This person doesn't look like a good person at all. He's wearing sunglasses in this weather? Is he pretending to be a gangster? His cursed power is quite strong. Yuki raised his eyebrows and didn't care much about Yagyu. After all, although the opponent was strong, he was still not as strong as himself. Even Gojo Satoru, who was feeling depressed, looked up subconsciously. After all, there were not many people who could attract Gojo Naru's attention. I don't know how far the principal's curse skeleton has been developed. The panda shouldn't be born yet, right? The technique of completely independent curse corpse could be considered very promising. If it could get support from a large family or the top management of an association, the principal's curse corpse technique could even make him a one-man army. In the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world, the only two people who can truly be called a one-man army are probably Yagyu and Gojo Satoru. The cursed spirits absorbed by Gojo Satoru through his own cursed spirit manipulation technique. Yagyu used his own curse corpse technique to create an independent curse corpse. Gojo Naru felt that he had somewhat neglected the named characters in the original work. Since I am a time traveler, how can I limit my vision like this? The principal, Yagyu, and Nanami Kento, who is supposed to be younger than Gojo Satoru. Oh, and it seems that there are also Mei and the others, all of whom are the future strong men in the world of spellcasting. It is also a good choice to be able to treat them as your own experience packs in advance. Moreover, people like Yagyu who possess lost technology should never be ignored. Should I forward to Zanpakutō for Principal Yaga? If I do, what kind of Zanpakutō should I forward for the principal? There don't seem to be many Zanpakutō that can be used in conjunction with the Cursed Corpse. Should we help Principal Yaga pair a Keto-typed Zanpakutō? Just as Gojo Ming was deep in thought, a roar was heard from the sky. Along with the Rainbow Dragon's painful roar, everyone's attention was once again drawn to the battle in the sky. In the sky, Hong Long, who had been attacked by Ryujan Jaka before, was no match for Nishizuku. Under Yeri Shoko's command, Nishizuku was as agile as a manta ray, continuously emitting energy waves, 1, 2, 3, constantly focusing on a rainbow dragon. The pale Japanese dragon was flying crookedly in the sky, and after struggling to hold on for more than 10 seconds, it fell from the sky. It hit the ground hard, splashing up thick dust. It's over. This exorcism mission seems to have ended. The culprit of all this, the special-grade cursed spirit rainbow dragon, has been dealt with by Nishizuku, and Gojo Satoru and Yagyu have also been rescued. Shi Yongshu breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yagyu, who was unconscious on the side. Fortunately, he was not dead. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to deal with the Yagyu family. Just when the three supporting teams thought the dust had settled, Yagyu suddenly started coughing violently, and his face went from pale to an unusually flushed color. Yagyu injuries were too severe, and Shoko's reverse curse technique could only provide simple treatment but could not completely solve the problem. The expressions of Sekiguchi Tsukiji, Yagyu, and Nishinaga Ki changed. Getting rid of the special-grade curse spirit is not the key. Their mission this time was to rescue Yagyu. If they managed to get rid of Hong Long but failed to rescue Yagyu, then their mission would be considered a failure. Yagyu approaches Yagyu and wants to check on his health. However, Gojo Ming stopped him directly. Gojo Naru, right? Let me go over and take a look. Yagyu condition is very serious. In Yagyu opinion, injuries that could not be cured by the reverse curse technique were definitely not ordinary. However, to his surprise, Gojo Ming just shook his head and said softly, "Trust Shoko. She is the most professional among us." When it comes to the use of reverse curse technique, Even Chief Yeri Inamitsu can't compare to Shoko. Gojo Naru's tone was very arrogant, but Yagamazamichi did not doubt it. After all, they had no say in the reverse curse technique. However, the reverse curse technique is not a panacea. Now it seems that Yagyu Seimin was not cured by Yeri Shoko's reverse curse technique, right? Although Yagamazamichi can't think of any treatment method now, but at least he should try his best, right? Otherwise, what's the point of the three of them coming here? Yagamazamichi is still unwilling to give up, and Gojo Naruto admires this state very much. He is worthy of being the mentor of the Gojo Satoru trio in the future. However, even so, he still couldn't let Yagamazamichi get close to Yagyu Seimin, because he knew that Shoko still had his own methods. Although the reverse curse technique had no effect on Yagyu Seimin, didn't Shoko have other methods? Gojo Naru glanced at the flying Nishizuku Sha in the sky. The healing skills of this big ray were not inferior to the reverse curse technique. Shoko only needed to use Nishizuku Sha's technique to heal Yagyu Seimin. And everything happened just as Gojo Naruto had imagined. Yeri Shoko recalled Nishizuku Sha from the sky and did not deal a fatal blow to the rainbow dragon. The huge manta ray twisted its flexible body and swooped down from the sky. The movement was so fierce that Sekiguchi Sakiji, Yagamazamichi, and Nishinaga, Ki, subconsciously took a step back. It looked to them as if the giant manta ray was about to attack them. Rushizuku swooped down, slid across the ground, and then landed silently on the open space beside her. The trio didn't know what Yeri Shoko was doing, but when they came to their senses, they found that Yagyu Seimin, who was originally beside Yeri Shoko, had disappeared. But this huge light green ray is constantly moving its mouth, as if it is chewing something. Yagyu Seimin was eaten by this one-eyed giant ray? Why did Gojo Naru do this? Yagamazamichi didn't know that Nishizuku Satoshi was controlled by Yeri Shoko, so he first thought it was Gojo Naru's order. He subconsciously glanced at Gojo Naru, who was blocking his way, then turned around and rushed towards Nishizuku Sa. He couldn't let Yagyu Seimin be eaten by the cursed spirit like this. Why did Gojo Naruto allow his cursed spirit to eat people? Didn't Yagyu Seimin obtain the Zanpakutō Tsunohana from Gojo Naruto? Aren't the Yagyu and Gojo families very close? Why did Gojo Naruto allow this cursed spirit to eat Yagyu Seimin? Yagamazamichi didn't understand, but he had to save people first. However, Gojo Naruto did not let Yagamazamichi pass by and immediately appeared in front of Yagamazamichi with a flash step. Get out of the way, Gojo Naruto! Yagamazamichi gathered the cursed energy in his right fist, preparing to blast out a black flash. Although he is famous for his cursed corpse in the Jujutsu High School, his close combat ability is not inferior to others. Gojo Naru is very powerful, but Yagamazamichi is not afraid. As long as he stays close to Gojo Naru and prevents him from drawing his Zanpakutō to release the technique, his chances of winning should be greater. Yagamazamichi was a little too confident, but Gojo Naruto had no intention of testing the current principal's strength. At the moment when he was about to use the black flash, he directly used his body bound by heaven and curse to forcibly stop Yagamazamichi's attack and explained in a deep voice. This is the technique of Nishizuku Sasha. Nishizuku Sasha will swallow the injured to heal them. After Yagyu Seimin is vomited out, he will be fully healed. Gojo Naru's words made Yagamazamichi's body stiffen, with an expression of disbelief. How could he have such ability? Isn't this huge green ray in front of me a cursed spirit? Facing the suspicion in Yagamazamichi's eyes, Gojo pointed at Shoko, who had his eyes closed. At this moment, Nishizuku is using Shoko's power to treat Yagyu Seimin. The more serious the injury, the more cursed power Shoko will provide. If you attack Nishizuka Sasa, it will also affect Shoko's treatment of Yagyu Seimin. So, Principal Yaga, what are you going to do? Continue the attack? Or give up? Gojo Naru's playful voice put Yagamazamichi in a dilemma. After a moment of silence, Yagyu dispersed the cursed power on his right fist and shook his head awkwardly. I was too impatient and didn't understand the situation. Also, I'm just a student of the technical high school, not the principal. The principal is this. Yagyu pointed at Sekiguchi Sakiji, who was standing beside him. Sekiguchi Sakiji was also very embarrassed. Gojo Ming smiled silently, not knowing what to say. I made a slip of the tongue. This former principal has such a low sense of presence. After learning about Nishizuku's treatment method, everyone at the scene was silent. Whether it was the supporting trio or Gojo Satoru's group, they were all surprised by Nishizuku's healing behavior. But the only thing to be thankful for is that it seems that Yagyu will not be in any life-threatening danger. After Saiyojia realized this, he also breathed a sigh of relief. In this mission, Yagyu can be said to have helped him a lot. Without Yagyu-Samen's protection, perhaps Geto Suguru would not be able to stand here safely at this moment. The whole scene seemed to have fallen into silence. Sekiguchi Seiji, Yagyu, and Nishinagaki didn't know what to do. Should they go back and report now? This is a bit inappropriate. After all, there is no confirmed news about Yagyu-Samen. However, just standing there seemed a bit awkward. At this moment, Gojo Naruto glanced at Geto Suguru and said, "Yeah, your life skills are very powerful, but most of the time, you can't control it. Isn't it disgusting to swallow a rag that has been used to handle vomit and feces?" Saiyojin's body was shocked, and he looked up at Gojo Ming, his face full of shock. He could confirm that he had never told anyone about this feeling. So why did Gojo Naruto know the feeling of swallowing the cursed spirit ball? Even if Gojo Naruto knew that the cursed spirit ball tasted strange, why was Gojo Naruto able to know the accurate description in his heart? The most important thing is that Gojo Ming's description of the taste is exactly the same as what he felt in his heart. This is too scary. Could it be that Gojo Naruto can read my inner thoughts? Saiyojin's eyes widened, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back, not knowing how to respond to Gojo Naru. Seeing Geto Suguru's performance, Gojo Ming smiled and didn't care too much. Instead, he shifted his attention to Honglong beside him. Although Rainbow Dragon was in a very bad state under the attack of Rishizuku and had basically no strength to fight, the body of this Oriental dragon was still very shocking. Gojo Ming walked silently to the side of Honglong, patted its huge body, and said to Saiyojin, "If you want to maximize the power of the cursed spirit manipulation technique, then you have to overcome this idea. I know that the taste of the cursed spirit ball is very disgusting. After all, the birth of the cursed spirit is closely related to human negative emotions. How can it taste good? But, Jia, are you ready to give up your life-saving technique?" Not prepared, Wu Qiaoming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pursed his lips at Honglong beside him. "I'm giving you this opportunity. This is a special grade cursed spirit, and you came here on purpose to find it. What do you think? Do you want to absorb it?" Saiyojin's expression was a little ugly. He had tried to subdue the rainbow dragon before, but he had not been able to subdue it before it evolved into a special grade. Now that the rainbow dragon had become a special grade cursed spirit, how could he subdue it? Geto Shio felt that Gojo Naru seemed to be laughing at him. However, Gojo Naru's next words moved him. "Jay, if you can subdue the rainbow dragon, I will give you the Zanpakutō that I made for you. Since the cursed spirit manipulation technique is your innate technique, then show me your power." Gojo Naru's words were full of temptation, and even Gojo Satoru didn't understand why Gojo Naru did this. Asking Geto Suguru, who is only 6 years old, to subdue a special grade cursed spirit? Gojo Satoru doesn't think Geto Suguru can do it. The previous failure to subdue Louhu has already proved Geto Shio's current condition, and the continued failure of Honglong this time made Gojo Satoru feel that Geto Shio is not yet at the level where he can subdue a special grade cursed spirit. However, Gojo Satoru was unaware of Gojo Ming's painstaking efforts. For Gojo Naruto, the bond between Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru should be difficult to break. In this case, he must carefully consider Geto Suguru's future situation. The reason why Geto Shio will reach that point in the future is actually because of the pressure of constantly devouring cursed spirits. This feeling and the accumulation of various negative emotions made Saiyuja finally make that decision. And now, what Gojo Naruto is doing is to make Geto Suguru accept his birth technique and accept this weird taste. If Geto Shio wants to subdue Honglong, then he must overcome his inner resistance. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would not be able to subdue the special grade cursed spirit. Being able to overcome his psychological resistance, Geto Suguru will have a greater breakthrough in the speed of improving his strength. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay a price. How is it possible to become stronger without paying any price? Faced with Gojo Naru's proposal, Sekiguchi Tsukiji, Yagamazamichi, and Nishinaga Shu all looked at Geto Suguru. They didn't know the details of Geto Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation technique, but they knew that this was a very good opportunity. You know, Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō has been sold at a sky-high price in the current curse world. Even the price of a special grade curse tool cannot compare to Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. No matter what, Geto Shio should give a try. But Kajuku Yuki, Zenin Shinji, and Gojo Satoru knew that things were not that simple. If Geto Shio could really subdue special grade curse spirits at will, he would not have missed a special grade curse spirit like Louhu in Hongxing Palace before. After all, no matter how you look at it, Louhu is stronger than Honglong Yo. They all knew that taming the Rainbow Dragon would definitely be a huge challenge for Geto Suguru. In this situation, both groups were waiting for Geto Shio's answer. What choice will Geto Shio make? Come on, Jay, what decision will you make? Gojo Ming stood beside Honglong with a smile on his face. He gracefully stretched out his right hand and made an inviting gesture to Shio Jia. Jia, come on, let me see your determination. I know the potential of your technique. Now you definitely have the ability to subdue the Rainbow Dragon. Curse Spirit Manipulation Technique. You haven't really discovered its power yet. The technique of manipulating top-grade curse spirits, or even extracting curse spirits. Jia, this is your reliance as a boss in the future. At the same time, this is also the reason why your body will be coveted by Noose in the future. Completely control your own body, control your own techniques, control your own strength. Do not give yourself the chance to die, and do not give Noose the chance to obtain your body. Gojo Naruto is looking forward to Geto Suguru's decision. He actually already had the answer in his mind, but he still looked forward to seeing Geto Shio take that step with his own eyes. Everyone looked at Geto Suguru walking to Gojo Naru's side, with different expressions on their faces. Yagamazamichi and the other two thought that Geto Suguru really cared more about his Zanpakutō. Gojo Satoru and the other two knew that this was a challenge to themselves. I will complete the capture of the Rainbow Dragon. Saiyuji's eyes were full of determination. Everyone can brag. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows and gave his seat to Geto Suguru. I need to accept your technique. If you have this kind of rejection mentality, you won't be able to subdue the special grade curse spirit with your strength. Gojo Ming gave the final hint and walked back to Gojo Satoru and the others. Saiyuja held his breath and concentrated, and a tense atmosphere began to emerge around him. Jujo Yuki walked behind Gojo Naru, hugged Gojo Naru's neck from behind, pressed his huge and plump breasts on Gojo Naru's shoulders, and said with a chuckle, "Even though you said you don't want to give the Zanpakutō to Geto Suguru, in reality, you still have to give it to him. Even if Geto Shio really can't subdue Rainbow Dragon, you will definitely give Kizuna Maru to Geto Shio to use." Jujo Yuki was full of certainty when he spoke, and a confident smile appeared on his delicate face. Smelling the greasy aroma, Gojo Ming gave Jujo Yuki a look with an expression that said, "You're so smart." It was indeed just as Yuki Kujuku imagined. Kizunamura was originally created for Geto Suguru. This time, the reason why I said I wouldn't give it to Geto Suguru was to PUA this guy, Geto Suguru. But, being exposed like this, don't you have any face left? It seems that there is less and less sense of boundary between Jujo Yuki and me. You know, Before Tenzin completed the Bankai of Yuluja, he still needed to rely on astral plasma to maintain his consciousness. What the hell is this that Jujutsu is letting himself go right now? Not far away, Honglong suddenly began to struggle violently. Although Nishizuku no longer has any ability to resist, its huge body is still a considerable threat to a weak human. When Geto Shio's right hand touched him, Honglong felt a sense of loss of control. If he allowed Geto Suguru to release the technique, Honglong knew that he might not be free in the future. This is not the ending it wants to accept. Feeling the Rainbow Dragon's cursed power gathering towards his right hand, Xiaoyujia breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you start absorbing the cursed energy, this is a good start. However, the good times did not last long, as Honglong's reaction began to affect the gathering of cursed energy. The ball of cursed power in Geto Suguru's hand has not yet taken shape, and Rainbow Dragon's will is still resisting Geto Suguru. Faced with this situation, a trace of pain flashed in Xiaoyujia's eyes. Sure enough, it is still very difficult to subdue the special grade cursed spirit. This scene is exactly the same as the scene where Rainbow Dragon was subdued in front of Yagyu Zenin before. Are we going to experience failure again? Xiaoyujia recalled the expectation in Gojo Naruto's eyes just now, and thought about how he was about to pass by his Zanpakutō, and the pain in his heart became even more intense. If he could not tame the Rainbow Dragon and obtain his Zanpakutō, the gap between him and Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru would only get bigger. This Rainbow Dragon is the foundation of his existence. If he could subdue the Rainbow Dragon and use the Zanpakutō that Gojo Naruto made for him, then even if he encountered a cursed spirit like Rokugo in the future, he would have the confidence to fight it and try to subdue it using the cursed spirit manipulation technique. The premise of all this is that he can conquer Honglong. Geto Shio subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Gojo Ming. This white-haired boy opened his pair of azure blue eyes, and his white eyelashes fluttered constantly. He felt Gojo Naru's expectations and trust. Different from Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinji, and others who were skeptical, Gojo Ming really believed that he could tame Honglong. A look of determination flashed across Xiaoyujia's face, and he placed both of his hands on Honglong's body. He wanted to do it, and he would do it. Isn't that the disgusting smell? Can this taste compare to the feeling of vulnerability of losing to someone else? He, Geto Suguru, didn't want to lose to anyone, not even Six Eyes from the Gojo family, not even the Zanpakutō Smith who was famous throughout the world of sorcery. Come on, I accept it. I'll just pretend that I have no sense of taste. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiaoyujia's eyes. At this moment, Geto Shio completely cut off his sense of taste. As long as he couldn't taste anything, his resistance to the curse spirit manipulation technique would naturally no longer exist. If you can't solve it psychologically, then solve it directly from a physiological perspective. By blocking his sense of taste through cursed power, Geto Suguru's expression became distorted. At the same time, he completely accepted his own birth technique. He had completely forgotten what the rag smelled like. At this moment, the cursed spirit manipulation technique was completely controlled by Geto Suguru. Rainbow Dragon's struggle became more and more intense. When everyone thought that Geto Suguru could not tame Rainbow Dragon, a powerful cursed force was extracted from Rainbow Dragon. As everyone was watching, the Rainbow Dragon transformed into a ball of light flowing with strange colors and appeared in Geto Xia's hand. Is this the cursed spirit manipulation technique? Gojo Satoru's face was full of curiosity. This was the first time he had seen such a technique. Six Eyes of the Gojo family was quickly analyzing Geto Suguru's technique. He was very curious about the principle behind Geto Suguru's technique and why he could control so many cursed spirits at the same time. There was also a hint of surprise in Chanyuan Shinner's eyes. Although he didn't know much about the technique, Geto Suguru's actions just now made him feel that Geto Suguru had given up something. He resolutely gave up certain things in exchange for the opportunity to completely master the technique. Zenin Shinji didn't know what Xiaoyuji gave up, but he knew that this thing was definitely very precious. At the same time, he also had a new understanding of Gojo Satoru. Although he felt that Gojo Satoru was still unable to compete with Gojo Naruto, in his opinion, Gojo Satoru at this time might become a parallel existence with Gojo Satoru in the future. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoru will become famous masters in the world of sorcery in the future. Of course, the strongest people should still be myself and Gojo Naruto. The light in Jujutsu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. What she cares about is not Gojo Satoru. Whether Gojo Satoru fails or succeeds has nothing to do with him. What she cared about was the meaning of what Gojo Naru had said before. The success of Gojo Satoru means that Gojo Naru's dark words have been confirmed. Something that shouldn't have happened. Gojo Shio shouldn't have completed the taming of the special grade cursed spirit at this age. He should at least wait until Gojo Shio is twice as old before he can achieve this level. However, under the guidance of Gojo Naruto, Gojo Satoru did it. Gojo Naruto, who are you? Jujutsu's curiosity about Gojo Naru grows stronger and stronger, and at the same time, his affection for Gojo Naru also grows stronger and stronger. The mysterious Gojo Naruto is like a deadly poison to Jujutsu. If before, Kujuku Yuki regarded Lord Tenzin as a god and prophet in this world. So, after meeting Gojo Naruto, Lord Tenzin's position was replaced by Gojo Naruto. The mysterious Gojo Naru, the riddle-like Gojo Naru, the Gojo Naru who seemed to know everything. All these made Jujutsu more and more obsessed. She was looking forward to discovering more secrets around Gojo Naruto. As for other people, whether it was Gojo Satoru, or Zenin Shinji who possessed the power of heaven and curse, she was no longer that curious about them. Before, she had always wanted to use Tianyu Jufu, a being with no curse power at all, as her test subject to eliminate the cursed spirit. Now, Gojo Naru has fulfilled all her needs. As long as Gojo Naruto can cooperate with her, then nothing else will be a problem. While Kujuki was daydreaming, Gojo Satoru held the blue curse ball in his hand and slowly moved it closer to him. This curse ball is very big, worthy of being the incarnation of a special grade curse spirit. It is different from all the curse balls he has come into contact with before. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Satoru's hands. They also wanted to know how Gojo Satoru would use the curse spirit manipulation technique next. In full view of everyone, Xiaoyojia opened his mouth wide, and the entire blue curse ball seemed to be twisted and was swallowed into his mouth. At this moment, everyone present finally understood why Gojo Naruto said that. Although I didn't taste it myself, but the thought of swallowing this cursed energy gathered from negative emotions made it impossible for it to taste good. The feeling of swallowing a rag that has been used to handle vomit and feces. Thinking of Gojo Naru's description just now, Gojo Satoru, Sekiguchi Seiji, Yagamazamichi, and Nishinaga Shu all felt nauseous. How could anyone possibly swallow this kind of taste? They finally understood why it was so difficult for Gojo Satoru to use the technique of life. Who can bear this kind of thing? Not to mention swallowing it all the time. Even if they were asked to swallow it once, it would probably be a little difficult. Only Gojo Naru looked evil. Yuri Shoko looked calm, and Kujuki Yuki looked indifferent at the scene. Gojo Naruto had known that this scene would happen, and knew that this was the only way for Gojo Satoru to control the cursed spirit, so there was nothing surprising about it. Yuri Shoko was concentrating on providing the cursed energy to Nishizuku to treat Yagyu Seimin. As for Yuki Kujuku, her situation was even simpler. She didn't care at all whether Gojo Satoru could control the rainbow dragon. To her, all this was meaningless. As the blue curse ball twisted and the entire curse power was swallowed by Gojo Satoru, the remains of the rainbow dragon that had originally stayed on the ground completely dissipated. Gojo Satoru's power became even stronger, and in the 6 eyes of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, the negative emotions entangled with Gojo Satoru became even more intense. As expected, how could Gojo Satoru not become a pervert if he continues to devour cursed spirits like this? This is the result after Gojo Satoru completely gave up his sense of taste. It is really hard to imagine how strong the negative emotions would be if Gojo Satoru still swallowed the curse ball with that kind of reluctance mentality. Gojo Ming was watching secretly from the side. According to the current situation, he must pay more attention to Gojo Satoru's development of the life technique in the future. However, the look Gojo Satoru gave Suguru Gojo was much simpler. Gojo Satoru only has pure concern for Gojo Suguru. The only person of his age whom he could consider a friend, besides Shoko, was Gojo Suguru. He was against Gojo Naruto letting Gojo Suguru forcibly subdue Rainbow Dragon. This behavior seemed very dangerous to Gojo Satoru. Although Gojo Suguru finally successfully completed this action, the pressure he bore was far beyond his age. Gojo Satoru didn't want his friend to change his personality because of something like this. As the rise and fall of Gojo Satoru's chest gradually became calm, the solemnity in the air also slowly subsided. In an instant, Yuji's body trembled and he burped. The negative emotions that originally surrounded him disappeared instantly, and he became much more normal. Ming, I'm done. Gojo Suguru's expression returned to calm, and he looked at Gojo Naru. For this cursed spirit, he gave up his sense of taste. From then on, he was completely isolated from food. Although he could get a rare Zanpakutō, because of this, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, no one wants to lose something for no reason. Although, it seems that taste is not that important. Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes and nodded. He still approved of Gojo Suguru's determination and decision. Such a person would definitely be a figure in the world of sorcery in the future. Under the gazes of everyone, Xiaoyojie waved his right hand, and in the torn space, a white oriental dragon appeared directly from the crack. Rainbow Dragon. This white oriental dragon looks exactly like the previous Rainbow Dragon, except for its size. The only difference between the two is that the Rainbow Dragon summoned by Gojo Suguru is slightly smaller than the previous one. However, the pressure from a special grade cursed spirit still exists. At this moment, no one could regard Gojo Suguru as a 6-year-old child. At least, this child already possessed the strength of a special grade cursed spirit. The strength of this special grade cursed spirit is enough to crush sorcerers of level 2 and below. Although it seems that Gojo Suguru's strength is not as good as his peers Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto, but below the two of them, basically no one can be his opponent. Among their peers, the three of them are already the pinnacle of the entire sorcery world, and special beings like Shoko are more used for backup support. In real battles, they cannot compare with Gojo Naruto, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Suguru. Fortunately, this time Gojo Naru forged a meat Shizuku for Shoko, so Shoko could at least summon meat Shizuku to assist in the battle. Nishizuku's strength is at least comparable to that of a special grade cursed spirit, and she also has the ability to perform healing rituals. Although this cannot make Shoko a top combat force, it can at least allow Shoko to have the ability to protect herself in the world of curses. Wet nurses are very necessary in this world. Yeah, you have fulfilled the previous agreement. Gojo Naruto smiled and nodded. Xiaoyojie also breathed a sigh of relief and recovered Honglong. It takes a lot of effort to tame the Rainbow Dragon. He released the Rainbow Dragon to prove it to Gojo Naruto. Gojo Satoru knew that everything Gojo Naru did was to bring out his potential. However, deep in his heart, he still had a slight resistance and even a slight fear towards Gojo Naruto. He feels very easy to get along with Gojo Satoru, but feels very stressed when getting along with Gojo Naruto. Among his peers, Gojo Naruto is like a king sitting in the sky looking down at everyone. Gojo Suguru really doesn't know who can truly defeat Gojo Naruto. Even the unlimited techniques, 10 shadow techniques, and red blood manipulation techniques that have left their mark in the history of the entire curse world would only end in regret in front of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō and the heaven and curse binding. Right? Such an idea even occurred to Gojo Suguru. Does Gojo Naru really have no techniques? Perhaps Gojo Naruto's birth technique is the forging of Zanpakutō? Perhaps. Only in this way can we explain clearly why Gojo Naruto was able to create this cursed tool that has never appeared in the world of sorcery. Geto Shio didn't dare to think too much about it. Gojo Naruto's identity was full of mystery. It was the secret of the big three sorcerer families. Since neither the Zenin family nor the Kamo family made any comments, why should he, an ordinary sorcerer born in an ordinary family, think so much? At least, Gojo Naruto recognized me and made my Zanpakutō for me, right? Thinking of this, Saiyojia was looking forward to what his Zanpakutō would look like. After Geto Suguru tamed the rainbow dragon, Yagyu and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. The cursed spirit subdued by Geto Suguru was successfully exorcised, and they have completed half of the mission this time. Next, it depends on the situation of Yagyu. As the three people's eyes were focused on Nishizuku, who was still chewing, Yuri Shoko's closed eyes slowly opened. Because her cursed energy was almost drained, Yuri Shoko's face turned pale. Gojo Naru came to Shoko's side and supported her to stand up. He had always been confident in the healing effect of Nishizuku, but he did not expect that it would consume so much of Shoko's cursed energy. He helped Shoko to come to Nishizuku's side. Nishizuku stared at Shoko with her one eye, seeming a little confused. Mura, my cursed power can no longer support Nishizuku to continue repairing Uncle Yagyu-samen's body. Yuri Shoko's words caused the expressions of Yagyu and the other two to change. What does this mean? Could it be that what Gojo Naru just said was all a lie? Yuri Shoko cannot heal Yagyu-samen? Gojo Ming nodded. Shoko, you've worked hard. This is also your first time using Nishizuku's healing technique, so it's normal for this accident to happen. What is Yagyu-samen's current condition? Gojo Naruto didn't feel worried by Shoko's words. Even if others didn't know, how could he not know? Even if Yuri Shoko's cursed power was not enough to support the complete repair of Yagyu-samen's body, it had been repaired for such a long time, Yagyu-samen would not still be in the previous dangerous state. Yuri Shoko shook her head. Her relationship with Nishizuku was not close enough, so she could only feel that Yagyu-samen was still alive in Nishizuku's body, but she didn't know the specific situation. Gojo Naru, quickly let this cursed spirit spit out Samen. We need to recheck his condition. Sekiguchi Sakiji's expression became very serious. He knew that the Yagyu family was currently vying for votes from the association's top leaders. If everything went well, the Yagyu family, which had 2 first-level sorcerers, would be able to obtain a spot. If the Yagyu family lost a first-level sorcerer who had finally awakened because of the association's mission this time, he could hardly imagine what the Yagyu family would do. Yagyu and Nishinagaki also had serious expressions. They both knew the importance of Yagyu-samen's safety. Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, his expression looking very calm. This indifferent attitude made Sekiguchi Sakiji and the other 2 feel a little disappointed. They had all heard of the relationship between Yagyu-samen and Gojo Naru. As Gojo Naru's most staunch follower of the Yagyu family, it seemed that he came to carry out the purification mission this time in order to break through his own strength and complete the so-called Bankai opportunity of his Zanpakutō. Now, under this situation, Gojo Naruto is so cold. I wonder what Yagyu-samen will think after knowing this. However, if Yagyu-samen can't make it this time, he won't be bothered by Gojo Naru's attitude. Humans really only want to see what they want to see. Sekiguchi Kiyoshi and the other 2 all thought of Gojo Naru's indifference at this time, but they seem to have subconsciously forgotten why Gojo Naru and the others appeared here. Isn't the fundamental reason why Gojo Naru appeared here to rescue Yagyu-samen? So, this is already a paradox. If they thought more comprehensively, they might be able to understand why Gojo Ming was so calm. Gojo Ming didn't care at all about the adult's complicated thoughts. In the face of Sekiguchi Sakiji's request, he did not ignore it and nodded directly to Yuri Shoko. Shoko patted Nishizuku's head with a troubled expression and conveyed her instructions. Spit out this human? But he hasn't recovered yet. There was a look of doubt in Nishizuku's big single eye. Yuri Shoko and Gojo Naru, who were standing in front of her, could clearly sense the meaning conveyed by Nishizuku. Gojo Ming smiled, stroked Rishizuku, and said, "It's okay. You don't need to be cured completely. Shoko no longer has the strength to provide you with. Just spit out Yagyu Seimin. I won't bother you with the subsequent treatment." Nishizuku seemed to understand what Gojo Naruto said, but it knew that the person in front of it was the one who brought it into this world, so it agreed to Gojo Naruto's instructions. I saw that the frequency of Nishizuku's chewing was still increasing. After chewing twice with its huge mouth, it opened its mouth wide in an instant and spit out a human-shaped object wrapped in a ball of green light. No one expected that Yagyu Seimin would appear in such a posture. At the same time, except Gojo Naru, no one knew what this green light covering Yagyu Seimin was. Back. There was a flash of surprise in Gojo Ming's eyes, but then he calmed down. There is nothing wrong with the power of Kaido appearing in Nishizuku's body. Nishizuku's power to heal people is originally derived from Kaido. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming was looking forward to the fourth skill of Zanchuan Zogue, Ghost Path. In the entire world of Bleach, apart from Zanpakutō, Kido skills are the coolest and most powerful. According to Gojo Naru's understanding, the path of ghosts is divided into the path of destruction, the path of bondage, and the path of return. In the original work of Bleach, Heido appears most frequently, followed by Kudo, and Kaido appears the least frequently. If I break through the instant step and master the ghost way, I should be able to master the way of breaking, the way of binding, and the way of returning. At that time, we can see which one is more powerful, Hui Dao or reverse cursed technique. To be honest, Gojo Naru is still looking forward to mastering the Kido. After all, even though he has a body as strong as the sky and cursed, no one can resist the joy of standing at a distance, chanting a few words, and then destroying the enemy directly, right? Just like the world of Bleach is centered around Zanpakutō. However, the biggest villain in the early stage, Sosuke Aizen, basically used Kido the most. Both Dankong and Haikoku were pushed very high by Aizen Sosuke. Gojo Naruto also wanted to let the sorcerers experience the horror of the ghost way in this world. Looking at Yagyu Seimin, who was wrapped in green light, not only Yagamazamichi and the other two, but even Yuri Shoko, who was proficient in reverse curse technique, seemed a little overwhelmed. No one knows what this green fluorescence is used for. This is a power that has never appeared in the world of spells. But just when everyone was unsure, a light cough suddenly sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and found that Yagyu Seimin, who was wrapped in green light, had actually opened his eyes. Is he already healed? Wasn't Seimin still in a coma just now? How come he woke up right now? Is this the power of this cursed spirit? Sekiguchi Sakiji's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was happening. So, what did Yuri Shoko mean when she said that the cursed energy is not enough to support the treatment of this cursed spirit? Is such treatment not effective? It's too scary. Yagamazamichi looked at Yagyu Seimin lying on the ground, then at Yuri Shoko beside him, and finally at the giant light green manta ray that was staring with one eye and full of innocence, and his heart was filled with shock. What on earth is going on in this world of spells? Why do I feel like I can no longer understand this world in the past year? Finally, Yagamazamichi's gaze fell on Gojo Naru. He knew that the one who had changed the world was the person in front of him, the six-eyes twins who forged Zanpakutō and should not have appeared in this world. Is this the power to change the world? According to the previous conversation between Gojo Naruto, this giant manta ray came from the power of Zanpakutō. This newly forged Zanpakutō currently belongs to Yuri Shoko. Thinking of this, Yagamazamichi felt a little envious. Among this group of 6-year-old children, except Geto Suguru, Gojo Naru, Gojo Satoru, and Yuri Shoko, all have their own Zanpakutō. Moreover, the power of each Zanpakutō is extremely strong. Even though Geto Suguru didn't have a Zanpakutō, after this incident, he got Gojo Naru's promise to have a Zanpakutō. Obviously, these 4 children are the future of the entire magic world. Thinking of this, Yagyu turned his gaze to the older Zenin Shinji and Kujuku Yuki. If we say that Gojo Neru and the other 4 6-year-old children are the distant future of the world of sorcery, but Zenin Shinji and Kujuku Yuki are the present of the entire world of sorcery. Zenin Shinji possesses the strongest body, and with his Zanpakutō, Hanaten Kayakatsu, the 2 strongest first-level sorcerers in the entire Zenin family are no match for him. And Jujo Yuki is a star plasma body with extremely strong talent. It is also said that the magic technique he was born with is also the ancestral magic technique of the Jojo family. He is destined to become a first-level sorcerer in the future. Now she has obtained the Zanpakutō from Gojo Naruto, and the most important thing is that she's also Gojo Naruto's rumored girlfriend. With this kind of relationship, it is hard to imagine that Jujo Yuki would not stand on Gojo Neru's side. This means that the group of people in front of them, with Gojo Neru as the core, have formed a powerful group. Zenyuan Shinur, who is in his mature stage, has taken over the top combat power in the entire sorcery world. Basically, in the sorcery world, there are very few people who can defeat Zenyuan Shinur, a slightly younger high school student, actually just a junior high school student, Jujo Yuki, who can perfectly achieve the strongest authority of Zenin Jinur, continues to escort this small group. When Gojo Neru, Gojo Satoru, Geto, Suguru, and Yeri Shoko mature, this group will definitely dominate the entire sorcery world in the future. It's hard to imagine 2 heaven and curse binding, 2 6 eyes, each with a standard Zanpakutō, a curse spirit manipulation technique, a reverse curse technique, a star plasma. What kind of organization can resist such a powerful force? In the small organization of Gojo Naruto, even if the 3 major families united together, they would not be able to shake their rule, right? This is what Yagyu himself sees at the moment. Yagyu suddenly thought of the relationship between Gojo Neru and Hongxing Palace, and that Gojo Neru seemed to have brought out a special grade curse spirit from Hongxing Palace. If we count that special grade curse spirit, plus the rainbow dragon that was just subdued by Geto Suguru, 2 more special grade curse spirits will be added to this small group. You really can't think about it too much. Once you think about it too much, Yagyu will feel the horror of Gojo Neru from the bottom of his heart. The one who holds this group of people together is Gojo Naruto. Gojo Naruto is the core and bond of this small organization. There was a sharp gleam in Yagyu eyes beneath his sunglasses. If I can get Gojo Naruto to agree with my philosophy, then changing the world won't be that difficult, right? Standing next to Yagyu, Nishinagaki silently recorded Yeri Shoko's power and the technique of the giant ray in his heart. As an auxiliary supervisor, his combat power is not that strong, but all his skill points are focused on auxiliary abilities. This information is very important, and he must successfully bring it back to the association. This plays a vital role in the future development or planning of the association. What's wrong with me? Yagyu opened his eyes dazedly. The light was dim, and he couldn't see clearly what was going on around him. He only knew that there seemed to be many people or ghosts surrounding him. Am I dead already? Oh, it's really a disgrace to Master Gojo Naruto. Even until death, I can't complete the Bankai of my Zanpakutō. If other people knew about this, they would definitely laugh at the Yagyu family for wasting their Zanpakutō Tsurugi. Yagyu subconsciously touched his waist. Although he had fallen into the underworld, he still had the habit of grabbing his Zanpakutō. A familiar feeling came from my hand. Is Twisting Flowers still by my side? Can the Zanpakutō, forged by Master Gojo Naruto, actually follow me into the underworld? Yagyu was a little surprised, and at the same time, seemed a little delighted. If I could enter the underworld with my Zanpakutō Tsurugi, would that be a kind of comfort to me? Yagyu was lost in thought, and at the same time, the green light in front of him began to dissipate. The moment the green light completely disappeared, he heard a familiar voice. Uncle Saman, I'm so glad you're okay. This is Jia. Didn't Xia Yojia get rescued in the end? Such doubts arose in Yagyu heart. However, He then obtained more information from Gojo Satoru's words. Is it really great that I'm fine? Yagyu Samen's expression froze for a moment, and then a surge of ecstasy rose in his heart. I'm not dead, I am still alive. The moment his thoughts came to his mind, Yagyu Samen could clearly see the people standing around him. 99 Yuki, Yuri Shoko, Zenin Shinji, Gojo Satoru, and young master Gojo Ming, who was standing next to him. Seeing this scene, how could Yagyu Samen not know what was going on? It was Master Gojo Ming who brought people to save me. Yagyu Samen looked a little ashamed. After the duel with Gojo Shinichi at the Gojo family, he had vowed to Gojo Naruto that he would complete his Bankai. Now, it has fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Zenin, feel your body's current condition. This is the first time Shoko uses Nishizuku to treat you. Feel it for yourself, and see if you feel any discomfort in your body. Gojo Naru's voice was very flat, but Yagyu Samen still felt Gojo Naru's concern for him. However, he was very curious about what a meat Shizuku is. The moment this thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt something sticky sticking to his body. What the hell? Yagyu Samen was frightened by this strange feeling, and he jumped away from his original position as if he was launched. After landing, he subconsciously turned his head and found a strange, huge green ray sticking out its tongue. It seemed that the tongue of this stingray was the one that had just licked him. Cursed spirit! Yagyu Samen was about to draw out his Zanpakutō Tsurugi, as he didn't know why there was a cursed spirit here. However, just when he was about to make his first move, Zenin Shinner took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yagyu Samen. The action of Yagyu Samen drawing his sword was directly stopped by Zenin Shinji. This is Shoko's Zanpakutō technique. What you see is a Nishizuku, not a cursed spirit. Zenin Shinji's explanation made Yagyu Samen freeze, and, at the same time, it also confirmed the guess in the hearts of the three support team who were watching on the side. This green flying ray is indeed a Zanpakutō jutsu. Well, what Master Gojo Naruto just said, the cure for my meat Shizuku is... Yagyu Samen stuttered. He had no idea how this giant mana ray would treat him. That's right, Uncle Samen. Just now, it was Nishizuku that swallowed you and healed you. Gojo Satoru added a sentence that made Yagyu Samen realize the fact completely. Yagyu Samen shuddered, watching as Nishizuku floated to his side, stuck out his tongue, and began to lick the green fluorescence off his body. During the whole process, Zuomon was tense all over. Although he was being treated by Nishizuku, he still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Shoko and Gojo Naru understood what Nishizuku was doing. Nishizuku was absorbing the Kaido energy that was escaping from Samen's body. Because Shoko's cursed energy was not fully provided, the Kaido energy was not absorbed by Yagyu Samen. It would be a waste to put all the energy on Zenin, so with the idea that not even a bit of energy could be wasted, Nishizuku directly added the Kaido energy back to Yagyu Samen. After completely absorbing the power of Kaido, Nishizuku turned into a green light and merged into Yuri Shoko's scabbard again. With the awakening of Yagyu Samen, this incident finally came to an end. Sekiguchi Seiji. Zenin, are you okay? If you are, we will go back and report to the association. Yaga Mazamichi. Gojo Naru. Have you ever thought about going to a technical high school in the future? The teaching in a technical high school is different from the teaching in your family. I think you can give it a try in the future. Nishiyangshu. Lord Samen, I'm very sorry that the information was wrong again this time. Later, I will go to the Yagyu family in person and apologize to Lord Yagyu Yusuger. Ghetto Summer Oil. Uncle Samen, I have just subdued the rainbow dragon, and I now have a special grade curse spirit that I can control, but there is no way for you to avenge me. Chihuki. Mura. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's hurry back. It's getting late, and it's time to rest. Yuri Shoko. Oh, it seems that Hu Bao is also in the Gojo family. It won't be a problem if he is a cursed spirit and placed in the Gojo family. Zenin Shinji. Oh, Katsuyudo is still at Gojo House. We have to go and fetch him and Rokuko. Besides, the other Zanpakutō is also in Okatsuyudo's hands, right? Gojo Satoru, we have successfully rescued Zenin and Geto Suguru this time, so we can call it a day. However, I was not given a chance to attack. Yagyu Zenin, thank you all for your support. If it weren't for you, this time, Geto and I might really die in this mission. Afterwards, I will hold a banquet at the Yagyu family, and I hope you will come and enjoy it. Gojo Naru, departure, home, target, Urazuya. Picking up Okatsuyuga and Rokuro from the Gojo family, Gojo Naru and his group returned to the Urazuya. Fortunately, the Wanchuo was built big enough in the beginning, so it doesn't seem crowded at all with so many people inside. In the Urazuya, Geto Suguru's eyes were always fixed on the two Zanpakutō on Okatsuyudo. Before this, he had learned from Zenin Jr. that Gojo Naru forged a Zanpakutō, and he also knew that the Zanpakutō forged for him should be in Okatsuyudo's possession. Of the two Zanpakutō on Okatsuyudo's waist, one belongs to Okatsu himself, and the other should be his. However, before Gojo Naruto spoke, Geto Suguru himself didn't know what to say. Gojo Satoru saw Geto Suguru's expectation, but he did not speak up for Geto Suguru. Although Geto Suguru gets along very well with him, Gojo Naru is his biological brother. When it comes to matters like this, one has to see what plans Gojo Naru has. In this situation, Gojo Naru once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, Okatsu visitors and Lohou had no idea what was going on. When he saw Geto Suguru staring at the Zanpakutō on his waist, he subconsciously drew out the Kidamaru. Gojo Naruto had said before that this Zanpakutō was made for Geto Suguru, and Okatsuyuga had the best relationship with Geto Suguru, so he was also going to hand it over directly to Geto Suguru. However, to the surprise of the Okatsu visitors, Geto Suguru simply waved his hand and refused to accept it. What's going on? Doesn't Geto Suguru know how rare the Zanpakutō is? That's not right. When he was in Hongxing Palace, Xia Yojia was still very much looking forward to it. Seeing that everyone was looking at Gojo Ming, he also realized that something must have happened in this incident. Thinking of this, Okatsuyudo silently took back his Zanpakutō Kizumaru. Everything is waiting for Gojo Naru to make the decision himself. After a moment's silence, Gojo Naru walked to Okatsuyudo in the dark and pulled out the Kizunamaru along with its scabbard. Jay, this is the Zanpakutō I made for you. His name is Kizumaru. I know you paid a great price to subdue the rainbow dragon this time, but I hope you can realize that before doing anything, you must be prepared to pay the price. I understand what happened this time. If it weren't for you, Yagyu Zenin wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis. This has happened to you once before on Mount Fuji. You were there with Yuki, and Rokuro was still in the cursed fetus state. If you had really carried out your plan and let the coral be born inside Mount Fuji and caused Mount Fuji to erupt, have you ever thought about what kind of damage it would cause? I made this agreement with you not for anything else, but to let you know that before you do anything, you must think carefully about whether the cost of this matter is something you can afford. Gojo Ming's expression was very serious, and the others only then realized the inside story of this incident. Xia Yujia lowered his head, feeling a little depressed. However, he knew that there was nothing wrong with what Gojo Naruto said. He was indeed, just like Gojo Naruto said, doing many things without thinking them through. After this incident, I lost my sense of taste. As long as I think about the incompleteness of my body, I will never forget it, right? Well, go on. Geto Shayo looked up subconsciously and saw Gojo Ming had already thrown the Kizumaru towards him. Catching the Zanpakutō Kizumaru, a hint of surprise flashed in Shiojia's eyes. He didn't expect that Gojo Naruto would just scold him like this. You need to explore the power of Gue Deng Wan by yourself. But before that, I want to tell you that Gue Deng Wan has no effect on your cursed spirit manipulation skills. Kidamaru will improve your own combat ability. It is a combat-type Zanpakutō. Yeah, I hope you can fully utilize the power of Kizunamaru. The cursed spirit manipulation technique is extremely powerful, but you still need to improve your physical condition. Gojo Naru's words were deeply engraved in Gojo Satoru's mind. Ryujan nodded, indicating that he agreed with this. Without a strong body, he would not be able to withstand the power of the subsequent numerous cursed spirits. Without a strong body, he would not be able to make more special cursed spirits surrender. Kidomaru, Gojo Satoru murmured the name of his Zanpakutō, with a determined look in his eyes. He wanted to become even stronger. Zanpakutō Kidomaru was an opportunity, and the contracted rainbow dragon was also an opportunity. Gojo Satoru felt that he was currently on the right track. Thank you, Ming. I will continue to work hard and will not be so reckless in the future. This is what Gojo Satoru thought from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a little afraid of Gojo Naruto was really good to him. Gojo Ming nodded. Gojo Satoru has great potential. As a future top-grade sorcerer, he will definitely be able to provide himself with enough experience points. Such a high-quality experience pack is probably only inferior to that of Gojo Satoru. According to this, he currently has mastered all the experience and authority of the 3 future top-level sorcerers. Even the father of the 4th greatest special sorcerer has been taken into his possession now. As long as Awakens is born in the future, he will definitely bind himself to them as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Jiner again. He couldn't remember much about Zenin Jiner's previous love life, and the original book didn't tell him much about it. He was a little worried. Would Fushiguro Megumi not be born in this world line because of his intrusion? If Fushiguro Megumi is not there, wouldn't it be like there is no heroine in the original work? However, think about it. Kori Itadori's family is no longer living in Sendai, so the scene where Itadori swallows Sukuna's finger in the future main storyline should not happen in Sendai, right? I wonder if my appearance will cause a butterfly effect? Without Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji, the future world will be much less observable. At this point, Gojo Ming himself didn't know how the future would develop. However, he is ready to influence the world according to his own ideas. If Fushiguro Megumi and Itadori Yuji really cannot appear in this world because of me, I can only express my helpless apologies. After all, Gojo Satoru is his only relative in this world. As long as I am here, Gojo Satoru will definitely not be allowed to fall into such a situation where he would be cut in half in the future. Holding the Zanpakutō Sodi Shirayuki and Ryujan Jaka at his waist, Gojo Naru has the confidence to influence and change the world. Not only does he possess the power of his Zanpakutō, he also possesses the power of the system. How could a person like him, who has a lot of power, not be defeated? After everyone returned to the room to rest, Gojo Ming turned on his own system. Originally, he just wanted to check the status of his Zanpakutō, but to his surprise, the system panel suddenly froze. What is going on? This was also the first time that Gojo Naru encountered this situation. From the time the system was acquired until now, it has always been in good working order, except for the fact that it collapsed right after it was created, leaving only the Zankinzuki and Zanpakutō forging functions intact. What does it mean now? Is this broken and incomplete system about to collapse? No way. Although I have mastered many skills and forged so many Zanpakutō, I am still not satisfied. Aren't the more Zanpakutō the better? The most important thing is that I haven't learned the way of ghosts yet. The fist slashing and ghost shooting skills are the basic skills of the Grim Reaper. I haven't even unlocked the ghost skills yet. What kind of Grim Reaper am I? Gojo Ming, who was lying on the bed, straightened up and sat up. Under the moonlight outside the window, he began to examine the system panel. After the system panel was stuck for half an hour, Gojo Ming finally re-entered the panel. Seeing that the system could still be turned on, Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he was stunned. Host, Gojo Naru. Age, 6 years old. Zanpakutō, Ryujan Wakabi Shirkai, Sodi Shuyuki, Bankai. Other Zanpakutō detailed display room. Kendo, proficiency 100%. Boxing, white fight proficiency 100%. Walk, instant step proficiency 88%. Oni, Kita 0% proficiency. Is this your own properties panel? Since Gojo Ming awakened from the system, He has never seen what the attribute panel looks like. I didn't expect that after this freeze, my attribute panel would be directly stuck. This seems to be a good surprise. But then, after glancing at the prompt interface on the side, Gojo Ming was completely stunned, because this sentence of scarlet text appeared on the system prompt interface. After testing, the host has met the system repair conditions. The number of Zanpakutō held by 10 people is reached, Bankai has been completed, and the basic skills have been mastered by more than 50%. The system repair process has been started. The estimated repair time is unknown. Please find a safe place with sufficient energy to hibernate. This prompt caught Gojo Ming off guard. Before the system collapsed, Gojo Ming had already guessed whether such a system could be repaired, but at that time he had no clue, so he just regarded it as a guess. Now it seems that my guess at that time has come true. It turns out that the premise for system repair is this, which means that after handing over the Zanpakutō Kidamaru to Geto Suguru, the entire repair condition has been completely met. In this case, the system will start the repair process. But why should I look for a place full of energy to hibernate? The system evolves, so why must it be put into hibernation? What does it mean that the estimated repair time is unknown? It seems like it will take quite a long time to repair this system. 1 month? Or 2 months? Gojo Ming frowned. He suddenly felt that 1 or 2 months was still good. What he feared most was that if it took a year or 2 to repair, his most precious life would be wasted. Is it possible to interrupt the repair process? Gojo Ming tried to ask the system questions, but the system gave him a very cold answer. Once the repair process is started, it cannot be terminated. Currently, the system repair process has been started. Please find a place with sufficient energy to repair the system. There are 22 hours and 53 minutes left until the energy absorption phase. Please make sure to find a sleeping place before the energy absorption phase begins. If it fails to find the target, the system will absorb the host's energy. The host will be responsible for any consequences. The red text of the system kept flashing, giving Gojo Ming an inexplicable pressure. What will happen if I don't find a suitable location? Gojo Ming asked in a deep voice. There are only 22 hours left, which is not enough time. Brain death, limb mutilation, loss of consciousness, memory loss, etc. may occur. The specific situation will be determined based on the system's energy absorption process. The system's response made Gojo Ming realize the seriousness of this incident. Therefore, the most important thing for Gojo Ming at present is to find a place with sufficient energy that is suitable for repairing the system within 22 hours. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming no longer had time to argue with the system about why it had to be upgraded forcibly. Accidents are everywhere. Gojo Ming knew that his current plan would be disrupted by the accident of system evolution. In the middle of the night, the lights in the Urizuya were on and everyone was awakened by Gojo Ming. In the middle of the living room, everyone was wearing pajamas, looking at Gojo Neru standing on the kotatsu with puzzled expressions. They had just fallen asleep when they were woken up by Gojo Naruto. They were considered good-natured for not losing their temper. Ming, what happened? Aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Why do you have to wake up so many people? Gojo Satoru rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat helpless. Too many things happened today, and Six Eyes had to analyze too many things. He just wanted to have a good rest and really didn't want to be tormented by his own brother like this. However, seeing that everyone had already arrived and only he was late, Gojo Satoru immediately shut up and gave the stage to Gojo Neru. Seeing that everyone was present, Gojo Ming sighed, looked around, and said softly, "In the next period of time, I may fall into a deep sleep." Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, not knowing what his brother meant by this. Wasn't it normal for him to fall into a deep sleep at this late hour? Now, I need to find a place full of energy to sleep. I don't know when I will wake up. Gojo Satoru frowned. He felt something was wrong. What does it mean to have an unknown sleeping time? Everyone at the scene had the same thought as Gojo Satoru. What does it mean to have an unknown sleeping time? It may take at least half a year to get started. Realizing that what Gojo Neru said was not a joke, the scene fell into silence. Everyone's sleepiness had completely disappeared at this time. No one had expected that Gojo Naru would reveal such exaggerated news in the middle of the night. Sleeping, and I don't know how long I will sleep. This kind of thing sounds very unreasonable, but when it happens to a peculiar person like Gojo Naru, it doesn't seem to be the slightest bit of incongruity. At this moment, no one asked Gojo Ming why he said that. Instead, they really thought about what place would meet Gojo Ming's needs, and what place would be the place with the energy that Gojo Ming wanted according to what he said. A place filled with energy. According to this situation, the ancestral home of the big three sorcerer families was built in a place full of energy when it was first established. This is why the big three sorcerer families have been able to thrive in the world of sorcery for so long. Every family has such an ancestral land. If Gojo Ming needs such a place, the Gojo family should definitely not be stingy. If it is really necessary, even entering the Zenin family or the Kamo family should not be a problem. With the current power of the Gojo family, it is enough to crush the other two families. Thinking that Gojo Ming was a little embarrassed, Zenyuan Shinner touched the scar on his lip, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gojo Naru was embarrassed to go look for the Zenin family, but he was very embarrassed to do so. Recently, Zenin Shinichi has been looking for himself, looking for an opportunity to return to his Zenin home. However, every time Chan Yuan mentioned such words, he would reject them. There is really nothing to miss about a garbage dump like Zenyuan's house. Even if he was asked to go back and act as the Chan Yuan family's agent, he had no interest in doing so. After all, no one wants to transform a garbage dump into a luxurious open-air garbage dump. The more luxurious and open-air such a landfill is, the more garbage it will collect and the more people will be disturbed. However, if Gojo Naruto really needs the ancestral land of the Zenin family to sleep now, then he does not mind temporarily becoming the ruler of the Zenin family and clearing a series of obstacles for Gojo Naruto to achieve this goal. Do you need me to help? The Chan Yuan family's ancestral land should be full of energy. Chan Yuan Shinner's expression was extremely cold, as if he was not talking about anything related to himself, as if he was not talking about the family that gave birth to him. Everyone agreed with Zenin Shinner's proposal. After all, everyone at the scene was here to revolve around Gojo Naru, and no one among them had any special relationship with the Zenin family. No one cares about the life or death of the Chan Yuan family. Gojo Ming was somewhat tempted when he heard this, but this was just an alternative plan. First, he didn't know whether the ancestral land of the Chan Yuan family met his requirements. Secondly, he had to give priority to safety when choosing a location. If he fell asleep in a Zen temple like this, he was worried that he would never wake up. Moreover, if the energy of the Zenin family's ancestral land is sufficient, the Gojo family should be no less powerful than it. If Gojo Ming were to choose, he would definitely give priority to the Gojo family's ancestral land. After discussing some famous mountains and rivers, including Mount Fuji, Gojo Naru probably already had a plan. He must first choose a location that is suitable for the system to sleep, and then make future arrangements based on the amount of time available. Gojo Ming was a little worried. If he slept for too long, everything would be out of control in the future, and that would be too helpless. After Gojo Naru confirmed the location, Kujiyuki wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when she saw that Gojo Naru had already made the corresponding choice, she finally did not say anything. The moon is at its zenith. Several people from Eurasia all went out and followed Gojo Naruto to start selecting the energy-filled places they had previously targeted one by one. Gojo Naru's priority is to return to the Gojo family. Because of the presence of Nishizuku, Gojo Naruto and his group moved very quickly. In a very short time, Nishizuku was already floating above the Gojo family residence. This large light green manta ray was not conspicuous under the cover of night, but it was not completely invisible. After staying above the Gojo family for a while, it was observed by the patrol personnel of the Gojo family. What is that? There is an enemy attack. When a patrolman from the Gojo family saw the giant creature in the sky, his expression changed and cursed power began to emerge from his body. He was not at the Gojo family during the day, so he did not see the existence of Nishizuku. Seeing such a manta ray-like creature at night, my whole body almost froze. However, just as he was about to sound the alarm, another guard beside him stopped him. Don't do anything unnecessary. This is the Shikigami summoned by Master Ming. What? You're not here during the day, so you don't know. This is the Shikigami born from Master Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō. Although I don't know why Master Gojo Naruto returns to the family mansion at night, we should not meddle in his business. Oh, okay, I understand. The guards of the Gojo family regained their composure and resumed their daily patrols. However, he was still filled with shock in his heart. Young Master Gojo Naruto was simply too omnipotent. This forged Zanpakutō not only had the power to change the celestial phenomena, but could also summon such a powerful Shikigami. He was confident that as long as Gojo Naruto was in the Gojo family, the reputation of the entire Yeri would not fall, and the Gojo family would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the world of sorcery under the leadership of Master Gojo Naruto. Oh, of course, Master Gojo Satoru is also indispensable. Realizing that Gojo Naruto was hovering above the Gojo family residence, the morale of the family guards became even higher. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Gojo Naruto, the pillar of the family in their hearts, was about to fall into an unknown sleep due to a system problem. In the future, the Gojo family may have to bear the backlash of not having Gojo Naru and not having the birth of Zanpakutō. If Gojo Satoru doesn't progress fast enough in the future, the situation of the Gojo family may be much worse than it is now. However, at this time, Gojo Ming was no longer able to consider things too thoroughly. Gojo Naruto didn't really care what the future of the Gojo family would be like. After all, even if he fell asleep, the group of friends around him would not leave the Gojo family alone. What's more, my brother will become the most powerful sorcerer of this era, and he has the support of Senbonzakura. Even if knows rope attacks in the future, I'm afraid he won't be able to gain any benefit from the mature Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming really didn't have time to pay attention to the future development of the Gojo family. After all, at this moment, above the Gojo family's residence, the system gave him a detection prompt. This location does not meet the system requirements. Please search again. This reminder is not good news for Gojo Ming. Originally, in Gojo Ming's opinion, as long as the Gojo family mansion met the system requirements, he would directly choose the Gojo family as a sleeping place. After all, this is the base camp of the Gojo family, and it is also the safest place for him. But, unfortunately, the ancestral home of the Gojo family, one of the big three sorcerer families, cannot satisfy the system's need for a place with abundant energy. Is this okay? Ming. Kujiyuki looked at Gojo Naru and asked. Gojo Ming fell into silence for such a long time. It was obvious that the energy in the Gojo family was not very ideal. Everyone also looked at Gojo Ming, waiting for his answer. There's no way the Gojo family can't do it. Gojo Ming's response made everyone around him give up all hope. Then go to Zenin's house and have a look. Zenin Shinner spoke coldly, glanced at Yeri Shoko, and gave the order directly. Although Gojo Naruto did not say it directly, Zenin Shinji still clearly felt the importance of this place to Gojo Naruto. Although the Gojo family had been rejected by Gojo Ming, he still wanted to go to the Zenin family to take a look. Forget it, Shino. The Zenin family should be no different from the Gojo family. Gojo Ming wanted to refuse, but Zenin Shinji was very determined. Yeri Shoko also accepted Zenin Shin's order very decisively and directly commanded Nishizuku to fly towards the Zenin family residence. Gojo Naruto did not have any hope for the Zenin family, but the Zenin family and the Kamo family mansion were indeed the only two places he could try in Tokyo. Go to all of them once, and you'll have a clear mind. Gojo Naruto let Nishizuku carry everyone to the top of the Zenin family's residence, while he himself was thinking, what place can meet the requirements of the system? Zenin family residence. The moment Nishizuku appeared in the sky, she was discovered by Zenin Naobi. As the strongest sorcerer in the Zenin family, he is extremely sensitive to spell power. As soon as Nishizuku flew into the airspace of the Zenin family, Zenonabito had already sounded the alarm to the people of the Zenin family. Throughout the courtyard, the sorcerers of the Zenuan family had begun to gather, ready to deal with the impending crisis at any time. When Zenin Naobi saw the huge light green manta ray in the sky, he looked a little dazed. Was the Gojo family going to declare war on the Zenin family? Are you so impatient? Fighting without declaration is a taboo. Even if the Zenin family fails, the Gojo family will be despised in the world of sorcery in the future. Around the Zen temple's Zibaran, members of the Bing organization have gathered at the first opportunity to protect the safety of the family representative. Facing the Rishiku in the sky, Zenin Shan's expression was very ugly. He was a man who valued his family's honor more than his own life, and was filled with anger at the invasion of the Zenin family by people from the Gojo family. Seeing the manta ray Shikigami floating so arrogantly in the sky, Zenuan Shan swung his right hand violently. Knock that monster down from the sky. Zenin Shan pointed at Rishiku and gave orders to the members of the Bing organization around him. Following a command from Zen Temple Fan, the sorcerers within the Bing organization all mobilized their spells and fired a volley of spells at the Rishizuku in the sky. The Zen Temple's GB people did not try to stop this. He also wanted to see what kind of power the strange Shikigami in the sky had. Was this Shikigami just a mount, or did it also possess powerful power? The power displayed by this Shikigami determines how the Zenin family will treat it in the future. Air supremacy is also extremely important to the Zenin family. Being spied on by such a Shikigami in the middle of the night is a big taboo for maintaining family secrets. However, just as the cursed power of the Bing organization member was about to hit Nishizuku, a black light flashed across the night sky. The shadowy blade light was like a ghost, directly cutting off all the cursed power. None of the cursed energy shot out by Bing organization hit Nishizukuri. Seeing the familiar sword light, the expressions of Zenin Nabito, Zenin Sugi, Zenin Shinichi, and Zenin Shinsuke all changed. This is the power of Huatian Kwangu. Zenin Shinji is actually on this beat *****************. D. What was Zenin Shinner doing riding his Nishizuku over the Zenin family residence so late at night? The four people had different thoughts in their minds. Zenin Naobi, are you interested in the family? If you really want to gain control of the Zenin family, just come and tell me directly. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Zenin Fan. This guy, Zenin Shinner, actually had the nerve to return to the Zenin family and even brought other people to the sky above the Zenin family. Zenin Shinner is guilty of snooping into the privacy of the Zenin family. Zenin Shinsuke. Zenin Shinji has always been inseparable from Gojo Naruto, and this Shikigami is the product of Gojo Naruto's forging of his Zanpakutō. Zenin Shinner appears here, so I'm afraid Gojo Naru is also here. Zenin Shinichi. Shinner, have you finally figured it out? Are you ready to take over the Zenin family directly? That's great. In this way, if brothers work together, they can achieve great things. I will definitely help you manage the Chanyuan family well. Originally, we should be the two of us, the head of the Chanyuan family. If my father hadn't died early, how could our status be so embarrassing? Shinner, the experience of being thrown into a curse pile when I was a child is something I will never forget. Among all people, Zenin Shinichi was extremely excited about meeting Huatian Kwangu. This was the first time that Chanyuan Shinner had directly entered the territory of the Chanyuan family after leaving the Chanyuan family. Although it was only in the sky, it was also a declaration of Chanyuan Shinner's sovereignty. He was looking forward to his brother becoming the ruler of the Zenin family. The Chanyuan family is a garbage dump, but there are also many valuable garbage hidden in this garbage dump. Since he and his brother were able to grow up in the garbage dump, then this garbage dump should naturally belong to him and his brother. Their days in the Zen temple were extremely hard. Thinking of the scar on the corner of Zen Temple Shire's mouth, this is the evidence that Shire was thrown into a house with cursed spirits when he was a child and fought with the cursed spirits. The cruelty and indifference of the Zenyuan family left a deep impression on Zenyuan Shinichi. It's time for the Zenin family to pay the price. Zen Temple Shinichi was ready to raise the banner of rebellion. However, to his surprise, Chanyuan Shinner's attack was indiscriminate. In the sky, Hua Tian Kuanggu's sword flashed, and everyone's shadow under the moonlight appeared as a ghostly figure in the Zen temple. It was just one sword attack, except for the 4 people of Zenyuan GB who were able to react to Zenyuan Shinner's attack. All the people in Bing organization fell under Hua Tian Kuanggu's sword. Hey, Shinner, you even attack your own brother? Zenyuan Shini blocked Hua Tian Kuanggu's shadow ghost, and then jumped up. He has people in Bing's organization. If they are all defeated indiscriminately, how can he hold high the banner of rebellion? Unfortunately, Chanyuan Shire ignored his own brother. After using the shadow ghost to clear the surroundings, he turned and looked at Gojo Naruto. His real purpose was to let Gojo Naruto sense whether the energy of the Zenin family was sufficient. As for the 4 people still standing on the ground, the Zen temple didn't care at all. As for his own brother, it's just a simple blood relationship. What Zenyuan Shinichi thinks is his business and has nothing to do with me. Unless Gojo Naruto required it, he had no interest in taking over the Zenin family. The appearance of Chanyuan Shinner changed Chanyuan Shan's expression. The fear of being dominated by Chanyuan Shinner and Hua Tian Kuanggu emerged in the mind of this acting younger brother of the Chanyuan family. Although he resisted the attack of the shadow ghost, he still subconsciously took a step back. It's not that he is a coward, but the current Zen temple is really too strong. The most important thing is that with the help of moonlight, he also saw several other figures on the back of this giant manta ray god. Apart from Chan Yuanshir, the 2 identical twin figures were also something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Gojo Neru and Gojo Satoru, the 6 children of the Gojo family, were both in the air. In his opinion, was Zenin Jiner getting the support of the Gojo family and preparing to seize power? The moment Zenin GB saw Zenin Shinner attacking, he realized that Zenin Shinner's target was not the Zenin family. The mustache on his face moved slightly and his brows were furrowed. Although Chanyuan Shinner's attack just now was swift, he only subdued the members of Bing's organization and did not hurt them. Obviously, Chanyuan Shinner just wanted to avoid further attacks from Bing organization. But what does this attack mean? What is Chanyuan Shinner's real purpose? Zen Temple Zibrin couldn't understand why Gojo Neru and his group went through so much trouble in the middle of the night just to find a place to sleep that met the system's requirements. On the back of Nishizuku, seeing Gojo Ming shaking his head, everyone felt disappointed, but also felt it was very reasonable. After all, the location of the Zenin family would not be too different from that of the Gojo family. And as for the Kamo family's mansion, it seems there is no need to even try. Rather than taking the time to go back to Kamo's, try alternative locations around Tokyo. Let's go. Gojo Ming spread his hands towards Zenin Shinner. Since this place did not meet the requirements, there was no need to waste time in Zenin's house. Anyway, he wasn't very interested in the Zen family. As Gojo's voice fell, Nika Shizuku began to swing its huge fins and flew towards the next location. Since we don't have to go to the Kamo family residence, the next target is Mount Fuji. Famous mountains and rivers, which gather the essence of heaven and earth, may be able to satisfy Gojo Ming's needs for a deep sleep, but in reality, no one dared to hold too much hope. Seeing the manta ray god in the sky, he left in such a swagger. The 4 Zen Temple Jibi people looked at each other in astonishment, and then looked at the Bing organization members lying on the ground, their faces full of confusion. Is that so? So why did Zenin Jiner and Gojo Neru come to Zenin's house in the middle of the night? Did you come for a drive in the middle of the night because you couldn't sleep? If I saw it right, there's astral plasma on that ray, and the lady of the Yeri family also has the special curse spirit that Gojo Neru brought from the Hongxing Palace, right? This kind of luxurious lineup is enough to attack a family of sorcerers. Zen Temple Fan was even prepared for a big battle, but everything happened so suddenly. It started suddenly, ended suddenly, and now all that's left is a sense of inexplicable boredom. The entire Zen family was in chaos, and the culprit of all this just disappeared like that. Time passed slowly, and the sky in the east began to turn pale. Nishizuku had been flying for a whole night and had visited all the famous mountains and rivers around Tokyo, but Gojo Naruto still hadn't chosen a place with abundant energy that met the system's requirements. There are less than 15 hours left before the system is forced into sleep. If it continues like this, let alone making future plans, if the energy is not sufficient, Gojo Ming feels that the energy required for the system to repair the problem will probably drain him dry. Even if I wake up in the future and become a disabled person, it would all seem too bleak. Seeing Gojo Ming frowning, Zenin, Gojo Satoru, and others also frowned. Under such circumstances, they really couldn't think of any good place to go. Just when everyone was frowning, a gleam of determination flashed in Kyuyuki's eyes, and he came to Gojo Ming's side. Ming, are you only considering whether the energy is full or not whether it is safe? Jujutsu asked. To be honest, she didn't want to give such a suggestion. After all, in her opinion, Gojo Naruto was too important, and her suggestion was still a bit risky. After all, ordinary people like them have no way of seeing what that person is thinking. Gojo Ming looked up at Jujutsu in confusion and nodded slightly. Now that it has come to this, he has no choice. Safety must be put aside, and the most critical factor is of course energy. Jujutsu asked this. Could it be that she has a suitable place to recommend? Facing Gojo Naruto's doubtful gaze, Jujutsu hesitated for a few seconds, opened his cherry lips slightly, and said softly, Ming, have you ever considered going to Hongxing Palace? That's where Lord Tianyuan lives. It's full of energy. Moreover, with a barrier master like Lord Tianyuan, maybe her barrier can help you. If what you care about most is the energy of the place, I think that the Hongxing Palace where Lord Tianyuan is really the most suitable place for you. Hongxing Palace. Wu Qiaoming raised his eyebrows slightly. His mind moved. Why didn't I think of it before? However, as Yukiji Kujuka said, what about my own safety? Gojo Ming felt that Hongxing Palace was the most likely location to meet the system's energy fullness level at present, but what Jujutsu was considering was indeed a problem. Is it really safe for me to sleep in the Hongxing Palace? In that situation, I would be completely defenseless, and if someone wanted to do something bad to me, I would have no power to resist. Although Tianyuan's role in the entire original work is more of a background existence, Gojo Ming feels that he should not be underestimated in the slightest. After all, he is a being that possesses the art of immortality and has the longest lifespan in the entire world of sorcery. Even though she looks like a soft girl now, she is not someone that Gojo Naruto can underestimate. Just as he was very curious about Tianyuan, Gojo Ming was sure that Tianyuan must be very curious about him as well. If there's a chance to study it, neither Tianyuan nor I will let it go easily. Does that mean that I want Chanyuan Shire to stay by my side and protect me? Gojo Ming felt that this was not feasible. Zenin was an independent individual with his own ideas. Although they were close friends, he could not tie Zenin up and force him to stay in Hongxing Palace forever. And considering Chanyuan age, we also have to think carefully about Chanyuan future love life. In the next few years, Shinner should experience love with Huima. If he had to protect himself and ended up not meeting Huima, or if he died forever, Gojo Naruto would be very reluctant to see that. What's more, I don't know how long it will take to repair the system. 1 month, 2 months, 1 day, or 2 days, this is the best. However, half a year, 1 year, or 2 years is not ruled out. It may even be a longer time. After all, the system has already reminded me to choose a good place to sleep. Gojo Ming had a premonition that if he didn't choose a good address, this place might become his own grave. But no matter what, let's go to Hongxing Palace and take a look. This is the best option at the moment. Otherwise, when Tianyuan takes Hongxing to hide again, Gojo Ming himself may not be able to find Hongxing. In this case, I can only wait for death. Yuji, let's go to Hongxing Palace and take a look. As for Tianyuan, If Hongxing Palace really meets my needs for sleeping, I will try to have a good chat with Tianyuan. Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to worry too much about everything. Under the command of Gojo Naruto, Nishizuku turned around and flew towards Hongxing Palace. Hongxing Palace was the last place Gojo Naruto could choose. In the world of curse arts, the news that Nishizuku had invaded the Zenin family last night had spread widely. Although it was only the early morning, many small families had already begun to speculate whether the Gojo family was going to go to war with the Zenin family. The Five Family. Gojo Xiongyan frowned as he looked at the news brought to him by Gojo Schwani. Is the Gojo family preparing to go to war with the Zenin family? Gojo Kamain had no objection to such a thing. After all, the two families have been mortal enemies for many years. In the history of the Gojo family, there was an experience in which the Gojo family's 6 eyes and the Zenin family's 10 shadow magic users died together. If possible, Gojo Kamain wouldn't mind completely removing the Zenin family from the family world of sorcery. However, he felt that such news was not credible. After all, if Gojo Naruto really wanted to go to war with the Zenin family, it would be impossible for him to bypass the Gojo family's representative. Although I am just a substitute for Gojo Naru, based on my understanding of Gojo Naru would never do such a thing for no reason. Of course, this does not mean that Gojo Naru is a good person, but in Gojo Kamain's opinion, there is no benefit in going to war with the Zenin family. At present, the best way is to compress the living space of the Zen family in various ways. Because of the existence of Gojo Naruto's Zanpakutō, the Gojo family is considered to have the most critical resources in the entire world of sorcery. As Zenin Shinji left the Zenin family, his power became known to the world of sorcery, and the prestige of the Zenin family became lower. Going to war with the Zenin family at this time would be totally counterproductive. After all, now is not the time to push the Zenin family into a desperate situation. What are Ming and Wu doing now? Have they come back? After leaving the sky above Zenin's house last night, Gojo Ming and his group disappeared without a trace, which made Gojo Xiongyan even more confused. Gojo Jiniki shook his head awkwardly. Ever since the establishment of the Uraziya, Gojo Naruto has been spending less and less time at home. Now the same is true for Master Wu as well. They really have no way of getting any information about these 2 6-eyes sons of God from the Gojo family. There's still 2 people with huge bounties in the black market. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't stop these 2 people, Gojo Schwani would not be willing to let these 2 future members of the Gojo family leave the Gojo family at will. After all, it was too dangerous outside. No one knows. Will they meet a sorcerer with a domain next time? No one can guarantee that Gojo Naruto will be able to find a way to restrain the opponent again and finally escape successfully, right? Gojo Xiongyan knew what his grandson was thinking inside. He thought the same thing. However, the current team of sorcerers of the Gojo family is simply unable to protect Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto. Instead of locking these 2 people in the Zenin family, it would be better to let them live outside. Not only will they have the protection of Zenin, but when they really encounter a threat, they don't have to worry about other ordinary people in the Gojo family. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Wu Tiao Xiong Yin waved his hands weakly, signaling Wu Tiao Xian to retreat. Just as Gojo Jiniki was about to leave, an intelligence officer from the Gojo family suddenly appeared in front of them. Lord Xiongyan, the latest information about Master Ming. Wu Qiao Xiongyan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at the intelligence officer in front of him and said, "What is Ming doing now? Tell me quickly." Intelligence officer. Master Ming just returned to Tokyo with a group of people from the Uraziya 20 minutes ago. Currently, Master Ming has entered the Hongxing Palace with the Manta Shikigami. Hongxing Palace? Gojo Xiongyan and Gojo Schwani murmured the name, their eyes full of confusion. Didn't Gojo Naru just leave Hongxing Palace a few days ago? Did Lord Tianyuan invite Gojo Naruto to visit Hongxing Palace again? Or was this a spontaneous action of Gojo Naruto? If it was a few days ago, Gojo Kamain would definitely think it was the former, but after what happened at Zenin's house yesterday, Gojo Kamayan felt that the latter was more likely. No matter from which angle you look at it, Gojo Ming seems to be looking for something. Now, you can't find it outside, so have you gone to Hongxing Palace to look for it? Regarding what happened last night, Gojo Xiongyan had a bad feeling in his heart, and always felt that something might happen in the Gojo family recently. Under the attention of many people, Gojo Ming entered the Hongxing Palace again in such a short time. Sure enough, Hongxing Palace meets the system requirements. After seeing the system prompt, Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the upgrade requirements of this crappy system would be so high. If Hongxing Palace hadn't disappeared yet, I might really have to endure this system upgrade process. Now that Hongxing Palace can be used, the next step is to convince Tianyuan and resolve Tianyuan's instability. In the Hongxing Palace, after hearing Gojo Ming's request, Tianyuan looked at Gojo Ming playfully and finally turned and left, while Gojo Ming followed Tianyuan silently. He knew that he would have another one-on-one conversation with Tianyuan. My safety during my sleep depends on this conversation. Half an hour later, Gojo Ming walked out with a conflicted expression. How is it? Did Master Tianyuan agree? As a star plasma body, Jujo Yuki naturally knew how difficult Lord Tenzin was to deal with. So after seeing Gojo Naru's expression, her heart suddenly tightened. In response to Yuki Kujiku's concern, Gojo Ming curled the corners of his mouth and gave a reassuring look. It's okay. Master Tianyuan has already agreed. Everything went smoothly, and Tianyuan didn't make too many requests. She just asked him to agree to one request after he woke up. This condition sounded fine, but Gojo Ming always felt that something was wrong. Is that so? Then why are you looking so sad? Kujiyuki stared at Gojo Naru's face carefully, trying to see something. Nothing. I just feel like everything is going too smoothly. Gojo Ming did not tell anyone about the agreement he had made with Tenzin. The binding force of this agreement is not very strong. It all depends on Gojo Naru's character. There was no contract between the two of them, so if Gojo Ming really acted ruthlessly, he would be directly violating the agreement. Let's go. We have to arrange the follow-up matters. Now that the sleeping place has been determined, Gojo Ming's worries can be put at ease. Then came the things he needed to pay attention to during his sleep. The five family. Gojo Xiongyan looked at the 6 eyes twins in front of him with a dazed expression. He had been feeling uneasy since early in the morning, and he didn't expect that this would happen to Gojo Ming. Ming, why are you sleeping? Are you feeling unwell? If you are sick, you need to be treated properly. Gojo Xiongyan's eyes were full of worry. In his opinion, Gojo Ming's behavior was not normal at all. How could someone foresee in advance that he was about to fall into a deep sleep? However, facing Gojo Kuma's question, Gojo Ming did not speak, but Gojo Satoru spoke first. Ming did this for a reason. Originally, Ming was not someone who could be judged by normal circumstances. Moreover, Lord Tianyuan has accepted Ming's request. During this period of time, Ming will sleep in Hongxing Palace. Gojo Satoru's words made Gojo Xiongyan pause. He finally realized why Gojo Ming was going to Hongxing Palace today. For this matter, they even went directly to Lord Tianyuan, and Gojo Xiongyan also realized the importance of Gojo Ming to this matter. The most important thing is that Lord Tianyuan agreed. As the person with the longest vision in the world of sorcery, Lady Tianyuan must have her reasons for doing this. Although he was the representative of the Gojo family, he was just an ordinary sorcerer in front of Master Tenzin. Ming, how long do you have to sleep? Now that the matter has been settled, Gojo Xiongyan is more concerned about the impact that Gojo Ming's sleep will have. The Gojo family has such a reputation at present, and the Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Naruto, is a very important factor. Anything produced by Gojo Ming must be of high quality. This is already the label of Gojo Naru's Zanpakutō. Now so many small families want to strive to obtain Zanpakutō, and all of them are working hard in the Gojo family. If Gojo Naruto is going to sleep for too long, he thinks it will have a great impact on the Gojo family. Gojo Ming was silent for a moment. I don't know exactly how long I've been asleep. He couldn't give any specific details. After all, he didn't know what functions were missing from the system. I don't know what kind of functions the system will repair. Faced with such an answer, Gojo Shongyun felt bad. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. After all, he couldn't control Gojo Naru. That's the only way. During the time you're asleep, I'll try my best to keep this news from you. Woo, you should also pay attention and don't let anything slip. The later the news of Ming's sleep spreads, the better it will be for the Gojo family. After accepting this matter, Wu Xiaoxiong Yin quickly made a plan in his mind. In his mind, he divided Gojo Naru's sleeping time into short term, medium term, and long term. If it is only a short period of half a year, then after the news is blocked, when Gojo Ming wakes up, nothing will change in the Gojo family. If the period is from half a year to 2 years, then the Gojo family will have to spread the word that Gojo Ming is in seclusion to deal with other families spying on the Gojo family. However, if Gojo Naruto had been sleeping for more than 2 years, then the Gojo family might be affected. After all, no one would be willing to believe that a person would sleep for 2 years. Uncle Xiongyin, I have something here that needs your attention. Gojo Ming gave his final instructions before falling asleep. First of all, please ask the Gojo family to mobilize their forces to collect the fingers of Ryujan Sukuna. The second thing is to look for Itadori Kaori, to look for the Itadori family, to look all over Japan, to intensify the efforts, no matter if we can find her or not. I don't want Itadori Kaori to settle down. The third thing is to increase our control over the association's top management and, if necessary, replace them as much as possible. In the future, Gojo Satoru will be cut in half by Ryujan Sukuna. He didn't know whether Gojo Satoru's fate would go like that, but he had already strengthened Gojo Satoru's Senbenzakura, so the only thing left was to weaken Sukuna. If Sukuna's power wasn't that strong, with Gojo Satoru's strength, he would never have ended up like that. As for Itadori Kaori, Noose, Gojo Naruto is preparing to eliminate the existence of the Sukuna container from the root. I hope his butterfly effect can change the world as much as possible. After all, after he fell asleep, the world was no longer under his control. The third condition was something Gojo Naru thought about, by the way. Since the top management in future plots is so corrupt, it would be better to replace them with their own people as much as possible. In this way, the future world of sorcery might be easier for him to control. At this point, Gojo Ming had completed all preparations before falling asleep. Hope you can have a good dream. Hope you can wake up soon. In Hongxing Palace, a secret room somewhere, a young man is sleeping peacefully, and at the same time, his body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. As he slept peacefully, the system was slowly repairing itself, although the repair was extremely slow. No one knows how long he will last, but those who know about this understand. When this young man wakes up, the world of spellcasting will usher in another earth-shaking upheaval. Spring goes and autumn comes, and in a blink of an eye, 9 years have passed. Another year has passed. Gojo Satoru muttered, "That guy should have gotten enough sleep, right?" As he spoke, the boy put on the black jacket of Tokyo Jujutsu High School in front of the mirror. 9 years. It has made him grow from a child into a tall teenager, although his twin brother is the same. The striking white eyelashes give him a charming and handsome appearance. This makes him always attract other people's attention every time he goes out, which is unnecessary information for a sorcerer with 6 eyes. There are often big troubles. So he silently took out a pair of special sunglasses from his pocket. After putting on sunglasses, the density of information around me suddenly dropped, and the fatigue in my brain was instantly relieved a lot. Done. Gojo Satoru smiled. He had another pair of the same sunglasses in his pocket. After all, he's not the only one suffering from 6 eyes. Before you enroll, let's go to Hongxing Palace to see that guy. The boy smiled and walked out the door. Under the oppression of that terrifying guy, he has now mastered a technique with no lower limits. I'm afraid that guy would be surprised if he saw it. Deep in the Hongxing Palace. Ding! System repair completed. Functions to be unlocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving 100% proficiency in the walk instant step and successfully unlocking the ghost way proficiency. Ding! Unlock the proficiency of the ghost way. Master the 4th way of binding this rope, the 31st way of breaking red fire cannon, the 33rd way of breaking blue fire drop, and basic way of returning. Gojo Ming didn't know how long he had been sleeping while the system was being repaired. Maybe a year, maybe a few months, anyway for him. But it was fleeting. As the system repair is completed, the system prompt sound is accompanied by a warm feeling that permeates the soul. It is under the illumination of this gentle light. Gojo Ming's consciousness was slowly regaining consciousness, and his memories were recovering rapidly like the tide. Finally, is the repair complete? The boy's striking white eyelashes fluttered, and his consciousness broke through the darkness, creating ripples. It made him slowly open his charming pale blue eyes. What comes into view is still the unfamiliar, tall white ceiling. It was exactly the same as before falling asleep. But when he saw that his limbs and body were much slimmer than before, Gojo Ming was stunned for a moment. How many years have I been sleeping? But soon, he shook his head again, and a beautiful smile appeared on the boy's face. No matter how many years he has slept. Anyway, now he has woken up. The young man stretched slowly and moved his limbs and body. Although there is the nourishment of the spiritual power of the Zanpakutō. There aren't any major problems with my health, but I haven't exercised for a long time, so I do feel a little rusty. Gojo Ming murmured. It seems that the repaired system has new functions. Let's take a look first. Immediately, his mind moved and his attention fell on the system. Host, Gojo Naru. Zanpakutō, Ryujan Wakabi Shurkai, Sodi Shuriyuki, Bankai. Other Zanpakutō detailed display room. Kendo, proficiency 100%. Boxing, white fight proficiency 100%. Walk, instant step proficiency 100%. Oni Kidu 0% proficiency. Ghost path mastery details. Mastered the 4th rope of binding path, the 31st red fire cannon of breaking path, the 33rd blue fire drop of breaking path, basic return path. Gojo Ming was surprised to find out his own instant step has also reached 100%. Furthermore, the system has also enabled the proficiency of the ghost way. At the same time, he also mastered the 4th way of binding this rope, the 31st way of breaking red fire cannon, the 33rd way of breaking blue fire falling, and the basic way of returning, and other ghost skills. It seems that spending so much time sleeping is a loss or a gain. Gojo Ming murmured. At this time, Hongxing Palace. The 15-year-old Gojo Satoru is silently following behind a girl, who is Tenzin and Gojo Satoru in their true forms. Feeling the silent atmosphere, Gojo Satoru was the first to ask, Master Tenzin, how is my brother doing recently? The main purpose of his trip was to take the entrance examination for the Jujutsu High School, a visit Tianyuan in Hongxing Palace. Moreover, it has become a habit for him to check on Gojo Naru's condition along the way. Although he said so, but he didn't hold much hope in his heart. After all, Gojo Ming hadn't woken up for 9 years. Of course, it is impossible for such a coincidence to happen today. Tianyuan paused when she heard the words. Her eyes lit up, and then a hint of arc quietly appeared on her delicate face. If we don't go and see, who will know? Gojo Satoru was slightly stunned. What did Lord Tenzin mean by this? You know, he has asked that question no less than 100 times in the past 9 years. But this was the first time that Lord Tianyuan answered like this. Tianyuan, who always acted like a girl, just shook her head helplessly. The only person who could make Tianyuan feel helpless was probably his younger brother. Tianyuan did not move forward. She stopped in front of the passage and waved her hand, signaling Gojo Satoru to go over by herself. I'm not interested in seeing your brotherly love. Tianyuan folded his arms and said calmly. Although she also had many questions about her Zanpakutō Urarikes that she wanted to ask Gojo Naru. But there is no rush, and Gojo Ming owes me a request. Hearing what Tenzin said, Gojo Satoru instantly realized what was happening, and a surge of joy surged in his heart. Although he knew that his brother would be safe under Tianyuan's protection, it was not a good idea to keep sleeping like this. Is Ming that guy finally awake? Gojo Satoru's eyes widened, revealing his snow-white teeth. He ran subconsciously. His brother, my brother, who has been sleeping for 9 years, finally wakes up. He had no idea how many times he had been to the room at the deepest part of the passage in the past 9 years. Gojo Satoru let out a long sigh and took off his sunglasses. Then, he suddenly pushed open the familiar door. Soon, he saw the thin young man in the distance, and his eyes stayed on his handsome face. White hair, striking white eyelashes, and eyes the same pale blue as her own, although there have been significant changes in 9 years. But Gojo Satoru could confirm that it was indeed his younger brother Gojo Naru. No one can play Gojo Naru under his 6 eyes. Ming, you finally woke up, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. During the 9 years you were asleep, I've been making progress, but you have been left behind by me. Gojo Satoru stood tall, staring at Gojo Naru with his 6 blue eyes, his voice calm, but with a hint of excitement. Outside the room, Tianyuan leaned against the wall with his arms folded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although she said that she didn't want to see their deep brotherly love, she still followed them. However, to her surprise, something seemed amiss when they met. I don't know, I slept for 9 years. As that guy's strength declined, Gojo Ming naturally knew what the other party meant. He also saw the strong fighting spirit in Gojo Satoru's eyes. Come, it's a good time to stretch your body. This stupid brother, if he is not punished for 1 day, he will tear down the roof tiles. Not only did he not regress during his 9 years of sleep. On the contrary, the first 3 of his 4 basic skills of slashing, punching, and walking ghost have been maxed out by the system, and his ghost skills have also been perfected. It's a good opportunity to try it out with Wu to see how it works. Gojo Satoru did not dare to be careless at all. In his eyes, brilliant mana began to flow slowly, a sign that 6 eyes was fully opened. He took a sudden step forward, and the marble floor of the room actually began to crack to the soles of his feet. Curse forward song, Gojo Satoru said coldly. A surge of cursed energy suddenly burst out from the room. Gojo Ming was a little surprised. It seems that Gojo Satoru has been practicing the spell very hard during these 9 years. Compared to 9 years ago, there has indeed been great progress, and he has already become somewhat of the number 1 person in the world of sorcery. However, as a member of the Gojo family, he was also very familiar with Aoi, and he didn't think the other party could hit him. Gojo Ming smiled and said, "Is it just song?" However, Gojo Ming had just finished speaking. Gojo Satoru's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, which surprised Gojo Ming Lu. Immediately, a deep chill mixed with huge energy fluctuations surged from behind Gojo Ming. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It is a high-level application of Tsang, using Tsang to achieve the effect of instant movement. That's really a lot of progress. But unfortunately, although he has no curse power and cannot use Tsang, he still has other skills. Just as the black hole of Tsang was about to fall, he has mastered the instant step, and his speed is no less than Tsang's teleportation. Suddenly, Gojo Ming's figure also suddenly disappeared from the spot, and at a faster speed, and there was no fluctuation of cursed energy at all. All of a sudden, even Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes couldn't predict Gojo Naru's figure. Tsang exploded where he was, and a large hole was suddenly blasted out on the marble floor of the room. By the time Gojo Ming reappeared, their figures had already crossed each other. So fast, Gojo Satoru was surprised. Should he have hesitated to hold back a little? After all, Ming had just woken up. If he was hurt, he would have to sleep for another 10 or 9 years. That wasn't what he wanted to see, but judging from the current situation, he was overthinking it. Even if Ming had been asleep for 9 years, he was still Ming. Definitely not to be underestimated. The moment of intersection. Gojo Ming has already started using white fighting, and his punches fell on Gojo Satoru like flowing water. Bound by heaven and curse, a top-notch body, Although Gojo Naruto's body is not in peak condition due to 9 years of sleep, each of his punches now still carries extremely terrifying power. I'm afraid if he gets hit by one punch, he will lose. After all, it's just an ordinary competition, not a life-and-death duel. But Gojo Satoru was not panicked at all. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his body twisted continuously, and every twist just happened to dodge his brother's strong fist. Didn't miss even once. The fact that he can achieve this is the result of his achievements in the past few years. It wasn't in vain that I had received Zenin Jiner Taijutsu training with Gojo Naru. Gojo Satoru has been training hard over the years, and his physical condition has always been at its peak. Much better than Gojo Naru, who has been sleeping for 9 years. After both brothers showed their strength, Tian Yuan, who was outside the room, suddenly widened his eyes. These two brothers from the Gojo family are both evildoers. On one side is the pinnacle of the art, 6 eyes with no lower limit. And on the other side is the pinnacle of the body, the sky and curse of 0 curse power. The exciting battle made Tian Yuan marvel at it. However, Gojo Satoru has not yet used the power of stop of the infinite first technique, and his power of stop should not be able to deploy automatically at the moment. It's right not to use it so quickly. If you use it too early, Gojo Naruto will discover the weakness of the power of stop, and if Gojo Naruto forcefully delays time, Gojo Satoru will probably be dragged to death after the double consumption of his cursed power and physical strength. For Gojo Satoru, if he wants to get rid of this embarrassing situation of consuming his eyes, he must master the reverse curse technique. Tian Yuan couldn't help but shook his head. But reverse curse technique is not so easy to master. It seems that there has never been a genius in the Gojo family who has mastered the reverse curse technique at Gojo Satoru's current age. In her opinion, Gojo Naru has a great chance of winning. She couldn't help but shook her head. In the room, Gojo Ming narrowed his eyes and felt the changes in Gojo Satoru's body shape. He also possessed 6 eyes, and his perception was no worse than Gojo Satoru's, so every time he threw a quick punch, he predicted it. Moreover, his punches were as fast as the wind. Even though his physical condition was better than Gojo Naruto's, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. "Woo, why don't you admit defeat? Then I can be gentler," Gojo Ming said with a smile. "They are all battle-hardened. Naturally, I know that Gojo Satoru has fallen into a deadlock." But Gojo Satoru also laughed when he heard this. "Ming, don't underestimate your brother, who is a few minutes older than you. Your brother is a genius. Undoubtedly, he loves his younger brother Gojo Naru very much. But he also has his own pride in his heart." Feeling the fist wind breaking through the air coming from above his head, Gojo Satoru suddenly fell silent. Next moment, he suddenly raised his head with a smile on his face. "Ming, let me show you my new ability, unlimited power of stop." While his power of stop is being deployed, any aggressive object will become slower the closer it gets to him. And at the last moment, it may even come to a standstill. "Woo, you've made great progress. Ming, you're not bad either." He no longer dodged Gojo Ming's fierce fist, and allowed the fist blessed by heaven and curse to fall on him. His expression calmed down. Gojo Ming's fist couldn't touch him at all, and suddenly stopped just within a few inches. Although it was only a few inches away, it gave people a feeling of infinity. Gojo Satoru glanced at his brother with a smile and shook his head. "Ming, you're going to lose. You can't break my limit." Looking at Gojo Satoru, who successfully used the power of stop, a hint of astonishment flashed in Gojo Ming's eyes. Tianyuan's expression was relatively calm. After all, she had guessed it before. But seeing that Gojo Naruto seemed to be frightened by the effect of Gojo Satoru's power of stop, she felt a little amused. It seems that Gojo Naruto didn't find the weakness of the power of stop. It seems that he is really going to lose this time. Kids nowadays are really scary. I didn't expect that Gojo Satoru can use the power of stop so skillfully at this age. In this case, I'm afraid he is already the strongest sorcerer. If he can understand the reverse curse technique and reduce the consumption of stop power, then he may become the strongest sorcerer in history. She looks somewhat helpless. In fact, Gojo Naruto is already very strong and can force Gojo Satoru to use the power of stop. But facing the power of stop, unless Gojo Naruto can now take out the cursed tool Amasaki Hoko that can cancel any spell, no one could do anything to Gojo Satoru. She knew that the Amasaki Hoko was in Gojo Naru's hands, but it was now stored in the Gojo family's hidden treasure house and was not carried with him. Therefore, Gojo Naruto should not be able to defeat Gojo Satoru. It seems that the two brothers of the Gojo family are not easy to deal with. The fist couldn't even touch Gojo Satoru. When they were only inches away, it seemed as if something was blocking the fist from the opponent. Looking at this strange sight, Gojo Ming was slightly surprised. Although he knew that Gojo Satoru in the original work could definitely master this power, he still found it magical when he experienced it in person. Woo, is this your true strength? It seems like you have made great progress. I didn't expect that when I woke up, Gojo Satoru had learned unlimited power of stop. As expected, he is a genius in the world of sorcery. Seeing his brother stop moving, Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "So Ming, do you want to admit defeat? In this way, I can be gentler." These were the exact words that Gojo Ming had said to him just now. And now, Gojo Satoru returned them with a malicious look. Gojo Naruto, if the younger brother doesn't get a beating, the elder brother will tear the tiles off the roof. It is undeniable that Gojo Satoru is arrogant, but Gojo Ming is not much humble either. Next moment, Gojo Ming's eyes flashed with a pale blue light, and he chuckled and said, "Woo, it is undeniable that your stopping power is indeed very strong. But it doesn't seem to be invincible yet." As Gojo Ming's words fell, Gojo Satoru saw Gojo Ming's white robe and short hair suddenly rise up without wind. Immediately, a snow-white, substantial ripple continued to spread out from his body. In an instant, a Zanpakutō named Sodi Shirayuki, which was completely white and looked like it was made of frost, suddenly appeared in Gojo Naruto's hand. Gojo Ming silently sensed the icy glow on his hand. "There are some emotions in my heart. I haven't seen my old friend for 9 years. I feel a little strange now. Let's fight side by side again." Next moment, the blade hummed. Snow mist spread. The temperature dropped suddenly. With ice crystals scattered all over the sky, Gojo Naruto slowly moved his Zanpakutō up, pointing it directly at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Ming's fighting spirit was also aroused by the opponent, and he whispered, "Woo, let's decide the winner." Being pointed at by the knife, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked solemnly at the snow-white Zanpakutō in Gojo Naruto's hand. "It's chilly up there. Zanpakutō, Sodi no Shirayuki. Naruto, are you finally going to use your trump card?" Zanpakutō. This word was once the shadow of all sorcerers 9 years ago. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath of air. But now he also has his own pride, the ultimate unlimited technique. He is also very eager to fight. "Ming, do you want to give it a try? Even if your Zanpakutō is incredibly powerful, it can't break through my power of stopping." That's all. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes were working madly in overload, analyzing Gojo Naru's movements in great detail. At the same time, he focused more on controlling his spell power. Such a high load. It made his head swell a little. In this state, Gojo Satoru doesn't think he will lose. Meanwhile, outside the house, this is when Sodi Shirayuki appeared. Tianyuan, who was leaning against the wall outside the house, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Even if that kid has been sleeping for 9 years, his insight is still terrifying. But what will he do? Seeing this, Tianyuan also became interested. Inside the house, when the coldness accumulated on the blade of Sodi no Shirayuki reached its peak, Gojo Ming gently rotated the blade and chanted, "Bankai, Baishao penalty." As Gojo Ming's cold voice fell, the terrifying energy fluctuations finally erupted, and a sharp sword intent came down from the sky. It surged towards Gojo Satoru with overwhelming force. Everything in the room, under the pressure of the sword energy, they all turned into ice powder. Feeling the horror scene, Tian Yuan's scalp tingled, and she quickly took action to protect Hongxing Palace. Those two guys almost tore our house apart. She took a look. His expression also became wonderful and strange, and he murmured, I didn't expect that Gojo Naru could still exert such terrifying power after sleeping for 9 years. I have only heard of the power of Bankai before, but this is the first time I have seen it. Gojo Satoru deserved to lose. However, you used Bankai right after waking up. Although you only entered this state briefly and it ended so quickly, this can be considered as a demonstration to yourself, right? Do you know that I'm not satisfied with you lose-you-lose state now? Their Brotherhood exchange meeting should also be over. Tian Yuan glanced charmingly at Gojo Ming in the center of the battlefield, lifted her slender legs, and walked into the room. However, she hadn't gone in yet. Then Gojo Satoru's unconvinced voice was heard. Hey, damn it, Ming, you can't be considered a winner this way. Gojo Ming didn't care about that. He looked at Gojo Satoru, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, and said with a smile, Woo, you've been frozen into an ice sculpture. Why don't you admit defeat? Gojo Satoru suddenly became a little angry. I won't admit defeat. You can't break through my stopping power at all. Gojo Ming only froze him, but did not break his stopping power. But Gojo Satoru must also concentrate on using the power of stop to resist the ice that is only a few inches away from him. Under the erosion of Sodi no Shirayuki's coldness, his cursed power consumption became extremely terrifying. Gojo Naruto joked, If you don't admit defeat, I'll leave. He pretended to leave. When Gojo Satoru saw that they were really going to leave, he immediately panicked. Ming, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Don't go. I give up. I give up. With the crazy consumption, his magic power can't last much longer. If Gojo Ming really left, he will be in real danger once his cursed power is exhausted. Upon hearing this, Gojo Ming smiled proudly and unfrozen Gojo Satoru. Satoru, I didn't expect you to have made such great progress. This sentence came from his heart. Gojo Satoru turned his face away and said unconvincedly, It's nothing. I've been studying the reverse curse technique with Shoko lately. Unfortunately, I still have no idea. If I learn the reverse curse technique, you will definitely not be able to beat me. His expression became even more unconvinced. Gojo Ming smiled and said nothing. Reverse curse technique is really powerful. If Gojo Satoru learned the reverse curse technique, the power of stopping can be deployed automatically, and the burden it and 6 eyes place on the brain can be easily repaired by the reverse curse technique. It is indeed a very strong opponent. But in front of the complete Bankai Baishaka, it is not as exaggerated as Hayarimaru's ability to freeze hope. But it is close to the extreme frost power. There is absolutely no problem in freezing the entire space where Gojo Satoru is. Seeing that Gojo Ming was not going to continue the conversation, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming explained the situation over the years, sighed, and said, Murakami, you are old enough to enroll in Jujutsu High School. Do you want to come too? With me protecting you, you can easily enter the technical high school even if you don't have any magical powers. Gojo Ming rolled his eyes at him. Anyone who can pass the entrance exam to Jujutsu High School can enter. Why would you need this stupid brother to protect you? Besides, my own Zanpakutō also has a technique. But he still said, Okay, Gojo Naruto does have plans to join the Jujutsu High School. The Jujutsu High School is closer to the top of the world of Jujutsu. By joining the Jujutsu High School, you can manage your own power in the high school. If the college becomes a stronghold, it will be of great help to him. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Moreover, the college can also provide continuous talent support to Wanchawu. No matter what Gojo Ming thinks, colleges and universities are a very suitable place to do business. However, just as he was thinking this, suddenly, Ming, you finally woke up. A voice sounded from the door. The Gojo brothers looked in the direction of the voice and found it was Tianyuan. Lord Tenzin. Gojo Satoru spoke first. Tianyuan nodded. She turned to look at Gojo Ming beside her and said with a helpless look, "You just completed the Shurikai with Sodi no Shirayuki, right?" Gojo Naruto had been sleeping for 9 years, and she had accumulated too many questions to ask him. Wu Qiaoming nodded and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Tianyuan?" He had already guessed that it was about Yu Lu Tuo Lu. Sure enough, the next moment, under the gaze of the 5 brothers, Yu Lu Tuo Lu appeared in Tianyuan's hand. She frowned, glanced at Yu Lu Tuo Lu, then looked at Gojo Ming and said, "During these 9 years, Yu Lu Taku Lu has never been able to successfully solve the problem." There was a hint of helplessness in Tianyuan's voice. Although Gojo Naruto had told her before that it was difficult to complete Shurikai and Bankai with his Zanpakutō, but it's too difficult to remain motionless for 9 years. After complaining, Tianyuan calmed down a little, and she felt that she had appeared to be very calm. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru being here, she was so angry that she asked Gojo Ming whether this broken sword could be used or not. Not that she was really anxious, but she had a premonition that the time she could continue to maintain human existence was getting shorter and shorter. I'm afraid it won't be long before she embarks on the journey of evolution. And the solution that Gojo Naru left for her, rain and dew on the pomegranate. But in these 9 years, he has never responded to her. If I fail to complete the Shurikai before the end, she will be forced to evolve and separate from human existence. That long could very well endanger the world itself. I'm afraid no one wants to see this. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared on her pretty face. Gojo Ming on the side also saw what Tianyuan was thinking. His expression also became somewhat helpless. There really wasn't anything he could do to help Tianyuan, and to free Yu Lu Jilu, it was something that only she could accomplish alone. But it did take a lot of time for Tianyuan to liberate Yu Lu Tuo Lu. But considering the time, it should be soon. Gojo Ming looked at Tianyuan, who had a trace of worry on his face, and smiled and comforted him. "Tianyuan, please be patient. It is true that Yu Lu Tekiyu's Shurikai and Bankai are more difficult, but if it is you, it should be no problem." Tianyuan. Listening to Gojo Ming's nonsensical words, she felt even more depressed. It's not that she doesn't believe Gojo Naru, but what if something goes wrong and her consciousness is out of control? The impact it has on the world is truly huge. But seeing that Gojo Ming said so, it seemed that he really couldn't help her more. However, forging Yu Lu Tuo Lu for myself is already a great help. She nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, I understand. Here is Yu Lu Tuo Lu. Let me try again." It seemed that Tianyuan had nothing else to do. Gojo Ming grabbed Gojo Satoru's shoulder. "If you have nothing else to do, we'll leave first. I'm going to go to the technical college to have a look." Tianyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just make a mess and run away. But she couldn't do anything about Gojo Naru, so she could only wave her hand in annoyance. Signal them to leave immediately. Then keep going. Gojo Ming and Tianyuan waved goodbye. "Ahem, Lord Tianyuan, goodbye." Gojo Satoru said goodbye, after the 5 brothers left. Behind the inner hall of the Death Palace, Tianyuan looked at Yu Lu for a long time without saying a word. "I don't know if Yu Lu Tuo Lu can be trusted. If that doesn't work, we can only use that method as a backup. Otherwise, if Yu Lu Takuliu can't complete the Shurikai, the world is at stake." The two walked out of Hongxing Palace. Gojo Ming felt that the long-lost sunlight was a little dazzling. Although his consciousness was only asleep for a period of time, his body was actually asleep for 9 years. "After all, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Here for you." Suddenly, Gojo Satoru handed him something. Gojo Ming looked closely and found that it was a pair of sunglasses. He turned to look at Gojo Satoru and found that he was also wearing the same sunglasses, showing off like a clown. Gojo Ming said disdainfully, "This kind of showing off is a bit childish, even for elementary school students." Gojo Satoru immediately said angrily, "You be asterisk 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 D. If you don't want it, give it back to me." But just when Gojo Satoru wanted to take it back, Gojo Ming took it, put on his sunglasses, and said with a smile, "It's indeed childish for elementary school students, but for us middle school students, it's just right." Gojo Satoru. After putting on the glasses, Gojo Ming suddenly felt his eyes felt a lot more comfortable. The brain feels a little clearer. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Gojo Ming sighed. Gojo Satoru pushed the frame of his glasses in a showy manner. Of course. I am your brother after all. Gojo Naru. It's only about 10 minutes longer. Gojo Satoru. Even if he's 1 minute older, he's still your brother. Gojo Naru. The two of them went to the Tokyo Jujutsu High School together. But after taking only 2 steps, Gojo Satoru's face turned bitter. He stared blankly at a dessert shop next to him and asked, "Ming, do you want to eat some dessert?" "I kind of want to. I don't want to," Gojo Ming said lightly. But for him who is familiar with Gojo Satoru, he knows that when he says he wants to eat, he basically can't help it. When the other person really wants to eat something, he or she will want to eat it so much that he or she will go crazy. "No, Ming, fighting with you has used too much of my brain. If I don't have sugar to replenish my energy, I'm going to die. Just go there by yourself first." Gojo Naru. He turned his head and glanced at the Jujutsu High School, which was not far away. Sighed silently. "My stupid brother." However, it's not impossible to go see an old friend first. Tokyo, inside the Jujutsu High School. Although it is the start of the school year, it is not as lively as I had imagined. After all, apart from the big 3 sorcerer families and the Jujutsu family, I basically won't apply to this school. Other students with high spell power who are eligible to join technical colleges are often invited to join, and there is basically no fixed admission time for students. If nothing unexpected happens this year, there will only be 3 students in this term. Gojo Satoru, Geto Summer Oil, Yuri Shoko. Among them, Geto Suguru and Yuri Shoko have already completed the sign-in. Just 5 points of enlightenment left. Yaga Mazamichi was sitting at the door, feeling a bit bored, and muttered, "Why hasn't that Gojo guy come yet? It's really too undisciplined." Suddenly, a young man with short white hair and sunglasses slowly walked over. Yaga Mazamichi immediately became angry. "Gojo Satoru, you're finally here. The entire technical high school is waiting for you alone." Gojo Ming was also stunned when he was scolded as soon as he arrived at the technical college. But the name that Yaga Mazamichi heard calling out was Gojo Satoru. He immediately understood that he was taking the blame for his stupid brother. "Teacher Yaga, I'm not that guy Wu." Gojo Naruto looked at Yaga Mazamichi and said helplessly. Hearing this, Yaga Mazamichi was slightly stunned, and then veins popped up on his forehead. "Stupid, don't try to use your brother's name to get away with it just because you're late. Everyone knows that Gojo Naru is sleeping. How could it be possible to appear in a technical high school?" However, the next second, Yaga Mazamichi was stunned. Looking at the 2 familiar-looking Zanpakutō on the boy's waist, he stood up in astonishment, unable to believe it. "Zan, Zanpakutō? Sodi Shirayuki Waryuha, Wakabi." Yaga Mazamichi's voice was intermittent, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. All the scolding he wanted to express to Gojo Satoru was swallowed back by him. Because nothing can identify Gojo Naruto's identity better than Zanpakutō. "Teacher Yaga, it's okay for me to join the technical high school too," said Gojo Naruto with a smile. Looking at the boy's bright smile, Yaga Mazamichi's heart was trembling, shaking violently. "You mean you want to join the Jujutsu High School?" Yaga Mazamichi swallowed and said. He can understand Gojo Satoru coming to the high school, but if nothing unexpected happens, Gojo Ming will be the next acting governor of the Gojo family. Does he still need to study at the Jujutsu High School? Yaga Mazamichi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "No, then I'll leave," Gojo Ming said jokingly. Yaga Mazamichi finally reacted and said quickly, Yes, I'll go talk to Principal Guanko right away. You go in first," he said while running and looking back. With a sorcerer with such terrifying potential as the 5 brothers, I'm afraid he can really fulfill his dream and change the world of sorcery. Gojo Naru originally wanted to ask where to go, but saw Yaga Mazamichi running away. He suddenly felt ashamed. Gojo Ming took a quick look at the environment of the Jujutsu High School. It was not complicated, and although there were few students, the school had already marked the start of the semester. It could be seen that Yagyu is very dedicated because it is her first time as a class teacher. Gojo Neru quickly followed the signs and came to a Japanese-style room in the inner room. He glanced at the room tag. This should be it. Gojo Ming gently opened the side sliding door, and everyone inside immediately looked over. I saw that it was Gojo Neru who came in. The male teacher in the technical college uniform had a gentle smile on his face. Okay, now our last student, Gojo Satoru, has arrived. Xiaoja looked at the young man at the door and smiled slightly. This pair of sunglasses is great. As expected of Wu, he always comes up with something flashy. Yuri Shoko glanced at the sunglasses on the white-haired boy's eyes and frowned slightly. This scumbag Wu, if he were Ming, he would definitely be much more stable. Hey, Ming that guy, when will he wake up? The girl sighed slightly. Gojo Neru. He knew from a look in their eyes that they had mistaken him again. Teacher, please add one more seat. There are only 3 seats left. Gojo Naruto glanced at the empty seat next to Yuri Shoko and suggested. After all, he has a stupid brother who is showing off his glutinous rice balls. The male teacher was also startled and frowned and asked, Why, Gojo, isn't 1 seat enough for you? Although Gojo Satoru is from the big 3 sorcerer families, as a teacher at Jujutsu High School, it is impossible for him to be met without thinking. Gojo Naruto didn't have time to answer him. Suddenly, at this moment, the sliding door of the classroom was opened again. Sorry, I'm late. A white-haired boy who was showing off his glutinous rice balls scratched his head and apologized. Everyone in the classroom stared at the scene in a daze, their faces filled with astonishment and shock. Another 5? Next moment, as if they had thought of something, they stood up suddenly. Their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes, and a shock flashed through their hearts. You? Who are you? The teacher asked in a trembling voice. Hello, teacher. I am your brother Gojo Satoru. As for the guy who came in first, he is my younger brother, Gojo Naruto. Gojo Satoru, who had just shown off his daifuku, patted Gojo Naruto on the back and said happily.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.